All right, what is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Before we jump into this, I wanted to give you guys an idea because I'm sure you're like, hey, sick thumbnail dude, but who the hell are you? So I want to cover who I am so that you know, if you're going to dedicate the next 4.5, 5 hours of your time and energy, because that's really important. I want to make sure that you know who you're learning from. So I'm just going to jump straight into this because I know this is what people care about so that I can have some validity. So we went from 0 to multiple six figures in profit in less than 8 months with this business model. Now, why do I tell you that? Do I tell you that to throw it in your face? And by the way, this is per year, not per month in 8 months. That would be insane, and I don't know anyone that could possibly do that. But we went from 0 to multiple six figures in profit in less than 8 months per year. And I don't tell you that to throw it in your face. I don't tell you that to brag. I don't say that for any other reason than to just make sure that you know who you're learning from. Because there's a lot of people that are trying to teach this that don't know shit. I'm just going to be super transparent with you. So if you're going to give us your energy, your effort, your time, your resources, which is the most important thing you have, I want to make sure you understand what we're teaching and why. So that's number one. Number two, and by the way, you're going to see my business partner throughout the course of this. My name is Dante. You'll see him. His name is Alec. You'll see him towards the end of this video, and he's going to give you guys some coaching on some specific topics. So you will see him. Now, I want to be very clear about this as well, because you guys saw this in the title of this video, and I put it in there for a reason, and hopefully it worked. Growth operating, right? There's a reason I put it in quotations, because this model is nonsense. Now, is this what we do? No. We run an info agency. And am I sitting here bashing the people that came up with this? No, they did it for branding reasons. Because if anyone's going to sit here and say, go start a marketing agency, that probably doesn't sound too appealing to you guys. It probably sounds very daunting. So they came up with this because it was their own twist, their own flavor. It sounded new, made people a lot more optimistic about starting their own online business. So I'm not faulting them for doing that. I understand why they did it. Did they have the experience and the know-how to be able to do something like that? In my opinion, probably not. And now you've got a bunch of people teaching it. So what is this? This is essentially a flawed model of what this is. And an info agency is a marketing agency, right? So what are you doing? You're working with coaches. If you're learning this model, you're told that you're working with creators. You don't work with entertainers when you run this model. It doesn't work. So you're running a full-fledged marketing agency, essentially. Now, does that mean you're going to do the same thing with every client? Like you're going to run their entire offer? No, it might mean that you're going to do, their SMS campaigns. It might mean you're going to run their webinars. It might mean that you're going to help them create new funnels or do new VSL. Like there's a million different things you can do. So it doesn't mean you're going to do everything for that coach that you're going to work with. But essentially what you're doing is you're running coaching programs. Like truly, you're scaling coaching programs and you make a very large chunk of money for doing that. But I want to be very transparent about this so you guys understand the distinction. Now, in addition to that, I'm sure you guys are probably going like, well, why are you guys teaching this for free? Like, what the hell's the point, right? What's the catch? And I totally understand that. And I'm going to tell you on the front end, Alec and I have paid for a lot of coaching. We've paid tens of thousands of dollars for coaching at this point. Some of it's very good, some of it's very bad. But the stuff that's good all involves community. And so for us, the first thing we want to do is give you guys basically a roadmap because we didn't have that when we started. And by doing that, a couple things are going to happen. When you guys learn all this stuff properly, you're not learning this model, but you're actually learning this model. What's going to happen from that is now we can hire internally. Because if we coach you guys on how to do this properly, you're part of the community, we can call on you guys so that we can hire within. Versus having to go hire someone and train them and go through this entire process, we want to teach as many people as we can so then we can hire you guys selfishly, right? Full transparency. Now, in addition to that, if you guys are in here, you guys go through this whole process and you fundamentally understand how this stuff works, right? Truly at a high level. If we are landing so many clients we just can't take on anymore, because if you're effectively running this model, you can only work with so many people. Truly, like it's better to work with 3 or 4 high-level coaches than 15. Like it doesn't make sense. You get too bogged down. So last week, for example, we added on 3 new clients. And again, I'm not telling you that to brag or anything, but we're reaching our breaking point where we can't bring on more people for our actual clients. So what we can do is the more people we coach, if someone comes to us and they want to work with us, we can now send them to someone within here because we've trained you guys, we trust you, And we know that you know what you're doing, and you can come to us to ask questions. In addition to that, everyone that's a part of this, that goes through this process, let's say you land a client and you're like, hey, just landed this client, I don't 100% know what to do. Well, obviously you can come in here and ask questions, but if you're like, I really need to partner with somebody, you can come to us. If we have the capacity to partner, we're open to doing that. It would have to be a pretty large size creator or someone that makes a lot of sense, or coach, excuse me, not creator. God, I'm stuck with this model. Holy crap. Then we could talk about doing that. So I want to be very transparent with you guys why we run this. We don't have a high ticket coaching program. A lot of people will launch this and then they're going to funnel you directly into a high ticket coaching program. And there's nothing wrong with that. But truly, it's not something that we're looking to do right now. If you guys come in here, you start getting experience, you guys are like, all right, I feel like I need more coaching. We're not opposed to doing that, but it's not something that we currently offer. We don't offer any coaching whatsoever. We just have the free community. So I want to be super, super upfront about that. So this is all here for you guys. So now that we've covered this, who we are, why we're doing it, etc., our track record, which I'm about to dive into more, let's dive into this portion right here, so that you guys get an idea of what we're going to cover in the video, again, for the next 4.5 hours, 5 hours, and just get a complete concept of what we're actually going to cover. So let's dive into that. I'm going to catch my breath really quick before I pass out, and then we're going to dive into this. Okay, so what are we going to be covering when we get into the video? The first thing, and there's a reason I have this on here, is 2.5 years of avoidable mistakes. Like I said in the beginning of the video, I've been in this space for a little over 3 years, and I worked for a very prominent real estate coach that a lot of you know, maybe even all of you know, and I'm going to cover that in the video so you know who I'm talking about. And I sold his high ticket coaching program. Now, what comes with that is understanding how to run a full info agency space. Run a full info agency, not a space. Because when you're launching a high ticket coaching program and you're doing hundreds of thousands of dollars per month, you have to understand how all these different things work, right? Webinars, emails, SMS campaigns, setters, closers, everything that goes within the info agency space. So I learned that here. So what came from that is I had a good fundamental understanding of how to run this business. Now, in addition to that, Alec, my business partner, he used to run NFT projects, like very large NFT projects. So he would run their communities, he'd run their socials, and he would funnel people and basically nurture them to get them to buy the NFT. So he had a concept of how community worked and how to build that, FOMO, all that different stuff, right? So we merged our two ideas, or basically our two skill sets, which for me was sales and marketing, and for Alec it was marketing and community and all that stuff. And we had a concept of how to do this, but at the time, 2 years ago, there was nobody really teaching it, right? There's people that have been in this space, like Russell Brunson, for example. I mean, shit, the dude was the first operator, if you want to call it that, or growth operator, if you want to call it that, 15 years ago. Like, that's how Russell got his start before he started ClickFunnels, is he ran up offers for coaches, and he did it very effectively, and then he started ClickFunnels, and now he's Russell Brunson. So I'm going to continue to dissect this so that you guys understand where this comes from. But I say that to say, we didn't know what the hell we were doing, right? We had some base level understanding, which I'm sure a lot of you guys do too, and we made a lot of really stupid mistakes. And so our goal with this is to give you guys 2.5 years of avoidable mistakes, because truthfully, the stuff that we did, there's no reason you guys should be doing it. And we had some experience and we still made those mistakes. So that's why I have that on here, is all this is going to be a shortcut for you guys to just fast track you to getting your first client, because it's the hardest part. Doing outreach, getting the first client, launching it successfully. Like, once you do that, you have proof of concept, it's very easy to scale and get more people. Once you have a testimonial, a case study, etc. So our goal is, let's get you there as fast as we possibly can and effectively as possible. So how are we going to do that? Let's start with number 1. Client acquisitions 101. How to find clients, how to contact clients, and then how to charge for your services. This is very misrepresented from a lot of people right now that are trying to teach you guys this model. I can say that because, again, I've been in this space for quite a while and we've worked with clients, so we know what you're going to get. Anyone that's telling you you're going to get 50 or 60% of a client is ridiculous. So we're going to break down why that doesn't work, effective models for doing it, different ways you can close, etc. Next is going to be sales process and onboarding 101. So how to set up a call, how to sell your service, and then how to onboard your clients. Number 3, creating your offer 101. So how to properly do market research, very misrepresented right here. And then how to build your offers, also very misrepresented right here. And I'm not trying to just sit here and bash this, but I want you guys to like run away from this idea. Because have people done it and has it worked for some people? Yes. But this model of doing low ticket and trying to pull in as many people as you can, it works for maybe 0.1% of creators. And even those people are going to be coaches. So just try and like rewire your brain around this idea, because if you truly want to build an agency and you want to do this, it's not going to come from that unless you're very, very lucky and you find the perfect fit. But that's not going to be most of you. Next is going to be launching and managing. So how to drive traffic, how to structure funnels, and what is a funnel, just the basics of a funnel, and then how to set up community. Now this is very overlooked in my opinion, because if we backtrack and we say, well, let's launch a coaching program, that's great. But as you scale it, whether it's mid-ticket, high-ticket, low-ticket, community becomes a very important piece to that. Why? Because people want to network, people want human connection, because anyone can go to ChatGPT and look anything up, right? So coaching, the old form of coaching programs, it's going to phase out. You have to have community involved as you scale. And we'll cover more of that. So now that you know everything that we're going to cover here, we do want to give you guys a bonus. Obviously, this is free. We're not charging you guys anything for this, so we built this for you. But as a bonus, we want to give you guys an entire Notion template. So if you stay to the end of the video, you're going to get an entire Notion template. This is my attempt at actually building a little Notion symbol. Pretty horrible, I know. If you guys don't know what Notion is, I'll explain it in the video, so don't worry about that. But this is basically your Wikipedia for all the information I'm going to give you here. So if you want to copy like the email scripts or DM scripts, you don't have to sit there and type it out. You can just go copy whatever we have in here. So it's basically just a streamlined place for you guys to copy and paste, and also just have a place where you can click on a Wikipedia and like study and go back and understand things a little bit better. So you can save this to your Chrome, your Safari, you can have it on your phone, whatever you want to do. Next is going to be your resources list. So this is going to be like client tracking sheets, which we built out for you guys, so you don't have to think about it. You'll track outreach efforts right here. Contracts, we'll cover more about that. Books, all the books that you should be reading, or at least getting a high level overview of to better understand this model. And also mindset, etc., sales, all these different things. And then there's going to be other stuff in here as time goes on. So we're going to continually add stuff for you guys as we find what you need. And all that, again, is going to be in the free community. So when you guys join this, you'll get access to all this stuff. So hopefully this makes sense to you guys. My recommendation is that you get a notepad out, or you take notes on your computer, grab a snack, grab a drink, grab whatever you need, because you need to get prepped for the next 4.5, 5 hours. And I want to tell you guys, if you go through this and you memorize it, you're not going to get anything out of it. Like, you truly have to be able to understand the fundamentals and the frameworks, because if you don't, your foundation is going to crumble. So understand the basics first, be able to explain it to somebody to third grade level, and then you'll know, okay, I got the basics of it. I now know it. Now I can go take action. And I'm going to break that down more. But yeah, grab your food, snacks, popcorn, drink, whatever you need, and let's go ahead and let's dive in. All right, guys, so I want to dive into something that's really important before we get into the meat and potatoes of what we're going to be learning today, which is, why should you listen to us, right? When you're looking to learn any kind of skill set, or you're looking to get a blueprint, or you're looking to learn from other people's experiences, you want to know what those are. And if they don't directly apply to what you're trying to do, they're probably not a good person to help you. So I want to take you guys through our journey, because wherever you're at right now, whether you're stuck at a job that you hate, whether you are currently working with one client, you just don't know how to scale them, and you're trying to get more, you don't know how to do that. Maybe you have part of your business figured out, so like how to send emails and do campaigns and newsletters, but you don't know how to run a webinar, or you don't know how to actually structure offers for the future for whatever it is that your client's trying to do. If they're trying to have an ascension ladder, value ladder for their offers, they've got one, you don't know how to create another one. Wherever you're at right now, we get it, because we've been through it and we're still actively scaling and going through these things. So in terms of getting info from people that are in this space, that's what we're here to do, right? Real time, show you where we started, where we're at now, how we're scaling, our processes for doing things, what worked, what doesn't, and ultimately just shortcut your learning curve, because that's the goal with us creating this, is just to get you guys to your goal faster. Simply put, because we didn't have anything like this. We didn't know who to learn from. We didn't even know there was a name for what we were doing. Like, info agency wasn't even registered in our head when we started this. It was just like, let's go get a client because we had a concept, and I'm gonna explain how we got to that concept, and we just ran with it. We took like unwarranted action. We probably looked like idiots, probably sounded dumb, but it worked. And then you figure it out as you go. So let's jump into this. So who are we? So community launch was started by my business partner and I. His name is Alec. You guys will see him throughout the course of this intro, and then also throughout the course of the entirety of the course. And when you join into the community, if that's something that you're looking to do, you guys are going to meet him. So you're going to see him quite often. And, you know, like I just said, we were in the same position you guys were, where we were so frustrated with our situation, but we just didn't know what to do. So this all started when we got fired, actually, from our job at Peloton. This was right around COVID, and they ended up shutting down shortly after we got fired. We got fired for some, quite frankly, for some bullshit. You know, when you go against the norm, and when you try and, as an entrepreneur, when you try and work in a job and you try and create more effective ways of doing things, or you speak up and try and give feedback, when you're in a corporate position, that's not necessarily something that job's looking for. They want you to stay in line, do exactly what they ask. They're not looking for you to innovate. And that's frustrating. I'm sure some of you feel that right now. It's like, man, I'm worth so much more. I have so much value. But how do I actually get in a position where that value is noticed and I can go out and put it into action? And that's how we felt. So quite honestly, that's part of the reason that we got fired. And it was very frustrating. It was extremely shocking, actually, because we were two of the top employees. And I'm not saying that to like pat myself on the back or Alec, but we were. We were the highest performing employees in our positions. So it was super shocking, but honestly is the thing that shifted the course of our life. So I'm super grateful for it. But in that moment, it's really hard to feel that. Like, you want to feel like a victim. You want to point fingers. You want to cuss out your boss that fired you. Yeah, like all that is real. So like, sit in it. But what happened is Alec and I went and sat in the car after we got fired, because we got fired about 10 minutes apart. We lived together at this time. We were roommates after playing college basketball. And we sat in the car, and I just looked at him like, dude, don't be a victim. And I said, it's really easy for us to sit here, feel bad for ourselves, but let's look at this as an opportunity to come back here in a year and a half, 2 years, and say, fuck these people. And, you know, happy to say now we've come full circle to that point where we can do that. But they ended up shutting down the company less than a year after we left anyway. So it was kind of, anyway, we got our satisfaction from that. But nonetheless, our whole goal was like, let's go do something for ourselves, because no one else is going to look out for us. And we don't ever want to work a corporate job again. So we got to this point where like, all right, that sounds good, but what do we do? Like, how do you make money online? We didn't have, other than some sales skills that I had previously, and, you know, like basic stuff we knew how to do, right? We didn't have any like really high income skills. And so we looked at all these different opportunities. We tried a bunch of different stuff. We tried drop shipping. Did not work. We tried day trading. We were day trading every day for about 4 months, 6 to 8 hours a day, trying to get an edge, trying to come up with a strategy that was foolproof, it was tested, it was effective. We didn't find it. We didn't even start because we couldn't get an edge. We had a mentor at the time that was actually Alex, the person he was dating at the time, her father. Dude was crushing, one of the best traders I've ever seen in my life. He was doing 40, 50K a day. And he wouldn't tell us anything other than, hey, go put this into action, maybe try this, do that. And we did it for 4 months, and we just couldn't figure it out. And, you know, then after that, we tried other things. So we actually found some success from TikTok. So we were early adopters. Like, I started in 2019, Alex started in 2020, I think. And we got traction pretty quick. Like, I grew to over 400,000 in like a year and a half, or a little under 2 years, I think. And then I just stopped, and I'm going to talk about that. But, you know, ultimately we found success in that. And we found that one of our skills was we were really good public speakers. So we were really good at talking to people, you know, conveying a message to our audience, effective communication, and generally helping people. Like, we care about the people that we work with, and that's why we're doing this. Like, we want to see you guys succeed. We want you to have like a no BS approach to doing this, because there's a lot of misinformation out there, like we talked about. And so this is our way to do that. But we found success in that. However, what we didn't do is we didn't monetize. So like, everything we're telling you guys right now, we're not just telling you from the perspective of being an agency owner. We're telling you as people that we're decent sized creators. And we got people reaching out to us for brand deals and sending us stuff for free to promote and all these different things, right? Acting opportunities. Shit, I got asked to go on like Love Island, Too Hot to Handle, and all these different dating shows. Like, we understand that perspective of what it's like to be, and I'm trying to say this humbly, but I want you to understand where we're coming from. We know what it's like to have people reaching out to us to do stuff. So when we tell you how to effectively send DMs or emails or get a client and communicate with them, we're not just throwing it out there saying, oh, hopefully this works. We know it works because we've been in their shoes. But the thing that we didn't do well is we didn't monetize. So we also understand what that feels like the position that some of these coaches are in, where they have a big following, they just don't know how to actually structure a coaching program, and let alone scale it, right? Build out email lists, create an offer, run webinars. Like, they don't know how to do any of this shit. So that's what we're here to show you guys how to do. But I say all that to say, we screwed up. And so a big part of our passion was like, we don't want coaches to go through that same thing. We don't want people to have a platform, to have an audience, that also have a really, really good message, to not be able to monetize what they have. Because this is worth a lot of money, but more than that, you can help people. Like, people followed me for a reason. They followed Alec for a reason. It was to get a result. That's why people follow other people, right? Because you have something that they want. You have something in your lifestyle and your content that they would like to have, whether it's a car, a house, the body, whatever it might be, the mindset, the way that you talk and articulate things. So that became our goal and our mission when we started doing this. It's like, we need to help people. Now, I did, however, aside from that, have some success in real estate, and I'm going to kind of come full circle with this. So I started wholesaling real estate, and again, if there's one thing I'm very good at, it is speaking with people. And I translated that. So, like, full circle moment, when I realized that I was good at talking with people and relating and just having an honest conversation and getting them to open up by feeling comfortable, then I realized that real estate was really easy. Now, the downside to wholesaling real estate, and these are a couple of HUDs, by the way, so that's basically closing documents so you can see that you actually close on the property. These are a couple wholesale deals that we did. And I love that. I love real estate. I've always loved real estate, but the downside to it is that it's active income if you're wholesaling. So it is a grind, especially if you don't have cold callers, which I was doing all the cold calling, and it's exhausting. And a lot of deals don't go through. So, like, a lot of you, when you're starting, your whole goal is like, oh, I need to go get something under contract. And then once you get under contract, you have to understand disposition, and that's a whole other job. And then once you understand disposition, you have to understand how to actually communicate effectively with title companies and TCs and all these different things that go into real estate. So it's really exhausting. And if you don't have systems in place and a team that can support you, you're going to burn out. And that's ultimately what happened to me. Like, wholesale, I was like, okay, this is cool. I've got this skill set. I proved to myself I can do deals. I don't want to do this anymore. I just want to own real estate. So, at some point I was like, all right, well, none of this stuff worked, right? We saw some success. We got feedback from the stuff that we did somewhat well, but it just left us nowhere. It was like, all right, we don't have income from this thing. So this led us to an interesting point where, after having minimal success with that stuff, we decided that Alec and I were going to part ways. So, feeling pretty defeated and being just kind of exhausted, to be honest, Alec ended up moving to Spain with one of our current business partners. This was a while back, and I ended up moving to Canada. I met my fiance at the time, and we decided that we were going to go up to Canada for about 6 months from Utah. That's where Alec and I are from. And during that time, it gave Alec and I some time to reflect and figure out what we really wanted to do. So Alec, at that period where he was in Spain, he found a lot of success in Web3. And he ended up working with some very, very successful people in the Web3 space on some very large projects. And that ended up tying to what we do now. But during that time, I was working for a gentleman named Manny Koshman, who maybe some of you know. If you guys are into cars, if you guys like commercial real estate, then you know who Manny is. And I was very, very fortunate that I was able to meet someone that was on his team. It was actually his general manager. And, I was able to get in contact. I got my first meeting, and then I went through a series of meetings. I ended up getting that position. And what I did in that position was I was selling his high ticket coaching program. So this led to me understanding the whole world of info. I was like, all right, I understand what it means to actually build out a coaching program. I know what the sales process looks like. I took 4,000 phone calls when I worked for Manny. So again, when I'm telling you something about how the sales process works, when I'm telling you how to set, I've set more meetings than anyone you know, I can guarantee it. So it's not just us throwing things out there and hoping that it's good information. Like, we've been through this. So during the time I worked for Manny, I got exposed to this whole world of info and, high ticket sales and closing and how to run masterminds, and I also got very well connected. So I was super blessed. I got to talk to these people that were some 9-figure entrepreneurs, 7, 8, 9-figure entrepreneurs, and I got to talk to them on the phone as a young 20-year-old, and I got to pick their brain on their experiences. Like, hey, how did you build your company? Because these people that are coming to Manny, they're trying to figure out how they can invest into commercial real estate. So they know how to go make money. That was never an issue for them. But then it was like, all right, how do we grow our money, right? What do we do in commercial real estate? What properties do we identify, etc. So as you can see here, my background and Alec's background has really been in the info space. We just didn't realize it. So Alec was scaling NFT projects, right? And he was running everything for those projects. And for me, I was in the info space quite literally. Manny is a client that we would work with now, and we would scale his offer. Perfect fit. So it's a full circle moment. But basically what happened is, after a little over a year and a half of being apart, Alec and I moved back in together to our home state of Utah. We sat down and basically just shared our experiences that we'd gone through over the last year and a half plus. And honestly, it didn't click right away, but there was an idea that sparked. So after a little bit of time of kind of just like brainstorming and tossing ideas back and forth, Alec and I came to each other's bedroom. I think I went into his room and I was like, dude, I've got an idea. I think this would work. So basically what I told him was, and then he had a bunch of good ideas too, is I said, why don't we utilize my sales experience and my info that I have from working for an info product and the network that I've been able and fortunate enough to build during my time working for Manny, and let's mesh that with your knowledge of running social media accounts, community servers at a very large scale, large NFT projects like I mentioned, and let's translate that to coaches, like to online personalities that are educators. And when we said that, it was like, damn, it was so cool. Because you got to think, back then in 2022, when we first started that idea, that concept, there was no such thing as growth operating, which still isn't a thing, but neither here nor there. And we'll get into that. But, it was like this super foreign concept of like, well, what if we just did this for people in Web 2 instead of Web 3? And it was like this aha moment. And again, like, we didn't know shit. And my whole point to you is like, just start. Because there were people at that time that were doing what info agencies are now. There was just really no exposure to it. And if someone would have explained it to me at that point, I would have been like, dude, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. You're just making face noise. What the fuck do you mean? So just understand, we didn't know any of this stuff. So everything that I'm telling you, we learned from experience and just trying shit. So after we came up with that concept of like, all right, we think this would work, we tried to do this for Manny. And we came to him with a really good idea, which at that time, I'm sure a lot of you remember Hustlers University, which is, I think it's still a thing, I don't really know. But it was Andrew Tate's like massive Discord server. And then they had the War Room, which is like a higher ticket thing. And he really set this thing into motion of like running specifically Discords, having affiliate programs, etc. And so we looked at that, we're like, I think that would work. So we came to Manny with this concept, and his general manager at the time, who I'm still very close with, great guy. And he's helped us a lot because he's run some massive companies. And basically brought the idea, we're like, hey, we think this would work. And he agreed. He's like, this is a really good concept. Manny shot it down, and nothing against Manny. I actually love him. He's an amazing dude. And I learned a lot from him. The dude's a centimillionaire. So I've been super fortunate enough to be coached by him and just learn from him, see how he moves and operates. So that was a really, really, really cool experience. So I have nothing against him. Quite honestly, the way we pitched it was terrible, so I don't blame him for saying no. But we got feedback. So it was like, all right, Manny said no for these reasons. And we realized that our pitch sucked, right? Or basically just the way that we communicated what we would do, there wasn't value there. And so he said no. And we took that feedback, and then we tried again. And we tried again. So basically what happened is we ended up getting our first client, and that was Christian Guzman, who you guys can see right here. And when we got Christian, we basically utilized Alec's skill set of running communities, and it worked really well. We increased their engagement. We increased customer retention. There's a lot of things we did really, really well. And so, at that point, it's like, all right, we got proof of concept. So we decided, like, let's go scale this. Like, let's take the case study that we have and let's go get more people. And so, the thing we didn't realize is that we didn't know how to do outreach. We're on social media, but not for what we were doing now. And so it was like, well, how are we going to scale this? Like, do we send out a case study? Do we send emails, DMs? Like, what do we do? So this is actually funny enough. This is a screenshot, June 2nd, 2023, when he started trying to scale. And I had no idea what I was doing. Like, I knew a little bit about copywriting and doing outreach just because I worked with Manny. But this is terrible. I mean, you can pause it and read it. And the crazy thing is this got responses. So then it was like, all right, again, just take action, right? That's kind of the overwhelming story here. Or point of this is like, you don't have to be perfect. And so we started sending these and we actually got meetings, which was wild. So kind of to backtrack, shortly after we partnered with Christian Guzman, which if you guys don't know Christian is like one of the OG fitness influencers. And he owns Alpha Elite, Alpha Land, 3D Energy. Like, he's a beast of an entrepreneur. And I'm fortunate enough I actually know him. And we've been able to get, semi-close with Christian. He's a very busy dude. He's very hard to get in contact with. But it was great working with them. And so after we got Christian, then it's like, all right, let's scale. And essentially, after our first couple clients, which were Christian, and then obviously we had NFT projects we'd worked with in the beginning, which is kind of how we got the proof of concept after Alec and I came together. And we were able to generate over $45 million for those 2 clients that we worked with. And it's a little, like, it's still info in a sense, but you're really selling a physical product. In that case, it's digital, but you get the point when it's an NFT. But we helped them generate $45 million. So it was like, okay, we know what we're doing. Now let's just translate it. So after we worked with Christian, then pretty quickly after that, after we figured out our emails were dog shit, and then we kind of tweaked it, we then partnered with one of the most controversial people on the planet as we speak. His name is Brian Johnson, this guy right here. If you guys haven't heard of Brian, essentially what happened, his like short story is he ended up selling Braintree Venmo, which you guys I'm sure know what Venmo is. And then after that, he started his company Kernel. He's got a venture capital firm, and he started Blueprint and like this Don't Die movement. So Brian's reversing his age. He's the most studied human being on the planet ever, spends millions of dollars on his body. And we've had a lot of success with Brian. And it's like just scratching the surface, and we've been working with him for quite some time now, which is crazy to think about. But like when you work with a creator of this status that has this many followers, it's like almost unfathomable that you can make certain amounts of money. So anyway, if you haven't seen Brian, I just linked some stuff here. So this is a video with Jesse James West. Highly encourage you to watch these. They're pretty entertaining. And this is actually us with Brian when he was out in Utah. It's probably like 5-6 months ago when he was out here. And he did a speech down here in Utah at a local campus. So we went to that, and everyone was trying to hound him, but we were able to talk for a little bit before he took back off to California. So that's Brian. Phenomenal client. And then after this, again, case study, proof of concept, we ended up partnering with, what some would argue is a very controversial person as well, which is Luke Belmar and the entire Capital Club community. So this is us on a call with Luke, specifically Alec here. And then this is us on a call with Steve, who's Luke's business partner. Also Steve, massive name in like the e-commerce space and I guess drop shipping specifically. Massive. If you guys don't know Steve, I highly recommend that you look into him. So anyway, we ended up working with Capital Club, and they're great people, super good people. And we got them fairly quickly after we got Brian. We got Brian fairly quickly after we got Christian. So now it's like, all right, we have an idea of how this works. We know that what we do is effective, or we wouldn't continue to get clients and keep clients. So that leads us to here. So, and there's more stuff that's gone on in between this, right? But this is just kind of a synopsis. So at this point, we're working with new clients. We can't name who they are because we have NDAs with them. And even this is a little risky, but we wanted to put this out so that you guys can know that we're legit. We know what we're doing. And we've worked with some of the biggest names arguably in the space and still do. So, it's not like we're just, again, guessing at this. We know it works. We know how to land clients. We know how to have conversations with the clients. We know how to keep their reputation with the client. We know how to do all this stuff. So we've been fortunate enough to get to where we're at now. And we want to share more of this stuff with you guys when we can. So we're going to continue to do that and give case studies and testimony, all this different stuff. But as we continue to expand our services in our agency, we've realized that we really want to help people. Like I talked about earlier, we want to give you guys kind of a fast track to what we did. And the reason that we want to do that is because we understand the value of coaching and having a really good mentor. And Alec and I have been fortunate enough that we've had those people in our life, and it allowed us to do this because they were able to invoke confidence into us. and say, hey, you guys are good enough. You guys can do this. You guys have all these different skill sets. You just don't realize it. Now you need to put it into action. And that stuff was really important for us. Like, we would not be where we're at if we hadn't had mentors or people we could look up to and be like, damn, it was possible for them. It's possible for me. Like, they're just humans. And you get desensitized. Like, when you're around people like a Luke Belmar, Steve Tan, a Brian Johnson, centimillionaire, Manny Koshman, right? Another centimillionaire, and all these other people we've been fortunate enough to meet and work with, Christian, you realize that they're just people. Like, they're just people. So you don't have to get in your head about talking to them. You don't have to, belittle yourself and be like, oh, I'm not good enough as an excuse so that you can't actually go out and do the work and outreach to find these people. You can do all of it. So our goal now is to help you guys do that. So specifically is to get you guys out of this little box that you're in right now. So this is where a lot of you sit. You're confined in this little bubble of what you think you're worth. And so therefore that's what you get. Like, you're going to receive what you feel that you deserve. And a lot of you feel like you don't deserve anything because you don't have any skill sets. And that's okay, because you're going to learn them, you're going to get the skill sets, and you're going to start to realize that you can do the shit. So this is where you can be, right? You're limited by your vision, exactly what I just said. You're going to get what you feel you deserve. If you feel like you deserve nothing, you're going to get nothing. If you feel like you deserve the world, you're going to get the world. You're going to attract those things. You're going to put yourself in situations to actually be able to receive that stuff. And it might sound hocus pocus, whatever, but this shit is real. It's real. I've seen it come true in our lives many times, more than one. So our specific tangible goal is to help 1,000 people make their first dollar online with this business. Get your first client, get your feet wet, realize that it's real. You can do it. Simple as that. So a little bit about us. We contributed to over 5 million generated for our clients just this year alone. We were the largest biohacking and health community in the world. We ran one of the largest entrepreneurial communities in the world as well. We went from no clients to, within 8 months of launching our agency, $39,000 a month. You can see that right here, cash collected. Fortunately, you can't see the names because, again, NDAs. But yeah, you guys can see this right here. Now, do I say that to brag? Do I say that to say, oh, we're really cool? Do I say that to say you're going to do the exact same thing? No. I say that because I want to show you guys that this is possible. We didn't know what we were doing. Like I told you, we're still figuring shit out. But that's the difference between people that just start doing things and people that sit there and they overanalyze everything before they even start. We didn't do that. And I've done that in the past. I did that with everything else. Do you guys really think that drop shipping and day trading doesn't work? Of course it does. We weren't good enough. We just didn't put the right amount of work in or enough work in to get a result. And quite frankly, this has been the easiest, the best thing, and the funnest thing we've ever done. So that's why, again, we're passionate about this business model, because not just being, and easy is not a right word, simple is the best word, not just being simple, but to think of the day and age we're in, right, and the opportunity that we have. We're going to cover that, so I'm not going to jump too far ahead. But nonetheless, know that you can do this. That's the point of this, all right? So without further ado, let's go ahead and jump forward. Again, I'm not saying this right here to say you guys are going to do that in 5 months or 6 months or 8 months or a year. But that's not the point. The point isn't for you guys to go and do exactly what we did. It's for you to be your own person. For some of you, that's going to mean making 5K. For some of you, that's going to be 10, 15, 40, whatever your goal is, it doesn't matter. It could be 2,000 a month. Imagine what 2,000 a month right now, for those of you that are sitting in your job and you hate it. Imagine you get one client, and this is very low for a client, by the way, especially doing things the way that we do it now. You can make 40K with one client. Easy, 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 easy. So if you want to make 2K, I mean, you'd have to work with a horrible creator or a horrible coach or just like a terrible prospect, and they could still make 2K per month for you. So I just want to paint this clear picture. Now, let's get very clear on something that is very misrepresented in this space. So a lot of you guys are going to see growth operating, right? That's what people throw around. You can see it in the title of this video too. And I want you to just wipe that from your vocabulary, because unfortunately, and I'm not going to name any names or say people suck or whatever, because I'm never going to tear anyone down for like putting work in, right? Like, it's a lot of work to build a coaching program and to do content and market things. So even though this right here isn't a real thing necessarily, and the concept of it is extremely broken, it doesn't mean that I'm going to scold people for going out and trying and honestly having a lot of success, even though it wasn't necessarily realistic, right? But having said that, the idea of growth operating, quote unquote, it's simply a marketing agency. That's literally what it is. And like I told you guys, if we go back here, we didn't understand that. Like when we had this brainstorm idea of like, oh, let's try this. It's a marketing agency, right? But there's a different way that it's packaged now, which is an info agency. You're selling info. You're working with coaches and you're scaling their info product. But before we jump into that, let's go through the evolution of this because it's really important for you to understand this. Because again, if you don't have frameworks, you're never going to get to the level that you should be at. So you need to understand this stuff. And this took us over a year to make, right? To understand, to be able to reverse engineer and dissect this shit. So let's get really clear. Wipe the word growth operate out of your mind, okay? But if we really want to call it growth operating for the sake of, this illustration, let's go to the inception of growth operating. So let's go all the way back to the 2000s, like early 2000s. There's this guy, some of you might know, Russell Brunson, right? This guy right here. You guys can see his book as we speak on the screen. Russell Brunson's an absolute G. Like the reason a lot of us are in this space is because of Russell. So Russell was in college in Boise, Idaho, and he wanted to sell something. He didn't know what he wanted to sell, but very similar to a lot of you guys and us, he knew he wanted to make money online. He knew it was a possibility. And quite frankly, he had started studying when he was like 12. He was reading the newspaper and like reading copy, and he started understanding how offers worked. And he didn't do anything with it until he got to college, and this idea sparked again. And he was like, I think I can sell stuff. So they started selling, of all things, a potato DVD, which was basically how to build a potato gun. And I'm not talking like a little spud gun. I'm talking like a big ass potato gun, like a freaking rocket launcher. So they ended up building a landing page and started running ads. And they found out that this would be effective because they did some market research, and they found that there were like 80,000 Google searches for the word potato gun. So that's how they knew. Like they're like, all right, it's not a massive market, but it's big enough where we could tap into this because no one's doing what we want to do. Give me one sec. So what did they do? They created an offer. They made an entire DVD. They went to Home Depot. They bought all the supplies and built a potato gun. And then they sold that DVD for $37. Now the problem, what happened is that their cost to get a client, right, or cost to get a customer, was really low. It was like 30 cents or something like that. And almost overnight, it went from 30 cents to $3. So they went from being profitable to no longer being profitable at that point. There was no spread. And so what they did is they came up with basically a value ascension ladder. So now they had another offer. So if people bought this, they realized the issue was they had to go to the store and they had to buy all the potato gun equipment the same way that they did. So what they did is they white labeled someone else's service that already had a potato kit that was built. And when people ordered it, it would ship from that factory. They were able to take money on top of that though. So they charged $197 for this and $37 for this. The fulfillment for this to white label, I think they had to give out X amount of money. I forget the exact number, like 50, 60, 70 bucks. And then obviously their increase in the ads went up, but they were able to now take home, instead of losing money with the $37 offer because the ads were so expensive, they were now able to make, I think, 40 or 50 per purchase. So only X amount of people bought this, but there was enough where they were profitable. And so they had this concept now of like, all right, you can have different offers and you can basically cater that offer to what the person's needs are, right? Here, they want to learn how to build a potato gun. The second issue is, how do they get the equipment? Oh, let's just offer it, and then they can buy it from us. We can become the distributor. And they did that really well. So then what happened after this is they were like, all right, we understand how a funnel works, right? The basics of a funnel. So then they started scaling other people's offers. And if you remember, a growth operator, quote unquote, what do they do? I mean, in the reality, what do they do? An info agency owner. An info agency owner partners with a coach, right? You can see right here, Howard Berg, world's fastest reader. He was selling a product to teach people how to read faster. He's a coach. Who partnered with him? Russell Brunson in 2006. So you guys can see that this thing right here that's created, growth operating, wasn't a thing in 2006. It was just a marketing agency because that's what it is. So Russell started working with coaches. He ran up this offer with Howard Berg, did really well, and then he got more proof of concept and he kept working with people. And then what happened is Russell built ClickFunnels.com. ClickFunnels is basically a website where they have templates and forms to build out landing pages and VSLs, funnels, all these different things. And this is very effective because it gives you basically one spot to go build all these things as a business owner. And so early adopters of this were people that, had a coaching offer or a service they could offer, but they didn't know how to build out any of these things. They didn't know what a VSL was, which is, video sales letter or virtual sales letter. They didn't know how to build landing pages where people could purchase the product. They didn't know how to do any of this stuff. So he built this software and it's very effective. So then people started adopting it and they're like, damn, this is good. And then what happens is Russell, specifically in 2015, writes .com Secrets. And this is a walkthrough on like Funnels 101. It's the book that I just showed you guys. It's one of the best books I've ever read in my life. It will change your life, especially if you're in this info agency space. And then he wrote, a trilogy. So he wrote Expert Secrets and Traffic Secrets, which have a little bit different intention. So then ClickFunnels continues to grow. It gets mass adopted. And these are some people that adopted it from early or mid 2000s, excuse me. So you've got Alex Hormozy, right? I'm sure you guys know who Alex is, especially if you're in this info agency space, because you have probably heard of School. And if you haven't heard of School, we're going to give you a top tier education. So Alex and Layla have a ton of success with ClickFunnels. They end up, Russell has these things that he gives out when people hit 7 figures and 8 figures, and they crush that. So Alex ended up speaking at Funnel Hacking Live, which is the event that Russell runs for people that are on ClickFunnels that hit those numbers. They all network, they share, they go over ideas and concepts. So Alex and Layla crushed this in 2016, 2017, 2018, I believe, is the main years they were there and running these events and all this stuff. And Alex ends up getting really close with Russell and Layla as well. And here's some other people that adopted ClickFunnels early. You got Grant Cardone, which if you guys don't know, 10X. I mean, I don't know if you've been living under a rock, but I'm sure you'll see it at some point. Tony Robbins, obviously. Dean Graziosi, one of the earliest marketers on the planet currently, or earliest adopters of running early stage marketing back in I want to say early 2000s or late 90s. Dean's been in this space forever. And then you got obviously Ty Lopez here in my garage. Everyone should know what that is. So all these people start adopting ClickFunnels, right? And they start using this. These are people that are coaches that are selling an info product. Is this starting to make sense? So then let's move forward. No, or not. Sorry about that. So let's move forward. So the boom of online educators from 2019 to 2023 just takes off, right? And a big reason for this was honestly just the day and age we live in with social media, but also COVID. If you think about what happened during COVID, people were at home. A lot of people weren't working their jobs because they were getting, checks from the government, or they were getting stipend from their company. All these different things were taking place. So what people started doing is they started investing in online education. In 2019, for the first time, we saw a drop in college attendance ever. That was the first drop that we had seen. And we've continued to see that dip based on the projections people thought that they were going to be at. And so a big piece to that was people started realizing they could learn online. And people were putting out more courses and more coaching during this time period of 2019 to 2023 when people were sitting at home. And it was really effective. It was really smart, specifically in the fitness niche. So the big thing to take away from this is where there's a market, there are gaps that need to be filled. And there's a lot of opportunity. And this is still very new. The age of the creator and the e-learning space and online coaches, it's very, very new. 15 years is not that long. And it's going to continue to grow and adapt. And there's going to be new ways of doing things, so on and so forth, right? But then you look at the creators and coaches that start to sell online education and coaching programs like wildfire during this time period. You get people like Pace Morby. I've taken Pace's coaching. It's phenomenal. He's the best mentor I have ever had in my life. Promise you. And we're going to cover some of his stuff. You've got TJR Trading. You've got Jeremy Miner selling sales stuff. He sells trading stuff. You've got Blake Rocha or Roca. I actually don't know how to say his name. I'm sorry, Blake. You've got Alex Sedlak, right? TikTok shop stuff. Who's operating these education companies? Do you think these guys are operating it? Maybe in the beginning they might be doing some stuff, right? But ultimately, there's someone running the back end of these businesses. Why? Because if they don't, these people can't then make content. Like they can't drive sales for what they do. It's a full-time job making content. So if you guys honestly think that these guys right here are running multiple 6-figure and 7-figure coaching businesses by themselves, you're crazy. So you see where the opportunity comes from. And that's where the name growth operator was coined. You're not a growth operator. You're a marketing agency or an info agency, right? So these are the different names you're going to see. You're going to see growth operator, IPGA, which is info product growth agency. Info agency, brand scaler is one that people throw in, even though that's not really what this is. So you see all these different names. All these equal are a marketing agency. I hate to spoil it, but that's what it is. But why do people not use this name? Because if people say marketing agency, you've heard that before. You're like, oh, those are people that go run ads and do these things for big companies. Like they're a marketing company. Nope. So people came up with these, right? So what we use is info agency because that's what the fuck you are. You sell info. All this stuff that these guys have, it's info. You help them scale it, manage it, grow it, come up with offers. We're going to go over everything that you do as an info agency owner, but that's what you do. So now, 2023 to now, loads of coaches equal loads of opportunity. Now, what kind of started this movement as well with the growth operating is that school came around. And if you guys don't know what school is, again, we're going to cover that. But Alex Hormozi, same guy back here, if you remember. Alex Hormozi's partnered with this guy named Sam Ovens. Sam Ovens is a very, very smart person. When it comes to coaching and coaching programs and this whole info space, he's one of the best to ever do it. Ran a multiple 8-figure coaching business. So the dude's a monster. So why did they build school? They built it because there was gaps in the market. There was things like Discord. There was things like Kajabi. But there was something that was missing. And the thing that was missing from that is that if you go to something like Discord, there's community. It's the best for a community, in my opinion. But it lacks the professionalism in the coaching setting. Whereas you go to something like Kajabi, it has a professional coaching setting, but it has no gamification. It has no community, right? It's lame in that regard. And right now, the shift that we're in is going from just having a coaching program to having a community. Because anyone can learn from ChatGPT. Anyone can go to YouTube. So while selling information is important, you need to have a community attached to it. Otherwise, you're cooked. Like, you're going to be so screwed in this game. So the reason this blew up is because Alex is an amazing marketer, obviously. But people started saying, all right, well, you can just go and partner with a coach and launch a community at low ticket and it will just work. That's not the reality, you guys. That's not a thing. It doesn't exist. And we'll get into some of the other things that people said that are completely false. We're just going to rewire your brain when it comes to this entire space because you need to get very realistic about what's possible and what's not possible. So, to recap, you're running a marketing agency, specifically an info agency, and we'll get into what that means. So let's jump forward to this. Why the fuck does any of this matter? Just get to the point. That's probably what you're thinking right now. You're like, dude, you've been talking for 40 minutes. I know you're dropping some sauce, hopefully. I hope I'm giving you guys some value. But just get to the point. And again, I'm going to tell you guys, the goal with this is to understand the foundations, right? Because if you don't, very similar to math, none of it's going to piece together. You're going to learn a bunch of shit, you're going to memorize things, but you're not going to take any action because you don't actually know what to do. There's a big difference between memorizing stuff and actually fundamentally understanding it. So if I asked you a question like, tell me what it means to be productive. And you're like, oh, productivity is when you just do a lot of stuff. It's like, yeah, but what does that mean? And then you truly break it down. That's the difference between memorizing something and knowing what it is versus fundamentally understanding what it means. Two very different things. So that is the goal of this. So if I'm taking time and you're like, stop yapping, don't watch the video. I'm giving you sauce. Over the next however long this takes, you guys are going to walk out of this with confidence, tools, resources, everything that you need to take off with this. I promise you. I wouldn't be wasting my time recording it if you weren't going to get that result. So bear with me. So let's get started. Let's dive in. So the first thing that we need to understand, right? I kind of just went over this, but we're going to go over it more in depth. First, I'm going to fix my camera because it looks like I'm blurry. Sorry about that, guys. My face was hella blurry. I don't know why. But let's dive into this. So what is an info agency? I just kind of covered this, but I want to go in depth specifically for the info agency and what the point of it is. So an info agency is you are building online education companies, point blank period. You're going to hear all these different wraparounds, different things that people talk about. That's what you do. You build online education companies. Now, in what capacity? That could mean different things. We're going to cover that. but that's ultimately what your goal is. Now, info agency owners partner with people and sell their knowledge, or that sell their knowledge, excuse me, but both, AKA coaches. So when you hear people talking about like, oh, you need to partner with a creator, no, the fuck you don't. You're not partnering with an entertainment creator. They're not selling anything. No one's going to buy it. So just, again, get rid of that mentality. It's not real. You're the back-end engine that makes the info products run. That's your goal. So if you view this as like you have your creator here, right, whoever that might be, and then you have, like, let's say Ty Lopez, right? And then you've got you back here. Ty Lopez creates the content. Ty Lopez does everything on the front end to cultivate an audience. And then you take all that, all those eyeballs, and you basically funnel them into one spot, and you sell the offer. That's your job. You run this entire back engine while he gets the front-facing customers. Super simple. So as an info agency owner, you're solving a massive pain point for your creator or coach. I'm going to use creator throughout the course of this so that you guys know what I'm saying. But ultimately, I want this to be coach. Excuse me. I didn't believe in you guys enough. Now I do. Now that we went through everything in the beginning, I was a little worried about this, but you guys are in a good spot now. So coach, we're going to refer to them as a coach. If there's creator that pops up, just know that's what the fuck it means. So they do one thing very well. These coaches that we're looking at, they cultivate an audience, right? They're really, really, really good at getting eyeballs on their stuff. And what they don't know how to do is they don't know how to sell it. So the same thing if we go back to where we were at, right? We built a large TikTok. I had 400,000 people. But what I didn't know how to do is sell my knowledge. And quite frankly, I didn't have any knowledge other than how to effectively talk. And like maybe some relationship advice, but that was it. And some fitness stuff. So I guess, now I'm thinking about it, I did have a little bit of knowledge, but nothing that I would want to sell to people. But these people that we're going after, these are people that have had success, right? So whether it's e-commerce, whether it's fitness, doesn't matter what it is, these people have had true success and people follow them for that reason. Like these people are looking to learn the thing that they know. They want to extract knowledge out of their freaking brain. So this is where you come in. They do this well. They build massive audience, right? But their pain is that they don't know how to do this other stuff, which is to sell. So your job and your goal as an info agency owner is to get high income skills. So what does that mean? That means things like copywriting, sales, funnel building, offer creation. All these are skill sets that you have to have. And if you don't have them, you're not valuable. Like point blank period. We get paid as an info agency owner, as a business owner, whatever it is that you're doing. You get paid in direct proportion for the value that you add. The more value you add, the more money you're going to make. There's no way around it. It's just the law of the universe, the way that it works. So if you want to make more money, solve bigger problems. Super simple shit. And the way that you do that is you understand this stuff. Now, does this mean that you personally have to do all these things? No, that's stupid. At that point, you're not a business owner, right? You're just running everything day to day. You're buying yourself a job. But you should have a fundamental understanding of how these things work, because if you're going to hire people, you got to know how some of this stuff operates, right? But we'll get into that more. But this isn't basically an opportunity for you guys to understand that, again, if we go back to this, right? If we go back to here and the whole growth operating space, what was being pitched to you guys for growth operating is that you do some market research, you partner with a creator, and then you sell a low ticket online community on school. It doesn't fucking work. It may work for outliers, but that's not a business, right? You're not learning any high income skills by doing that. It's not effective. Whereas if you learn these things, like if you learn one of these skills, if you learn copywriting effectively, you look at people like Cardinal Mason, if you guys don't know who that is, we'll look him up in a bit. That dude crushes. He's doing 6 figures a month, multiple 6 figures a month. So just with copywriting alone, high income skill. Sales, infinite amount of money, right? That's the background that I come from. Funnel building, same thing. Offer creation, super valuable. These are just 4 examples of what you're doing. These are all very, very high income skills. So if you think about this stuff, these are things that people make 7, 8 figures on, each of these individually, and you're going to get good at all of them. Now, again, it doesn't have to be you running everything, but these are the skills you have to have as an info agency owner. The reason you're going to make a lot of money is because you have skills and you add value. So let's just get very clear on that. So this is kind of a framework for you guys, or just like a visual. So you've got your prospect right here, and what are they doing? They're struggling to monetize their audience, right? So they know how to cultivate an audience, they know how to get eyeballs on their stuff, but they don't know how to monetize it. What is their offer? What's their funnel? How do they send emails, right? So this is you. You bridge the gap from them being here, where they're struggling, to successfully monetizing their audience. It's pretty simple, right? Doesn't sound too crazy. So now let's jump forward. Now that we have a fundamental understanding of what it is that you're doing, let's get very clear on you right now, right? Where you're at, who you currently are. Right now, a lot of you guys have uninformed optimism. If you don't know what that means that you see an opportunity and you're like, oh my gosh, the thing that's going to change my life. I'm going to rack up like 10, 15K a month super quick. Like you just have these unrealistic expectations. And you've probably been there a handful of times, as I've been, as Alex been, as people on our team have been. It's human nature. You see something where people are having success and you don't see all the work that they put in to get to where they're at. Like you guys don't see all the work that went into us going from 0 to 40K in 8 months. You just don't. And we're going to cover that so that you can just do it quicker. But the reality is that when you have uninformed optimism, it's because you don't know the reality of what it takes. So what happens is you start learning more and you realize that it does take actual work. And this uninformed optimism goes to informed pessimism, where you're like, oh man, fuck this. I'm not doing this. It's too much. That's bullshit. I don't have to learn that. Like you go through all these different thoughts, right? And that's ultimately what kills people. Like sometimes literally, but not literally, but in the business space. Like if you're that person, you stand no chance. Like just quit right now. But people like that are what make this so easy. Or simple. I'm not mix up my vocabulary. It makes it very simple because people like that will do a little bit of work, expect a lot of a result. When they don't get it, they quit. That's 98, 99% of your competition. That's part of the reason we were able to have success so quick is our messaging was better than other people at some point. So people would respond and be like, I've got a lot of messages about this, but I'm more than happy to take a meeting because you guys seem like you actually put in the effort to understand our business because we sent Loom videos, which I don't recommend that you do. But it worked for us. It's a different time period. So you have to figure out how to differentiate from other people, and we're going to tell you how to do that. So right now, aside from the uninformed optimism, is you guys have no clear path to getting your first client. We're going to roll through that. That'll be very easy. I don't know what emails to send. Doesn't matter. I don't know how to take a sales call. Yes, you do. Be a human. I don't know how to make a funnel. Yes, you do. I promise. You're in them every day. Is this industry too saturated? No. It needs more people. Insert all other limiting beliefs right here. This is where you guys are at, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to take this and we're just going to reprogram all of that shit right now to the new you, right? You're Jordan Belfort now. Congratulations. Not actually, but let's have that mindset, right? Now you have a clear roadmap to your first client in the next 30 days. You have all the frameworks and resources that you need. You're confident in your ability to help clients. You have no more limiting beliefs. There's nothing that's like, oh, what if... No, it's okay. And even if they do come up, you just move past it. You're a human being. It's okay to have limiting beliefs. It doesn't mean anything if you just go do. Just go do. It's okay. You're going to have this shit. I still have limiting beliefs. It happens. But the point is, if they come up, what do? You just keep pushing. So that's what I mean when I say zero limiting beliefs. Decode your brain from the bullshit that the space is selling you. We've already gone over that quite a bit, but we're going to continue to as we dissect every single step of this process. So you guys get a true reality of what it's going to take, because we're not going to lie to you. We're going to tell you guys the reality of this. It's up to you to put in the work. Simple as that. Now, community launch principles. What are the principles of our business that we've found super effective and will serve you guys? I feel like by me telling you this, it's going to serve you guys a lot. So progress over perfection. I kind of just touched on this, but I'm going to go more in depth. Our strength isn't in doing things perfectly, but in getting things done. So one of the biggest obstacles we see with agency owners and just business owners in general is the perfectionism. So the idea that everything has to be perfect, it has to be right in order, it has to be as dialed in as possible before you do anything, right? And some of those thoughts might be like, the website isn't ready, the product isn't perfect, right? The marketing isn't, like, it's okay. It's not reality for things to be perfect. And you see all these people now that are like top in the space and you're like, well, their shit's perfect. It's like, yeah, but it took them 10 years to get there. And they didn't do that by being perfect because they didn't know what that looked like. They did that by screwing up, getting shit wrong, continuing to innovate, and they had a framework and a process to get better at things. So this is the framework for you guys, because perfectionism is a trap. The framework is very simple. You launch something, right? So you go try something, you maybe physically launch something, you learn from your mistakes and the things that you did good, right? You get feedback loops, and then you improve. You improve the stuff that you did wrong, you take the stuff you did right, you continue to innovate on it, and then you repeat it. And the more that you do that, the more perfect you're going to get at things. The more of a fundamental understanding that you're going to have. Again, I keep telling you guys this, it's really important. So believe in the progress, not in perfection. It is something that is going to continue to improve, but if you just keep focusing on the perfection, you're going to stay down here. You're never going to get to here because you're not stacking anything. So fundamentally, understand this framework. Launch, learn, improve, repeat. Very simple shit. So what is your competitive advantage? This is very important for you guys to understand. Your average competition is young. There's nothing wrong with being young. I'll cover this. Inexperienced and lacks professionalism. If you want to stand out, it's super, super simple for you guys, I promise. Add value, act like you've been there before, and be a go-giver. And the other thing I want you to understand is that there's no rules. Like, you're going to hear people say, like, you have to do it this way. No, the fuck you don't. I promise you, I've been around some of the most successful people in the world. I just showed you guys some people. 8-figure, 9-figure. I've met billionaires. I have some of their books right above me. I've met some of these guys because of Manny. They're not perfect people. They're still learning. They still feel like they're shit at a lot of stuff. But they just don't quit. They just keep going. They keep doing things. So when you see someone say like, oh, you have to do it this way. No, you don't. You don't have to take the sales call that way. You don't have to send that certain DM. But there are things that work. So that's what we're going to show you. But you can't be a bot. And I don't mean to sound like what everyone says online, like don't be a bot, don't be an NPC. But like really, you can't be robotic with this stuff. You have to be a human being. And the more that you do that, the more relatable you're going to be. And honestly, the better energy you give off to a potential client, the more likely they're going to want to work with you. Because people work with people that they like. And if you're weird, if you're robotic, if you have like this super, super confined system of how everything's supposed to work, you're going to reject so many people, especially creators, because they get people like that contact them every day. Those people are in their DMs constantly. So if you guys can do these 3 things, you're going to watch your opportunities explode. I promise you. I can tell you from experience because we've done it. With emails, with DMs, with sales calls, like all these different things, we know how to effectively do it. I promise. So going back to if you're young, there's nothing wrong with being young. Like we've got people in our community right now from like the early launch that we did that are 17 and they're killers. Like they're nonstop trying to get better. And so being young is not an issue, but you can't be young and unprofessional at the same time. Your advantage if you're young and you show up and you're professional and you work your ass off and you get results, everyone's going to want to work with you because it's impressive. When you do all this stuff and you have all this knowledge and whatever, and you just start taking action and people are like, how old are you, man? You're like, oh, I'm 17. People are like, oh my God. Like, how did you learn so much? Because I worked my ass off. Like, you have to carry yourself a certain way. And honestly, part of the reason we've been able to attract whale clients, because a lot of people's first clients are not a Brian Johnson or a Capital Club, Luke Belmar, Christian, like these guys that are huge. It's usually a smaller creator that they scale up an offer with, which there's nothing wrong with that. But the reason that we've been able to get these people is because when we have a conversation with them, we have conviction in what we're saying because we're fucking adults. And so all the stuff you see in the space right now, a lot of it, I shouldn't say all of it, there's some really good people, by the way. A lot of it is just geared towards like this super unprofessional, unrealistic way of doing things. So like, just get rid of that. I don't care if you're 15 watching this or you're 40. You have to carry yourself a certain way. So understand what that demeanor looks like. Have conviction when you speak. Look people in the eyes. Add value. And you're going to crush. I promise you, it's so easy to beat your competition right now. And you hear that and you're like, oh, people are just saying that because X, Y, Z. Like, no, it's legit. It's so easy. People don't do work. People don't improve themselves. People don't read the books. People don't listen to the podcasts. People don't reflect on who they are. And this is one more thing I want to tell you guys. Your competitive advantage is being you. Like real shit. If you are just who you are, that's your skill set. It's the same thing in sales. Like you're going to see people that are trying to teach you a sales framework, or not framework, excuse me, like a sales script. And you have to do this. And it's like, if it doesn't fit your personality, it's going to come off weird. So it's better to learn a framework and then fit your personality to it by just being you. So your massive advantage in this is be who you are. Be a genuine, real person because people are going to connect with it. So now that we got this covered, this is so important, you guys. Like, seriously, go watch that back if you need to. It's probably the most important piece of this. A really important question that you guys are going to have, though, is this space oversaturated? To which I would ask you, I mean, first of all, no. But then I would ask you, what does oversaturated mean? What's your fundamental understanding of oversaturated? If what you mean by that is there's not enough opportunity in the market, not even close. It's the exact opposite of what you just said. Again, an example, we went from 0 clients to 4 clients and multiple 6 figures in profit per month in less than 8 months. Now, I know most of you are sitting there thinking like, is that achievable for me? I already told you guys, I don't know. Is it achievable? Of course it is. We did it, so someone else could do it. Will you guys do it? Are you going to do it? I don't know. It's up to you guys. Like, you're going to get out of this what you put into it. It's as simple as that. I would hope that because we had no help, specifically in the space that we're in, we had mentors and other assets and areas, but because we didn't have that and we were just figuring things out as we were going, I would hope one of you's like, man, fuck these dudes. Didn't have anybody and they went from 0 to 40K. I'm going to come in here, I'm going to crush them. That should be your mindset. If you're a competitive ass person, you should know that you're probably smarter than me and Alec. You're probably better at certain things. You probably learn things a lot easier than I do, because I can promise you, I got to read things 15 times, where I had friends that were like, read something one time, ace a test. Like, that's not me. And I think it's been my competitive advantage because I have to do so much more work, but it means I get the fundamental understanding. But you guys should sit here saying like, fuck this dude. I mean, love me because I'm trying to help you guys. But at the same time, you should have that competitive nature of like, I'm going to kill this dude. Like, I'm going to get more clients. I'm going to reach out to the same people he's reaching out to, and I'm going to win because my copy's better. Like, you guys have to carry yourself a certain way. And I feel like for me, that comes from just, being an athlete and having played sports in college. Like, you have a different mindset. And if you carry that over to business, you have to realize this is a sport. You're in a very competitive sport. It's eat or die. So like, you're coming in here trying to take people's business and you're coming in here trying to take people's opportunities. Expect to have some competition. Don't fear it either. Like, walk straight into it. So what is your guys' advantage now that I just went on a complete freaking tirade? What is your advantage? Your cheat code and your advantage is right in front of you guys. You're watching it as we speak. You have the blueprint, so take it and run with it and beat us out. Like, I encourage you to do that. It's going to push me even more, and then I'm going to want to kick your ass. So now that you get that, what is the vehicle of opportunity? So we have an amazing opportunity. We know that. We know there's a huge gap. Tangibly, what does that look like? Right now, e-learning, so online education, is a $380 billion industry. It's a reason Alex Ramosi invested in school, and he's scaling it, right? And I'm not sure if what I just said hit you guys, but $380 billion as we speak right now. So not only is the likelihood of you acquiring your first client because the market's so big very high, but the opportunity for growth is endless. We're never going to stop coaching. There's never going to be a shortage of creators, creators, right? Education-based creators, we could say, and people that are in this space that are growing. Like, it's never going to stop. So by 2028, here's the projection: $2 trillion in this industry. $2 trillion, 380 to $2 trillion. So you can either contribute to that growth and be a part of this in some form or fashion. Doesn't mean you have to do everything, but you can do something. You can do copywriting, you can do sales, you can do funnel, whatever. You can either contribute or you can sit back and be a consumer of it, because it's going to happen regardless. So just keep that in mind. But the opportunity is massive. So when you ask, is this saturated? No, it hasn't even been tapped. Not even close. And here's some other benefits. You don't need very much upfront capital / any capital. Honestly, you could do this with no capital if you truly wanted to. The only thing I'd recommend that you do have to pay for would be like a software like Go High Level, for example. And even that, you could probably skirt around in some way. Next, so you're looking at like, I forget how much Go High Level is. I think it's $80. It's nothing crazy, which is insane for the amount of money that you can make in this business. It's actually astronomical. So if you're the person that saw that, you're like, $80, I quit. You're the pessimist that I was talking about. If you can't scratch up $80 to then make multiple 5 figures per month, you're not built for this, dude. Next, you can run this business remotely. There's not a lot of businesses you can do that with, but you can do this anywhere you want to. I could be in Thailand on a computer and I can make this work. As long as you have an internet connection and even a phone, you could make most of this work. Info agencies are super predictable. Like you know what to expect, right? It's not a crazy complicated business. It's very simple. Very profitable with high margins. I just covered that, but truly there are not very many business models that I can think of where you can make the amount of money that you can make in this business model with the amount of margins that it has. Like it's crazy. And when we first got into this and I compared it to like my old jobs of high ticket sales where you're technically self-employed or anything that I've done, it was nuts, dude. It was nuts. Like if you compare it to like wholesaling and the expenses that even come with that, or really anything, like you could stack this up with almost anything. Your profit margins are crazy. Now, next, you don't need a huge team to scale your operations. You do need a team if you're going to scale. Like you could run up your first offer with a creator and pretty much do everything. And then once you do that, you can hire stuff out and still have very high profit margins. But you really don't need a massive team. As you get more clients and you start doing more things, and the bigger clients you get that are running up, multiple six figures per month, those are people that you're going to need to hire more stuff out, but you're making a lot more money, so it doesn't really matter. And it's going to allow you, again, to be a business owner and not a full-fledged person that's an operator. So keep that in mind. Now, once you understand the formulas that work, scaling is inevitable. Super true. Once you get a case study, as you saw from us or anyone else in the space, it becomes really easy to scale because you have proof of concept for one, word of mouth spreads, and then also like you understand the fundamentals and the basics of how this business works. Then it's really a lot of it's plug and play and then making tweaks. That's really what this business is. And then the last one is it's fun as shit. Like it truly is a fun business. Like imagine that you follow a current coach right now and they have 300,000 followers. You've been following them for a year, let's say, and you're able to go partner with them, become essentially business partners, and you get to fly out and meet them and work with them every single day and meet other people that you're helping. And in the process, you get to make a ton of money. Like there's not many things that are like that. So I'm very grateful for this business. It's changed our life. And I mean, I encourage you to have that same mindset because it truly is fun. Even though it's work, it's still very fun. And I can't think of too many things to compare to this. So congratulations, you guys. You now have more knowledge, I would argue, than some marketers that just don't know anything about info, but really more than 99% of the population about how this business works, which is crazy. Like I just gave you guys probably 60 minutes just for the intro, and you know more than damn near everybody that's trying to do this. So that's huge. So now that we understand this, it's time to jump into the first module, which is client acquisitions. Now this is a fun one because I think a lot of people overcomplicate this, and it's really simple. Like it's not a hard thing to do whatsoever. So here's the thing that we're going to cover is how to find clients. So what type of people should you reach out to and why? So as we already covered, education-based creators. So if you hear the word creators, just know that they're education-based. We're not going after any entertainers. Why? Because entertainers do that. They entertain. They're not selling an info product. They're not coaching people. If they do, it's not going to be effective. I'm just telling you right now. We've tried it. We've looked at people that have tried it. It's not going to get you the results that you think it is. I don't care if it's LeBron James. They're not selling the same way that someone like King Keto would, where he's selling coaches on how to be fitness coaches, right? How to get more clients for their fitness coaching business. He can charge for $5K for that. He can have another offer he can downsell to, and he can run up multiple six figures per month. Why? Because the market's there, right? Whereas if LeBron James tries to sell an info product, because LeBron James is so big, it might do well in the beginning, but I'll give you an example of this, of why it doesn't work. As we speak, let's go to Jason Derulo. Jason Derulo launched a community on School. See if it's still even here. Yeah, there you go. So he launched, wow, this is doing so bad. I feel bad for whoever's running this. It sucks. So Jason Derulo, how many followers does Jason Derulo have? Let's see. IG. He's got 36 million. Oh my gosh. Okay, so you look at this, you're like, all right, Jason Derulo's got 36 million followers. He could sell anything. You can even see on here, fitness, travel, blah, blah, all these different things, right? And then obviously music is what people know him for. And dancing, I think. I don't really know. So you see this, you're like, all right, he's got 36 million followers. This dude could sell anything. Right now, we can go look. He launched this, I think, 4 months ago, 5 months ago. He's currently making, what is that, 241? He's making $2,100 per month, dude. That's crazy. Whoever his growth operator is, isn't making shit. That's crazy. So this is my point. He's an entertainer. And he's an artist. You'd think that he could sell something. That's not how people view him. He's an entertainer. People don't go to him to get education the same way people don't go to LeBron to get basketball education, right? Who do they go to? They go to coaches. They go to people that are in that space that coach. So like Lethal Shooter. There you go. People go to him. They watch his YouTube. He probably has info products as well. There's a million different NBA coaches that people go to. Why? Because the consistency and the majority of their followers that follow them follow for the education portion. So you have to know your ideal audience. So let's go back to this. No LeBron Jameses, no entertainers. We're going for coaches specifically that have a following. The density of their following follows them for the thing that they teach. So in King Keto's case, let's go to his Instagram really quick. In King Keto's case, I help trainers grow their online fitness business. We can see immediately what he does. Mentor of 15,000 students. Amazing. Motivational speaker. DM me the word freedom to get started. This is his funnel. This is an intro to his funnel. If you DM him freedom, there's going to be a mini chat bot. We'll cover all this later. And that mini chat bot is going to respond to you and it's going to get you into the funnel. It's probably going to get you to go to his high ticket thing. And then if you don't have a fit for that, it will downsell into something else. But he's got all this stuff. Student success, right? Right here. This will load. Maybe. We'll come back to it. Anyway, student success. He's got all these different things on his Instagram so that you can see who he is, what he does. You can see he coaches people, his personal transformation, right? Like this is a really, really good fit for an info product. And he already has it. We can see that. So Brandon, amazing. Educator. LeBron James, no. Beast of a basketball player, not a coach. In the online space anyways, right? So most ideal clients that we're going for education creators or coaches that already have an existing offer or program. Now, that is not required, but it can be very helpful. Why? Because those creators have some type of existing business or offer or idea of what their audience wants, and they also have some existing experience in the info space. So that's going to save you some time on having to sell them on the fact that like an online education business is a good idea. Because you're going to run into that. If someone's never run an offer before, then you're going to have to convince them that's a good idea. Even if they know it's a good idea, they have to overcome the mental roadblocks of like, well, can I sell? And will people pay this amount? All these different things. And you become like almost a therapist. It's really frustrating sometimes. So that's why going to a creator that has already had an offer or knows that they could sell something or has sold something in the past, even if it was a one-time thing, it can save you a lot of time. So when we're looking for our outreach, we're going to reverse engineer this to save you that time, and I'll explain that. So what do we want? We want clients that possess knowledge that the marketplace is starving for. What is the marketplace overwhelmingly starving for? Health, wealth, and relationships. Those are the three things that will never go away. And there's a lot of stuff that falls into those three categories. So if we look at health, fitness coaches, nutrition, right? Anything that falls in the health category, yoga, triathlon training, right? Ironman, all this different stuff. Wealth, trading, investment, e-commerce, anything that's a wealth building or wealth preserving, anything in the wealth space. Relationships would be like dating creators, parenting creators, relationship creators, all this different stuff. So now that you know these three markets, when you're looking for people, you have to identify, do they fit this market? And there might be a couple things that work outside of this, but these are the three main things that almost everything is going to fall into that's effective. Because people need to get better at these things. Think of wealth. People want to preserve it. They want to multiply it. They want to keep it, right? If you think of relationships, people want to improve them. They want to keep them. They want to be better at what they're currently doing that they suck at. Health. People want to get healthier. People want to lose weight. People want to put on lean mass. People want to get better at their marathons, like whatever it might be. These are all things that people are trying to improve, and they can get a tangible ROI from, whether it's money, or they can see it in their body, or their relationships get better. That's why these things work. So please, please, please keep this in mind because it's super important. Now, there are a couple levels of creators, right? So I mean, don't overcomplicate this, but you have small creators all the way to whale creators, right? So understand where your prospect's at. If your prospect is small, let's say they have 5 to 10K, which to be honest is a really good first client in my opinion. If they have a very, very, very niche audience, those people can crush. Especially if they just grew that audience and it's like fresh, those people can do really well. But you got small, medium, large, and then you got whale creators, which is like 500K plus. And then you got different platforms. So what platform are they on? We'll cover that stuff too. But just know this really doesn't matter. Like you can have a creator. The thing that broke my pattern on this is actually Alex Hormozy and a couple other people that I know personally. But Alex shared an example of a girl that had, I think, 5,000 followers on Instagram, and she was doing like four to 5 million per year with her coaching program because those 5,000 followers followed her for the very specific thing that she solved. Which again, if we go back to what I told you guys, if you want to make more money, solve bigger problems, she solved a massive bottleneck in people's business that were at like they were trying to go from like 300K a year to a million a year, and she had the exact solution for that very business owner. And she was able to charge a massive ticket price for that because she was making them hundreds of thousands of dollars. So she can justify her price. It's a really good offer. So the thing that broke my pattern with this was like, she's small, but she's running up multiple 7 figures per year with her coaching program. So it doesn't really matter how many followers they have. It matters that the people that follow them are engaged, and it matters that they're following them not for entertainment purposes entirely, but they're following them to learn what that person teaches. So whether it's Airbnb, e-commerce, fitness, doesn't really matter what it is, but that's why those people follow them. So don't get caught up in this. And like looking at our examples is an example. I don't even know what I'm saying. But don't get caught up in like ours, for example, is what I was trying to say. Because like we've only worked with whale creators for the most part. We've worked with some smaller creators now. But that's just been kind of our demographic and the people that we've networked with. But we're actually trying to tap more into like medium, small to large creators because they're super effective and they're hungry. That's the other thing too. When you get people at this level, yeah, they can make a shit ton of money, but they already do, a lot of them. Whereas people down here, like they're hungry to grow. And so they're going to do a lot of work and they're going to do what you tell them to do because a lot of them have never run up an offer. They don't have another product. They're relying on something that they don't like to make money. So those people will crush. So just understand, not super important, but just wanted to give you guys an idea that there are different levels. Now that we understand who we're reaching out to and why, let's go over how to find these people. So there's a few ways to do this. And again, I don't want you to overcomplicate this because it's very simple. You've got things like Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, X, free communities, paid communities. These are all ways where you can find people that you can reach out to. So obviously social platforms, I don't really need to explain that. You guys understand. Free communities, you can go to free communities on School, Telegram, Discord, Facebook, etc. And you can look at people that maybe if they don't have an offer, they could because it's a very valuable free Discord or free group. You can also look at people that are maybe trying, but they're not very effective with their offer. You could send a loom to those people. Again, I don't 100% recommend sending looms, but it does work for some people. You could basically send them a loom or get on a call and break down their current process and tell them how they can improve it. Because your goal is to make coaches more money. That's why they're going to like you. And then you can also go to paid communities. Like if you're in a paid community or you know someone that's in a paid community and they're like, hey, I think you could probably help these people out. It's the same thing. You can dissect it the same way you would here and get in contact with those people and talk about it, right? If you can truly do that and you can pinpoint where there's gaps in their offer or whatever it is, their entire process, they'll work with you. I promise you. There's like zero doubt in my mind. So just know that. Those are people that you could contact. On top of just the social stuff. So next is SEO research and reverse engineering. This is some freaking sauce. So when we started, the way that we found clients was just like going through Instagram, which works really well, but we didn't have a process laid out to do it. So I'm about to drop some freaking sauce for you guys, and this took me months to figure out. So you can do this reverse engineering on really any platform, but let's use TikTok as an example. So let's go to TikTok, and let's say you're like, man, I want to find 150 people for a list, which is what I recommend you do. I would find like 100, 200, 300 people that are like your ideal client list and put them all on that list, get their contact information, and you're just going to hit that hard until you get a client. But let's say you're trying to find someone in, just as a coach, So let's go to TikTok. And let's type in, let's go back to here really quick. So I put prompts in here for you guys so that you don't even have to think about this. You can do more, like there's a million different prompts you could do, but here's an effective one. How to make 10K per month. Now, why are we doing this? We're doing this because if you go in here and you search this, you're going to find all these people that are currently coaching, right? All these people that have offers, all these people that run a business, all these people that have funnels and email, like all these different things. Like a lot of you have probably seen the people I'm passing. You've got Cardinal Mason here. I already mentioned him like 20 minutes ago. You've got Kevin Packman. I'm sure a lot of you have seen him, right? So you can scroll through here and figure out, is this person a good person to reach out to? So let's go back to Cardinal, for example. So if we go to Cardinal, which I actually don't know if that's his real name. I'm assuming it's Mason, but I could be wrong. So let's go to Cardinal. So what are we looking for? We're looking for consistent content. We're looking for something like this that's very clear on what they post about and who they're helping. And then we want to see that they've been active. If they meet that criteria, we want to get their contact info. So if they have it listed on TikTok, awesome. If they don't, you're going to go to the place where they might, which would be like an Instagram, for example. Or you can Google it. But let's see what he has in his link. I'm curious. Okay, so this is directly to his webinar. This is a very good funnel. I actually know who runs his stuff. He does great work. So that's an example, right? So what you want to do is you just want to go through and find all those people that are fit. No, I don't want fucking Mason, dude. Okay. So you'll scroll through and find all these people that are good fit. And then what you're going to do is if they're a good fit, you're going to go over to Google Sheets and you are going to create your new list. So anyone that's a fit, let's say you want to get 300 people, you're going to put them all in here. And then you're going to actually tag their Instagram. You're going to put their email in here, and then you're going to track this. So I already put the tracking in for you guys too. We'll share this with you. So you're going to go DM stage. You've got all these different DM stages. And then same thing for email stage. So you can actually track this stuff. Because if you're just blindly shooting darts, you're not going to hit anything. You need to actually take track of this. And the other thing that you get from this is you get KPIs. So you can realize like, all right, it took me X amount of follow-ups to get a response. Cool. Now I know that works. It just takes this amount of time. Or it took me 20 messages to get my first response. Okay, if I want to get 4 responses, I got to send 100 different messages. So you can start to track this and figure out what works and what doesn't work. That's sauce. Like I'm telling you guys right now, that is the most effective way other than like referrals. And if you just come across someone you find is a really good fit as you're scrolling on social media, that is an amazing way to do this. And you can do the same thing on Instagram. So Instagram, what you're going to do is actually a little different. So you could type in like #coach, for example. And then it's kind of different on the computer. So I don't know if this is going to work, but on your phone, it's a different layout. But you go to coach. No, let's go to, let's do #fitness coach. Then you scroll through this and you're going to find the people that have a coaching program. So someone like this dude, right? You click on this, Coach Blue. Cool, you can see what he does. So you go through this and you can find people that are a good fit that either have a course, could have a course, etc., right? And then apparently you just get a bunch of nude people as well. I prefer TikTok for this model, to be honest, but there are good people you can find on Instagram. The other thing that you can do on Instagram that's super effective, this is something that I've used for a while actually, and this is great. Like this is the sauce for Instagram. And again, this is going to be a different format on my computer. But if you go to, like, let's go to TNF. If you're trying to find someone in a certain space, so let's say it's fitness, go to the fitness creator that you know of. And then what you're going to do is click on this button right here. Or if you follow them, this will pop up. What this is going to do is going to show you all the people that are in their niche that are similar to this person. So now just instead of finding one potential client, you found like 50. The other thing you can do is you can go to their following list because there's probably a good likelihood that they follow people that are in the same space that do the same stuff, right? So those two are super, super, super effective. Highly recommend you do that. So that's Instagram. YouTube, very similar. So what you're going to do with YouTube is I would go to YouTube, and then I would type in something like, oh, that's funny. This is actually the dude that runs Cardinal Mason stuff. That's hilarious. I would type in something like how to start e-commerce. Right, this is just an example. You can use the prompts that I had in there. Boom, you already, right here, I've got 4 people, probably about 15 people now that I could reach out to. Right? Shout out Jordan. So this is a super effective way to figure out people that are in your space. And you can do this with anything. So if you're trying to find fitness coaches or fitness whatever, fitness how-tos, I would type this in here. And the other reason why YouTube is super, super, super effective is because anyone that's getting views with long form content is someone that can get sales. So even if they don't have like a highly engaged Instagram or X or whatever, like we want to make sure they still have a following, obviously. But if you can find someone that does well with long form content, they have a lot of trust with their audience because those people have been nurtured, especially if they're doing how-to videos about a specific topic like e-commerce, that person will crush. They'll crush. I'm telling you right now. This took us so long to figure out, but that's the formula. So if someone has long form content, that could be podcast, that could be YouTube, they have a very close relationship with their audience, and those people are craving, especially again, if they're in a specific niche teaching something, they're craving a product. So that is a very good demographic of people to work with. So I'm sure by now you guys are picking this up, right? So I'm not going to continue to go through this because we've got a lot we got to cover, but that is how you reverse engineer the process of finding a good creator. And there's more stuff we'll cover in the future, but this is the most effective way to do that. So add the creators to the Google Sheet. We're going to link that for you guys so you can just copy our sheet and you can actually track those things properly. And then once we understand that, now we have to get very clear on what we're offering, right? We covered a lot of this already, so I'm going to skim over this. But you're not, you're going to hear a lot of people, I've even said it just for the sake of you guys understanding like an offer, but you're going to hear a lot of people say run up an offer or scaling a coaching program or launch a community, right? These are all things people are going to say in this space. Now, again, I'm going to ask you guys fundamentally, what does that even mean? Because if you're saying, oh, I want to go run up an offer, I mean, that sounds cool, but you have to realize that if you're working with a creator that already has had an offer or has an effective offer but has gaps, you might not have to do everything. You might not have to run up their entire offer or make it from scratch, but there are certain things that you can do, right? And we'll cover that in a second. But here's what you are offering. You're not offering this, right? When you break down any offer, it's what value are you adding to the person that's buying your product. And that's not like all these different things you have to write out and script and the step-by-steps. It's truly what are they getting if they use your product. So if someone uses you guys as an info agency or someone uses us, the creator is getting their time back. Again, education creator, let's be very clear. The creator is getting their time back or the coach is getting their time back. A solution to their current financial pain. So the gaps that they have, for some people that's going to be more, some people it's going to be less, but they have it or they wouldn't be talking to you. Accelerated growth and knowledge for your client. You're taking all the value, the knowledge, the experience you have, and you're plugging it into their business. It's very valuable. A transformation for their audience. Right now, their audience is like, dude, I want to get results, and your product sucks. So if you can go in there, you can make the product better. If you can make sure people do get results, because that's the point of a coaching program, is to get people from point A to point fucking B, then you're going to be effective. Years of future business opportunity is another really big one that a lot of people overlook. Like a lot of people don't look at this business for what it is. They look at it for like a 2-month, 3-month thing. If you're able to effectively make a coach, let's say they're at 100K and you can get them to 300K and you can make 20, 30, 40K in the process or whatever number it is that you make, you're going to be with them for a long time. You've proven your worth, especially if you get them results quick, which we'll talk about. It's a very effective way to do this. But you ultimately are going to be a huge asset to that person, right? You came in, you added a ton of value, you made them 6 figures extra per month, profit, you're valuable. Like, that's why people are going to care about you in this business. Like, yes, you'll make friends and you'll meet people and you'll network, whatever. But in the beginning, they just want to know that you can make them money and you can make their business better. If you can't, you don't mean anything. You bring no value to the table. Why would anyone care about you? And again, don't be a victim. I know that hurts, but it's just the truth. That's why people are hiring you. So what are the skill sets, right? We talked about this, running up an offer, scaling coaching program, and I told you, you don't have to do everything. Like a lot of you guys get stuck in this mindset when you're looking at growth operating, info agencies, whatever, of like, I have to do everything. It's like, no, you really don't, dude. Like it's nice when you can. It's also a lot of work on the front end, which is fine because it's worth it. But for you to sit there and be like, oh, I'm not going to work with someone unless I can do everything and like run up their offer and, you know, launch it from scratch. A lot of people have already launched something, especially in the day and age that we're in, and that's okay. But the likelihood of you finding somebody that doesn't already have something that they offer is pretty slim, unless you're going after that small creator group that we talked about earlier. And even they've probably they have lead magnets, right? They have stuff they give out for free to try and attract someone to pay for a higher ticket thing. Like they're not doing anything. So your goal is basically just to figure out, Mr. or Mrs. Coach, like where do they have gaps, right? And you do the things that they have gaps in, and you can excel their process of being a better coach. So maybe that means you run webinars and you have a sales team and you help them run up whatever, right? Specifically sales is what you'd be doing in that case. Or maybe they need help structuring their offer and doing market research and copywriting. You need to figure out where you can plug and play. I told you guys, this isn't a process of like a perfect blueprint. You just have to figure out what you can do to add value. So anyone that's selling you this pipe dream of like, you're just going to find a creator and you're going to do everything and you're going to make hundreds of thousands of dollars per month. No, that's probably not going to be your situation. So just remember, there's no rules. Like it's okay to do a few of these things and not be able to do everything. The ideal situation is you do everything. It's great. But even if you do 3 of these things and you do a very good job, you can make a fat amount of money per month. And we'll cover that in the next section of like what realistic you should expect to make. But let's go back to the value proposition, right? You got your prospect that's struggling. You've got you that bridges the gap, and then their successful offer or whatever it is that they're trying to tweak and make better. So current situation, that coach that you're working with, the creator, they're afraid to monetize their audience alone, or they simply just don't have the knowledge and tools to do so. They don't have the business knowledge to craft offers, set up funnels, structure the copy for their emails and their campaigns, etc. They don't know how to launch, manage, and scale a team. That's for certain. So their desired situation is the stuff they can't do. This is stuff they want to do. They have a consistent way to make money with their own coaching, right? That's the thing that they own. This is kind of similar, but they have security in knowing that they own or they have ownership over their business. They're not relying on some other company to pay them because they're promoting a product or whatever it is that that person's currently doing. They don't have to rely on that anymore. They have their own coaching business that's sustainable, that's growing because you're in the back doing all the work, and it's something that gives them a lot of security. It would give me security too if I was in their shoes. They have their time back, right? This is a huge piece of this. This is a massive, massive value proposition, is they can focus on making content and growing their audience while you operate the business. That is what you're going to be doing. And you're going to be really fucking good at it. So it's going to allow them to be like, man, I can just go do what got me here in the first place, which was just cultivating eyeballs. And I know how to do that. No one has to coach me on it. No one has to teach me. It's not uncomfortable. I'm good. I'm effective. I can do that. The same way you're effective at the info agency stuff, they're effective at being a creator and a coach, right? So let them do it. So our offer, very simply, we do 95% of the work and you get majority of the profit. That's shout out to Alex Formosi. He's actually the one that came up with that. So all our client needs to do is continue to do what they do best, make content and coach. We do everything else in the back end that keeps keep the systems operating, and is going to lead the business to more cash flow, more money, and more sustainability, right? Very simply put. So let's move on to DMs and Instagram. So you need to set up your Instagram properly if you're going to be sending DMs. That's the first thing. So don't look, again, I'm going to use the word bot. Don't look robotic. Don't look like someone that doesn't know how to use social media, and don't look like you're a fake account. So have some posts. If you don't have posts, build up the post, at least a couple, and then start sending DMs. You can post 2 in a day. It's okay. You could post back to back for 3 days. It's okay. Nobody truly cares. We're all going to die. It's all good. So once you have some posts, make sure you have a very clear profile picture, right? People can see who you are. You're not in a complete black background. Like, let people know who you are. You're going to be talking to them. They want to see your face. You want to be relatable. Next thing is you want to, I'm just actually going to scroll down so you guys can see all this. Clear profile picture, clear bio that states what you do. Feel free to just copy mine if you want. You don't have to put this part. But Help content creators, coaches monetize their audience. Creators and coaches click here, right? It's super simple. It doesn't have to be that. It could be something else like we help coaches scale to 50K plus, supposed to be 50K, excuse me. 50,000 plus per month in less than 90 days. Very specific on what you do. So just figure out what you want to have in your bio. There's a million different things you can have for the info agency space. This is just super simple. We'll probably tweak this and change it and see what works the best, but that's what we have for now. So just make sure you have something clear as to who you're serving, who you help, so on and so forth. Other things you can add, like I said, make sure you have content. You can have story highlights. I have story highlights so people can see who I am. They can familiarize themselves with me, my background. And I need to do better about this, honestly. I need to add more of like what my actual story is to getting to where we got to. But I haven't fully optimized our socials yet, so we're going to work on that. But yeah, you guys get the point on that. And then verification, you don't have to be verified. I'm not verified. I don't think that truly matters. It can definitely give you a leg up because when people see a blue check mark psychologically, they're like, oh, sick. Even for a big creator, when they see that check mark, it gives you some validity. Don't rely on that. Like, just have good copy. You'll be chilling, but you can pay for it if you want to. I think it's like $8 or $9 a month. I actually don't know. Now, sending DMs. So when we're sending DMs, and by the way, X is a very effective platform to send DMs to. A little bit different process, so we'll cover that later down the line. But it is something that you can do, and we've actually had 3 meetings set this week just from X. And it's a little bit different creator, but there's still some good ones on there. Nonetheless, focus on DMs through Instagram. So what you're going to do is you're going to send the DM, and then if they don't respond or see it, you're going to unsend and resend. You're not going to send follow-up stuff because it's just going to get buried, and you have to have an effective first message that they can see. If you're like, hey, just following up, they're not going to read that, right? Because they can see the headline in the DM. That's why there's no spaces in this. So the DM outreach script, the more detailed and specific you can be, the better. So if that person can tell that you watch their content, you know who they are, and like you're highlighting their brand, their product, whatever it is that they're selling and they're doing, and you can say, hey, I'm familiar with who you are, and like I've followed you for a while, I know your background, it builds more trust with you, right? You're not going to look like a dork. Like, you're not going to look like you're just reaching out to every single person you see. The more personalized, the better. It's going to be more attractive for them to read it and know that you're a legit human being. And then they're going to click on your profile and be like, okay, I can see what they do. They've got content as well, so they're a real person. Cool, right? Check these things off as you go. Here's an example of a really bad DM. This is one that was just sent to me on this month. And there was more, but this is a good example. So he said, is it possible for me to write captions for you in the future reels? What value are you adding to me? You've given me nothing. He said, you have great reels, but your captions are not on the same level as them. You want to fix that? Attract more people to watch. And then he sends me eyeballs as a follow-up. This is fucking horrible. Don't ever send something, and I'm not trying to like scold the person that sent me this. I'm sorry if you're watching this. I truly am, but I need to be brash because it's awful. No one's ever going to respond to something like this. You added no value to me. You didn't really tell me what you were going to do, right? You said you have great reels, but okay, what are you going to do? You're going to write captions for my reels? What is that going to do for me? I can write captions in an app, right? I don't know. It's not super, super effective in my opinion. It's not captivating. And he's also asking me, if he can do something rather than saying, hey, I noticed this. I saw you were doing this. I think if you did this, this, and this, it'd be super effective. Or here's this person, and this person. Here's the results that they got. I think you can get the same results. That's something where people tangibly are like, all right, they have social proof. They clearly can do it. He didn't send me anything of value. He didn't send me a link. He didn't send me a Loom video. He didn't send me anything that I could look at and be like, all right, this dude's legit. And if you go and click on his content, he doesn't show what he does. So this is a really bad example. Really, really, really bad. So let's go to some good examples. And these work. We've got responses. We've got meetings set from these. So I can tell you from experience, you'll get responses. Example 1. You guys have multiple examples in here. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Example 1, 2, 3. I'm not going to go through all these because you guys can read, but let's give you example 1. Hey, saw you running an educational biz and thought I'd drop a message. I don't want to pitch you without your permission. I just made a free personalized video on how blank, blank, and blank all scale their education business to blank this month. Mind if I send it over? And only if you find value in it, we talk, ? Worst case scenario, you just use the info, LOL. Just take everything that I have. And then you're going to send a screenshot of 3 people that did the exact same thing that you're talking about. Why? Because it shows that people are actively doing the thing that you're trying to help them with. Super simple. Now, the way that you do this is you're going to go to school. If I can spell. You're going to go over to school and you're going to go to, where's it at? School games. And then you're going to go to the leaderboards. And then you're going to go to the past month. So in this case, I'll go to September. I'm going to screenshot. I already did this for you guys because I just put this in. Because I want to make sure it was fresh so you guys can see the example. So you'd screenshot 1, 2, 3, right? These top 3 people. All these guys made over 100K in new MRR. That's crazy. Shout out to these dudes. But you want to add that screenshot in there and say, all these people did that this month, right? And it gives you social proof. It doesn't mean that you did it. You're not saying that. You're just saying these 3 people did it, right? So it shows these people it's possible. They might know these people. They can research these people, see that they're legit, see that they're coaches, see that they could do the same thing. Cool. So that's example 1. Now I'm going to read example 2, actually, because I just want to run through these. I realized. So example 2. Notice there's no space here. Don't put a space, because if you just put hey with an exclamation point, that's all they're going to see. And people get that all day. If you think of the creators you're reaching out to, these people are getting hundreds, some of them thousands of DMs every single day. So if your shit just says, hey, they're not opening that. But if they can say, hey, saw you were running blank, it's a little bit more intriguing, right? So we want them to capture that first line so that it's entertaining. And, you know, here and there, they might open something that says, hey, but that's only a creator that's like dedicated to actually looking at every single DM. There's not too many people that are going to be like that. So let's go to example 2 really quick. Hey, before you jump, because you probably get, okay, the point of this message is so you guys know, and this works, we've gotten a lot of responses from this, is that you're just confronting the awkward elephant in the room. So like, this has worked really well for me in the past when I was in high ticket sales, but this is something that I really like doing, is just call out what's going on, like call out the situation, right? So, hey, before you jump, because you probably get a million messages a day, yes, I'm a real person, and just so you know, I'm not wasting your time. Here are 3 people this last month that did exactly what I'm about to tell you about. Screenshot, same screenshot. My name is blank, and I own a company that partners with creators and coaches to start info products that they own. Based on your following, it looks like you could generate anywhere from blank to blank per month in recurring income. You get the majority of the profits. We do 95% of the work. Is this worth having a conversation about? This is fucking sauce, you guys. This is so good. I wish you guys understood how good this is. And you'll realize as you start sending these, like, this will get responses. If you're consistent in sending your DMs and you're reaching out to people that actually have the possibility of seeing it, they'll respond to that. And you're straight up asking them, like, is this worth a conversation? They can tell you no. If someone responds to this, you know that they need help. That's another thing too. Like, you're putting the ball in their court. You're not sitting there desperately saying like, would love to hop on a call. Let's make it happen. Blah, blah, blah. No. We're not desperate. We're never coming from a place of desperation. You can read the third example here too. Same thing at the bottom though. Our team has some phenomenal ideas for you to increase your monthly income. Would you like to discuss them? Super simple stuff. Like, don't overcomplicate this. But here you go. You guys now have your recipe to doing DMs. And now you know how to find these people as well. That is some gas, let me tell you. Now let's go to emails. A lot of people overlook emails. And part of me understands why. But the thing you have to understand is that with emails, and it works, we actually got Brian through email. It works because, especially if you're working with an education creator that has an agent, that agent's going to open every single email. So again, some sauce. But if you see that they have an agent, you can have the subject line be brand deal, and then that agent will open every single email that you send. Now, not everyone's going to have an agent, so don't rely on that. But we have an entire sequence here for you guys that, again, is very effective, gets very good open rates and response rates, and we get meetings booked from consistently. So the reason that we do emails is, number one, the people that have an agent or they work with an agency, because they review every single email. But the other thing too is that if you're going after a more mature audience, or coach, I should say, then a lot of them, not that they don't use DMs, but a lot of them look at their emails consistently, and they're just in their email. So it's another touch point, right? So what I recommend doing is that, again, if we go back to the Google Sheet, what I recommend doing is that you do both. So you do DM and you do email, right? So I have Instagram here, I got DM here, and then you get this stage of wherever they're in. So DM sent, email sent, follow up, blah, 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 right? I would do both because if you don't, you're missing out on the opportunity to get in touch because there's people we've sent DMs to and email, and they see an email and they never respond to a DM, or they see a DM and they never respond to an email. And I'm going to be real with you guys. This is where most people never get past. Like people hate outreach so much because it sucks. But if you're able to push through that, it's honestly what's going to separate you because so many people, again, like they quit. If they make it past the optimistic stage, right? What they do is they get to outreach because you're not going to have incoming clients unless you're running ads or you're posting a bunch of content, which is going to be difficult for you to do because you have no social proof and you've never had a client before. Then you have to do outreach, right? That's how you're going to get your first client. And a lot of people just don't do what it takes. They don't do it long enough to get that first client. So they just quit. So again, a huge advantage for you. Like, you should be grateful that it's tough because this is what separates people from actually making it and just never even getting their first client. And we're giving you guys, I mean, this is like a year's worth of value that we had to figure out. We've tested, we've looked at the KPIs, we've tracked. You guys just get it for free. Like, just speed up the process. This works. You just have to send enough of them. And you have to send it to the right people that are going to get eyeballs on it. So that's, again, going back, that's why we send emails. But just be grateful. Like, be grateful that outreach is even a thing because this is the first major barrier that people have to get over. After you get over this and you get your first client, you're chilling, dude. Like, it's going to be so much easier for you to scale, get more people. Even outreach becomes easier because, like, for us, we're able to put in case studies right here on top of a screenshot if we wanted to. It gives us a lot of validity and social proof. So immediately that does a lot of the sales for us. It's like, all right, well, these dudes are already valid, right? We can see that they've worked with Brian Johnson, they've worked with Luke Belmar, Christian Guzman, and anyone else that we put in there. So yeah, it just gets easier and easier is my point. So don't get hung up on this part. You just have to send enough of them. And it's really not that many. If you send 100 DMs and 100 emails, you're going to get responses, I can guarantee you, because the copy's good. Now, we understand that. Let's go into the emails. So the way that the emails work is it's actually a sequence. So you've got day 1, day 3, day 5, day 7, and then email 1, email 2, email 3, email 4. So first email is the initial email, obviously, and then the rest of it's follow-up. So money-making subject lines. I put that in there because these will get responses, which means that you're going to start making some bread. So subject line 1, first name times their business name. Your business name. So first name of the person you're reaching out to times your business name, whatever that might be. Come up with one. If you don't have an LLC to start with, that's totally okay. Just come up with whatever you want your business name to be. Make it sound professional, legit, and try and have it on brand as well. Next one is thoughts, and then their first name, question mark. Next one, hi, first name. Why do these work? These work because these people get so many emails and it's always the same thing. Like someone asking for something or something super outlandish, just trying to get attention. So if you just do something super simple, psychologically, like, I can't explain it entirely. This has worked for me too. But when you see this, it's like, oh, no one's trying to scam me. Or, oh, they don't want anything from me. So you click on it. It's super simple. And these have been tested time and time again. This email right here is one of the most effective emails on the planet. It has, I think, one of the highest open rates ever for cold outreach. So these work super well. And we've tried more complicated stuff. And it's not that it doesn't work. It's just you want to go for the highest open rate, and those ones work the best. So example for email 1. So I give you guys 2 examples here. So you got email 1. This is also email 1. I just give you 2 examples of stuff that you can try. And you can also mix these up. So let's say you send a full sequence. So you send 4 emails, and they didn't respond, and you use this copy. Then you could do a new loop with fresh copy. So I do an entirely new thread, and I'd use this copy because maybe this one gets a response. Same follow-up messages, just new first message, if that makes sense. And these messages are very similar to the DMs. So I'm not going to cover these because it's the same thing. But the follow-up emails are a little different. So you've got email 2, again, day 3, email 3, day 5, email 4, day 7. And you can read how the follow-up process works for these. So now you guys in this section understand how to send DMs. You guys know how to send emails So you guys know how to get a client. So there's no excuses at this point. Now, how to price your services. This is something that is very much misrepresented in the growth operating space. So I'm going to be super transparent with you guys, and I'm not saying it to be someone that's like a Debbie Downer, because the opportunity is still absolutely insane. So the fact that you have to say that's crazy, but you're going to hear from people. I'll just get into it and I'll talk about it. So how much should you charge your creators? Depends on certain key factors, which we'll cover below. So what's your goal? You want to create a no-brainer offer that the prospect would feel crazy saying no to. Sounds super simple, but a lot of people just overlook that portion. So this is what we leverage. You require no upfront capital from the creator. You can invest up to 40 plus hours of upfront work prior to launch or relaunch. That's worth 10K because of the knowledge you have, the experience you have, etc. Even if you don't have the knowledge, you don't have the experience, you know more than 99% of people, remember? So leverage it. Not only are you launching for free and you're requesting nothing from them on the front end, you're also getting, they're getting 10K in value from the work you're going to put in on the front end. Now, why is that important? Because we need to show these people that we have a vested interest in them doing well, and I'll cover that down below. But we're here to find a solution to their problem, right? I talked about this a little bit earlier, but it's different for each client. So when you hop on a call, like your goal isn't to just pitch the same person or pitch the same thing to every single person. It's to truly ask them questions about what's going on in their business. Because for some people, their issue might be completely different than another. Just because they're a coach doesn't mean they have the same exact issue. Now, the list of issues are the same, but it doesn't mean that their exact thing is the same as every other person that you're talking to. So it's our job on those calls to pinpoint it and then offer a solution to that problem. And that's really where your value is. Again, like, these people don't give a shit about you. They care that you can make them money. And if you can make them money, you'll be friends. And then you'll build a better relationship. But it takes time to do that. So keep this in mind. This comes from me having taken thousands of phone calls, both working as a in high ticket sales and doing wholesale real estate, doing what we do now, working sales and other jobs. So I'm telling you this from a lot of experience. Like, I don't know very many people that have taken over 4,500 or 5,000, maybe close to, calls in sales. So I'm telling you this from a sales perspective, and also someone that's been a creator. You don't know the person that you're talking to. And with the model that we use, you're asking them for a sizable amount of their business. And honestly, it's completely justified due to what you guys are adding in value. But it's my belief, and this is what I've received from a lot of mentors when it came to structuring our offer, is that you have to date before you get married. So you have to prove to them, like your partner, because that's genuinely what they're going to be as a business partner to you, that you're invested in them and their audience. Because you have to think, they've worked very, very, very hard to cultivate a trusting audience for them. Like, people that truly trust what they do. They've had some form of relationship with their audience, even if they're not super close. People have been watching their content. They actually give their most valuable thing, which is their time. And they want to make sure that they're not screwing that up. So if they're putting trust in you, it's a big commitment. So when you can do something like this, where you invest 40 hours of your time, and even if it's not fully 40 hours, you get the point, on the front end and not request any capital, they're going to be like, damn, why would they do that? Right? Do you get the point of that? So your process for launching them, and we'll get into this more in the sales portion, so I'm not going to cover it all, but truly is to just show them, like, dude, I'm not in this to just make a quick buck and get out. I'm in this to genuinely help people. And again, you will get paid in proportion to the value that you add to other people. If you do stuff like this, you're going to give yourself the opportunity to make a shit ton of money. But it's the people that overlook this step and they go through a growth operating sales script. Like, give me a break, dude. It's just not reality. Like, I'll give you an example. So now that we get into prices, right? Let's go to the example of this. So what do you charge? Here's what you'll hear from other people is 50%. 50-50 split with the creator. If you get a 50-50 split with the creator, I'll pay you 10K. Because you're not going to do it. I'm telling you right now. Unless you work with someone that doesn't know anything about business and is a really bad creator that does not have the opportunity to make money, like, find me an effective creator or coach that you can get 50-50 split with. I will pay you 10K. It doesn't exist. I'm just going to tell you right now. There may be one in 100,000 people that would do that are maybe desperate, or I don't know what the situation is, but that's not the reality. So you'll hear that. You'll hear 60%. I've even seen. I've heard 40%. And the reality, you guys, is that nobody's going to do that. It sounds great in theory. And again, like there are people that would do that, but it's not the people that you want to work with. You want to work with people that know that they can make money. They have a killer audience. They can have a freaking killer offer that you can run up, because you're going to make a lot more money. Like in theory, getting 50% of someone's business sounds great, but if that person can only make 10K versus if you can work with someone and get 30% and they can make 100K, you're making a lot more money with option two, right? Yes. So you want to find people that are an ideal fit. You have to disqualify them as much as they're disqualifying you. So get that idea of making 50%, 60% is crazy, but getting 50%, 60%, all this different shit out of your head. The other thing you'll hear too is that you can charge 50% or 40% or 60% and charge an upfront fee. Don't do that. I understand that you want capital right now because you're probably desperate for it, but you're not going to do it. You're not going to get X percentage and get money from that person. Unless that money is directly tying to actually setting systems in place and not going to you, that could be realistic. But if you have a setup fee of like $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, even $2,000, you're missing the point of this, dude. This is a long-term play. You're looking to build a relationship. So just get rid of that idea. Here's what does work. You can absolutely get 30% of MRR. That's like best case scenario, especially if you're working with a very established creator. These people know they can make money, okay? They're not just going to throw it out to you. 10 to 20% of all MRR, that's more established. Like the more established clients that you work with, that's where most of them are going to be. Because again, they know they can make money, and they're not just going to like willingly throw out essentially equity in their business. It just doesn't work like that. You have to earn that. Now, something else you can do, and this is just an example, is you can do a flat retainer. Again, like there's no rules in this. If you go to a client and it doesn't make sense to do anything with like a rev share split, but they need a good amount of work for like copywriting, and they need to restructure their funnels, and they need maybe some help with their socials, like whatever it is that they might need, it might be different than you completely running an offer, but you could charge a retainer for that, right? So you need to be open to different ideas with this. And you guys are going to see, I'm going to continue to tell you this. There's not rules, and every client's different. I just had a conversation with a potential client today, and they've run up and offer one-on-one coaching already. They've been doing it for 6 months, and they've made hundreds of thousands of dollars doing it. When we go to them, we're going to run a completely different offer. We're not going to do anything with their one-on-one other than continue to scale it. But like, we're not going to have part in that, and that's okay, right? Because we still have an opportunity with those guys to make probably 20. I would say they get up to like 20, 25K, maybe even more, depending on if we end up doing a higher ticket thing. So we have 3 offers, but it really just depends on who you're talking to. So like, it's okay to take a flat retainer. Now you can also do an option sell, right? So what that would look like, I just did this today and it worked very well, is you hop on a call with the creator and they go, all right, well, what do you charge? And basically your conversation is gonna be like, well, when we started this, we actually, we started by charging retainers. And what we found from that, Mr. and Mrs. Creator, is that when you are facing a burden of having to give out capital on the front end without knowing someone can get you results, unfortunately, that starts the relationship off on a very bad note. So what we found is most effective, and what a lot of our current clients like to do, or what clients in the past, or whatever you want to word there, depending on your situation, what they found is most effective for them, and what we like to do now, is have a results-driven based offer. So what that means is we completely revamp your current systems, your funnels, blah, blah, blah. You go through the whole thing. We require no upfront capital, and we only get paid when you get paid. Like, that's a no-brainer offer. And again, you add on, you invest up to 40 hours up front, and there's nothing that's required from them. So that's an option close. And you can do that 2 ways. So that's way number 1, is you say, this is what we used to do. Or if you think someone's in a situation where they could pay a retainer and you want the retainer, again, no rules, or they could do a rev share split, you can give them an option. So if you're trying to like bargain on the percentage that you could get, you could say, for example, well, we have 2 options. Mr. Creator or Mrs. Creator, whatever. We have option number one, which is we just get a flat retainer, and that would be $8,500 per month. Let's just say as an example. Or option number two is we require no upfront capital. Same thing I just told you guys, right? That's the pitch. So you can do that too, and that both those work really well. And the reason that works is because if you tell a potential client that you're going to charge $8,500 on the front end, month one, like that's what's required to start, versus I'm going to charge you nothing, but I'm going to take 25%. You're going to make a lot more money with the 25%, but they don't care because they don't have to front the $8,500. So it's a really, really, really good offer. And you can play around with these. Like I said, every situation is different, but anyone that's telling you you're going to get 50% or any of that shit, like just completely ignore it because it's not real. This is the reality. So full transparency, I said this earlier, but it's very, very rare to land a creator or a coach for anything over 30%. The only time that may be applicable is if you're working with someone that has never launched a product or a service, they don't know what they're worth, and they just like have no idea how the space works. You could maybe get that to work, but even still, they're not stupid. People aren't just going to throw out business like it's candy, right? So if you get it, let me know. I want to know what you did, but I've personally never seen it. And if I have seen it, because I know people have gotten close, it's been with a creator that's not very good. So just throwing that out there. And also the other thing too, is if someone's like, oh, I got 40 or 50%. It's like, okay, well, did you get 40 or 50% with an actual coaching program, like an info product? Or did you just sell access to a community and it shut down 2 months later and your churn rate is 40%? Like, that's not who we're looking for. So again, you got to be specific on who the clientele is. So 0% of truly established coaches or creators are going to give you 30+% of their business without knowing who you are, hopping on a sales call, and them not having to prove of who you are, results, that you can actually drive, right? It's just not realistic. So get rid of that mindset. Now, keep in mind, established creators or coaches are guaranteed to make money. I already covered this on the example of like, would you rather take 50% and they make 10K per month, or would you try to take 30% and they make 100K per month? You have to disqualify. So these people, these established creators and coaches, these are clients that have the potential to earn 6+ figures per month. And there's a lot of them that are doing it. There's people doing 7 figures plus per month. We'll get into some examples, but that's an extremely, extremely healthy take home for you. So that's a win. The other win too, though, is that these people are what we call headache saving clients. And we've dealt with headaches. We're dealing with one right now that we're probably just going to part ways with because they truly cannot do what we ask them to do. They're very entitled because they're a larger creator. And so for that reason, they just don't really want to put any work in. And you're going to come across that. Like, it happens. And that's our bad. We should have noticed that earlier, but we're saving you guys that trouble so you don't have to go through it. So those people that are established creators that communicate effectively and they have the potential to have high earnings and they already have an offer, just as an example, those are the clients that are going to put you in a really good position. So taking a lower percentage really doesn't matter because they're almost guaranteed to get past 6 figures. So let's break this down for you guys, because I know people love visuals. So let's say you're working or you're selling a high ticket coaching, right? And you've got 25 clients in the high ticket coaching for your coach, whoever this is, right? Let's say you're selling a trading course, and this is like one-on-one access. So you got 25 people at $29.97, and let's say you sell 3 months of access to the creator. And this is what you sell every month. You sell 25 people at $29.97. So every single month you're getting 25 new people. And this would fluctuate obviously, but just an example. So you got 25 times $29.97, that's $74,000 per month, almost 75. If you're getting 20% even, that's $15,000 per month. Just from this high ticket offer with one client. Now that doesn't even include, let's say they have their high ticket offer. Let's say they have a lower ticket offer at $197. So this wouldn't be one-on-one access, but you'd still get some course content. You'd have the community and the coaches in there, once every 2 weeks, let's just say. And you got 250 people at 197, which if someone has this offer, this would be very doable if they have the right audience. So let's say you got 250 people, 197, that's $49K per month. If you get 20% of that, that's an extra $10K in your pocket. So with one client, even though you only have 20%, you're taking home $25,000 with one client. Like that's super, super realistic if you're working with a good coach. So that's why I'm telling you guys, like you have to get out of this mindset of I need 50%. It's like, dude, you don't know shit. Like you've never done anything for anybody. You don't know anything. Like, why is someone going to give you 50%? You're not worth it. So let's move on from that. It doesn't work. It's not realistic. It doesn't exist. It's fairy tale land. Maybe when you get to a point where like, a good example of this too is Alex Hormozy, right? When Alex started acquisition.com, what they were doing is taking minority stake in companies and they were scaling them. And they're kind of moving away from that because Alex honestly felt like he was giving away way too much value, which he's not wrong. Like he was coming in and 3Xing some of these businesses in a matter of 12 months. And with the level they're at, you're talking 7-8 figures in increased value. So for Alex to get minority stake and invest money into those companies, like that doesn't really make sense. So now he's kind of switching it where he's only doing deals where he gets majority stake. And my point in saying that is that's the point you're going to get to with this. It's like if you can prove that you can get enough people results, then you can ask for a higher percentage because it's almost guaranteed that you're going to do what you're saying you're going to do. But before you have those results to prove it, don't expect to get it because you don't deserve it. So I just want to be really, really clear on that. So if you guys are cool on this, we're on the same page with, this entire section of client acquisitions. Now it's time to jump into sales. So I'm going to pause this and then we'll jump over to the sales and onboarding. All right, guys, sales and onboarding. This is quite frankly my favorite section. As we talked about, I've been in this industry for years and I just like talking to people. Like I think it's fun. So I'm going to share with you guys everything that I've learned from high ticket coaching that I've taken, obviously all the sales calls that I've taken over the years, over 4,500, just everything that I've been able to accumulate. Hopefully I'm able to boil that down to a point where it makes sense for you guys. And for those of you that are already in sales, I think this will translate really quick of just our basic framework for it. Because what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to sit here and I'm going to teach you guys a step-by-step script. Because you're going to, again, I keep saying this word, but you guys are going to sound like a bot. You're going to sound super robotic and it's going to come off in your sales call and it's going to be weird. Like the biggest benefit that you have is just being authentically yourself because that's going to resonate with whoever you're speaking with because they're also a human. So we'll dive more into that in a second. But first, I want to cover that when you're booking a sales call, there's no rules. And I'm going to give you guys an example of this real time. When we started working with Brian, or before we worked with Brian, we were going back and forth on email. And he FaceTimed me. Like the dude that sold his company for multiple hundreds of millions of dollars just FaceTimes me. And I was like, bro, what? And so he FaceTimes me and I didn't see it. I also didn't know it was him. So we ended up hopping onto a Zoom call and he was like, hey, you can get my call? And I was like, what is he talking about? And I went and looked and sure as shit, he FaceTimed me. And I was like, damn. So my point in saying that is like, there are no rules. So if you are talking to a creator, right? Let's say you're on email or DM and they're asking when you can hop on a call, just say, hey, can you do it today? Like, oh, are you around? I'm actually available right now. I can shoot you a call. Like there's no rules, but if you aren't comfortable doing that, or you feel like it might make sense to set up a Zoom call or a Google Meet, then you can do that. But I just want to continue to reiterate to you guys, there's no rules, and whatever you feel like is going to work best to actually get that client on the phone, do it, because you're working with people that are very busy. So like most people aren't like Brian. They're not just going to FaceTime you after you're going back and forth on email with no notice, but he's just a different beast. But I tell that story to illustrate to you guys, like people say you have to do this a certain way or you have to book it this exact way and you have to have these scripts and like, it's just not the reality of our world. And people are really sick of doing things that way. Like people have been on sales calls. People have had cold calls nonstop. People have been through the process of being on shitty sales calls where they feel awkward. So just don't be that person. And when you're scripted and you have a very specific way of doing things, you come off super robotic and it's just not going to resonate. So let's not do that. But if you are going to set up a sales call, here's the way to do that. And as you scale and as you have people coming to you and you start posting content, if that's something that you're looking to do to like build out your agency, then you're going to have people that are booking through your links. So you do want to have this set up at that point so that there's an easy funnel for them to get on the phone with you. So here's how you do that. So we recommend that you use Calendly. You guys know what Calendly is. I'm not gonna, or sorry, yeah, I'm gonna go into Calendly really quick actually. For those of you who don't know what this is basically just a scheduling software. So what you'll do is you'll set your meeting in here. So I would come in here and I would have a one-on-one. Ours is called Launch Advisor because we're community launch. It's just on brand, but you can call it whatever you want. So you come in here and you click on this. And a couple things that you want to have dialed in is you want to have event details. So where are you meeting? You'll click edit, put Google Meets. I recommend Google Meets because Zoom, when you introduce the AI note taker that you're going to have, it doesn't, I don't know why, it just seems like it doesn't work as well. And Google Meets is really easy. Like, I don't know, it's a more simplistic platform. Some people also don't have Zoom, whereas like everyone has a Gmail, in my opinion. So a little bit easier process for this. So feel free to use both. We just recommend Google Meet. I would set the meeting duration to 30 minutes. You'll probably go longer than that on the first call. You should be if you're having a really good conversation. Like I just had a call yesterday and we went for an hour and 20 minutes, and that was actually our follow-up call. So these calls should be a decent length. And then you're just going to put basically what you're doing on that call, right? So this is your first upfront contract with them of this is what you should expect by hopping on a call. Just be really clear about that. As far as your schedule, let's go back actually. Schedule meeting. I would do no more than 10 days out. You don't want someone to book 10 days out and they completely forget that they booked a meeting. And that will happen. So I wouldn't do anything more than that. I would actually probably have this at 7. We just have it so that we have enough availability and people have some options for the moment. But when you're first starting out, I would try and keep that as short as possible. And then set your schedule. So what days that you have available and what times. You don't have to copy us. You can do whatever works best for you. And then that's that. So that's scheduling. And then booking page, you can come in here and put whatever questions you have. So whatever information you want to gather, I would put it in this section. So we ask for their socials, their email, their phone number, and then if there's any other things that they want to put in here, they can do that, just so that we can see on the front end, like right here. So any other information that may be useful, they could put like, yeah, this is what I'm currently running for my offer, and I'd like to get to this point. I want to explore that more. Sometimes people will put that, sometimes they won't, but just good to have in there nonetheless. And then notifications and workflows. This is something you should have on. I just turned it off because we were having issues with it, of it not sending and tracking properly. But you'll have an email reminder or a text reminder. So when they put in their information, it will use that data and it will actually send the follow-ups, and you can set these to whatever you want. So I would recommend that you do this because if you don't, you're going to have to do it manually. And again, as you scale and you have more calls, it's going to be a little bit of a pain in the ass. So that is Calendly. So super straightforward. I would definitely use that, have it set up, make sure you can send a link to people. You can send that through email. You can have it in your landing page. You can have it wherever you want. But you want to make sure you have that when you need it. Next is Google Meet. Like I just said, you'll use Google Meets and you'll link that to Calendly. And then Fathom Video. We've used Firefly's AI Note Taker. We've used a few different ones, but honestly, Fathom just seems to be the best because it's free. So it'll be for anyone that's starting that doesn't want to pay for an AI note taker, because you shouldn't, in my opinion. It's a really good thing to use. So this will also take video. So it takes notes on the call, and then it will also take a full video recording of the call. And this is helpful because you can use this in the future. So if like you're training a sales team of like what your process is, or you just need to go back and actually review your calls, this will help you do that. So these are the 3 things that you need. And you feel free to change this to, you don't have to use Fathom, but just some form of an AI note taker. And basically the way that that works is if you go, actually it's probably not going to pull up, but when you go into your Google Meet, there's going to be a little button, and you'll click that button for Fathom and it will just start recording, and you'll see it pop up in the Google Meet. Sometimes you're going to get people that will ask you to like, hey, what's the recording for? At this point, most people know what that is. But you can say, oh, I just bring it on so it can actually summarize our call. More than not, I'll actually shoot it over to you so that you can see everything that we talked about. Is that something you're comfortable with, or did you not want it in here? And just be upfront about it. Because usually if they say they can use it too, then they're cool with it. And I've only had that question maybe 3 times ever. Through the course of like 4,500 calls, I've only had 3 people be like, hey, can you remove that? So it's not super common. But if that comes up, don't stress. That's how you would you'd handle that. So now that we got that out of the way, let's go to how to close clients. This is the fun part. This is the sales process. This is the frameworks you need to understand. And we've made this as simple as possible because it should be simple. Like at the end of the day, you're just having a conversation. So don't overcomplicate it. Don't make it weird. Don't make it some extreme process you have to go through. Like you're just getting feedback from another human being. It's not scary. It's not something you have to freak out about. It's very, very simple. So the framework that we use is called the Sandler selling method. I've tried everything. I've done NEPQ with Jeremy Miner. That's very good and super effective. I liked it a lot. I prefer this. I've done this. I've tried Jordan Belfort stuff. Like I've gone through every sales process you can think of. I've studied them. I've looked at their frameworks. I've figured out what works, what doesn't work. And this works the best. Like hands down, it's not even close. And it works for a few different reasons that I'm going to cover before we jump into like the actual framework. But I would recommend, you guys don't have to go read the book, but I would definitely study in some form or fashion, whether it's like an audiobook of this or you just watch YouTube videos on it. The person that performs Sandler the best, in my opinion, he's trained thousands of people on it as well, is Pace Morby. And if you guys haven't seen Pace, I think I actually talked about Pace earlier. I can't remember because I've been talking for so freaking long. But Pace, yeah, I did. I covered Pace a little bit. Pace is the best salesperson I've ever seen in my life. And he's one of my mentors. So I don't have any bias when I say that. I actually got into his mentorship specifically for the sales portion and the contracts. Like those are the only two things. And some people go in there to learn 1,000 different things from him. I just saw him on sales calls on his free YouTube videos, and I was like, oh my gosh, this dude's insane. And he is. Like, I've had a full course on training from him now in sales, which I wish I could share with you guys, but unfortunately I can't. I tried, but it's in the coaching program, so I can't extract it. But nonetheless, you can go watch his free videos with like seller calls, and the dude is just so natural. He's himself. He's also assertive when he needs to be assertive. He's never attached to an outcome, and he's very, very, very good at following this framework. So if you need to go watch somebody outside of the people I'm going to give you for recommendations, go watch Pace. Cool. Let's jump back. So here's the framework for the Sandler selling method. It's a 7-step framework, really 6 because 7 I don't really count. It's just post-sell, which we'll cover that. Number 1 is bonding and rapport. So your goal with this is to have a casual, friendly conversation to build a relationship. And when I say rapport, I'm going to cover what rapport means because this gets really confused for people. Number 2 is upfront contract. So just set the expectations for the call and get a mutual agreement from them. That's going to come in handy later down the line in the sales call. Number 3 is pain, or like their why overall. So deep dive into the prospect's problems and challenges that they're currently facing in the situation that they're in, and that's going to give you leverage. Budget, so you want to repeat back their goal to them and ultimately the opportunities they're missing out on by not taking action. Number 5 is decision, so clarify decision-making process for them and make sure that you have all the decision makers on the call. There's a few different things you do in that step, so we'll cover it. Number 6 is fulfillment, so talk about the solution to their problem, right? How are you going to help them? And then 7 is post-sell, like I just said. So let's jump into some pre-call preparation stuff. So I think getting in the right headspace, especially when you're new to sales, is important. Now, I'm not going to tell you to sit there and overanalyze everything because then you do get in your head. But if you need to have a process where you sit down for a second, you just take a couple deep breaths and you get into it, that's totally fine. Like when you're starting out, you're probably going to overthink a few things and you're going to be in your head and you might be a little bit anxious. I don't even like that word, but you know, for the lack of a better word to explain that, you might have some angst, and that's normal. But the more you hop on these calls, the more you talk to people, the more you get into the sales process of things, you realize it's just a conversation. And ultimately you have one job. It's just to get more info and see if you're a good fit, because you might not be. Like that's all you're trying to do. So this is stuff that's served me really well. You're there to serve, right? So I keep this mindset every time I hop on a call. Like I'm there to serve these people. So whether we work together or not, it doesn't really matter. I'm there to give them value. And most times what happens from me giving that value is we do end up working together. So like, right, there's nothing to lose. There's nothing to lose. But if you don't have that frame of mind and you go into it expecting to get a sale, and that's the only thing that you're thinking about, you approach it the wrong way. You come into it with the wrong attitude, right? It comes off. You have commission breath. Like nobody wants to be around that. Next, the best salespeople don't try and change themselves. They're effective because they're organically them. And that's why Pace is so good. Like if you watch him on a sales call, the dude's eating a ham sandwich. Like the dude's drinking a drink. He's sitting back, he's relaxing, he's playing golf. Like I've seen him do everything in the books, and he's just effective. So my biggest advice, because this is something I struggled with, was when I got into sales training, which is a whole other story about like effective sales training. I was trying these different scripts and these different things, and it just didn't feel like me. And what I mean by that is some people are more apologetic when they're on a sales call. That's typically women. That doesn't really fit my nature. And for most men, it won't, right? I'm a little bit more assertive and to the point, but I'm also very caring. Like I am empathetic to their situation, but I'm not apologetic. You're never going to hear me say sorry most times on a sales call. Like it's very rare. So you have to understand, like, who are you? How do you speak with people day to day? And if you're able to embody that and translate it into your sales framework, you're going to be you. And that's going to come off really, really, really well when you're talking to people. So keep that in mind. Next is nobody cares about rapport. So as you can see up here, again, this is for the sake of explaining, but this is the bonding and rapport, which is step one, right? Nobody gives a shit about rapport. People care about credibility. So the way that you build that throughout the course of the call is by solving the prospect's problems, which if we loop back to here is just you're there to serve. So you can see how these all start to tie together, right? But truthfully, you hear people talk about this, and I've gone through this with old sales frameworks and scripts, is they're like, build rapport and talk about this and talk about that and ask about their cat and where they live. It's like, nobody gives a shit, dude. They don't care. It's okay to like chit chat in the beginning, but just know that's not what building rapport is. The rapport is built throughout the entire course of the call by showing that you care, having credibility, speaking with conviction. Like all those things are going to translate to you building rapport with that person and ultimately being able to close. So just like rid yourself of that mindset that you have to do all that in step one. It's not where it happens. Next is you're not a machine gun, you're a sniper. This is one of the best lessons that I took away from Pace in his sales coaching. Is that a lot of people get on calls and they try to just machine gun their prospect with like, oh, we'll help with this, we'll do that, we'll do that, we'll do this. And they compare themselves to their competitors and, oh, well, this is why we're better and blah, blah, blah. It's way too aggressive and you're just throwing as many bullets out as you can. Whereas if you're more chill, you're more relaxed, you sit back, you ask genuine questions to get feedback on where they're at, then you can line it up and have an exact solution to their problem and you just snipe. And that's worked really well for me because it serves twofold. Like if you're detached, number one, you don't have commission breath, you're there to serve, they get all that, right? But the other piece to it as well is you're able to ask better questions because you're not trying to solve anything throughout the course of the call. You're just trying to gather info. And then you know the solution. It's like, oh shit, I got it. Like you'll have that feeling too. It's like, oh, that's the issue. And you can pull it out. So that's been super, super helpful for me. Like that frame of mind of while I'm on a call, I'm not spraying things and I'm not jumping down their throat of with this is how we can help. This is what we'll do. Here's how we're better. No, just asking questions, having a genuine conversation. Next one that served me better than almost anything when I first started because I was like so angsty when I got on sales calls. Like I'd be shaking or I'd be out of breath. Or I'd get onto a call and I was like flushed red. Like I've been through all that. So I get it. But the thing that served me super well is just realizing that we're all going to die. And like truly none of it matters. Nobody cares about your stupid sales call. It's really not that important in the grand scheme of things. And the fear that you have isn't real. So just shake it, move on, realize you're going to be okay. And we live on a floating rock in space. Like that's the reality of the situation. Now, one other thing that's been a really good critical thought process for me is switching from convergent thinking to divergent thinking. And essentially what that means is, and I've told you guys throughout the entire course of this so far, from the beginning, if we go back to step one and me giving you the intro, is that there's no rules to this. So a convergent thinker is someone that says 1 + 1 = 2. I just thought there was a spider on the wall. Gosh, darn. 1 + 1 = 2. So there's one solution to a problem, essentially, is how these people think, these convergent thinkers. Divergent thinkers see a problem and they come up with a million different solutions. If you have this frame of mind, not only just in business, but on sales calls, you're going to be a lot more effective because it's not just trying to do one thing. And you can address this on a sales call, like that's okay. Yesterday on a sales call, I literally used this critical thought process with our prospect, and I'll show you guys the call that we were on. And I told him, I said, one of the big things that we see in this industry is that a lot of people think they have to perfect their offer. And so they sit here and they try and tweak things and they try and put in processes and they try and come up with a number that's going to be a good fit to sell to their audience. Meanwhile, the only thing they have to do is go ask people what they want. And then from there, you implement and you tweak. You continue to tweak and tweak and tweak and tweak until you get to a place where you're getting the best result possible. And so my thought is blank, right? And I was upfront with them because the thing that they were struggling with was understanding that you could launch something and you could change it and that's okay. You're not going to look stupid in front of your prospects. Nobody on your email list is going to care. Nobody on your socials is going to judge you. And even if they do, they'll get over it in 2 seconds. You're not that important. So for me, that was a really important thing to cover for them, just to get them out of that loop that they have. So it's okay to address those things on a call. Now, the other thing I'm going to say too is when you're new, I think it's really helpful to know your stuff before you get on a call. I think the better you get at this, you don't have to know as much because you're going to be able to pull it out of your prospect really quick. I still think it's effective to like go look at what the person's doing, but you're going to be so good on the call that you're going to get the same amount of information anyway. But when you're new, I do think that it's effective to go and do some homework on the creator or the coach. So do a deep dive on who the person is, and you can do that by listening to like podcasts and interviews that they've been on. That's the thing that served me the best is I watch a lot of YouTube, and I don't suggest that for everybody, but I try and go study people in our space and other spaces too. Like Matt Gray's an example. He's actually right here. I didn't even do this on purpose, I swear. But I was just dissecting his funnel, and I was watching some videos of his. And Matt Gray's a monster. Like if you're trying to find someone in the info space, he's one of the top dudes. Like he works with some massive people, and their agency does like 13.8 million per year. So like they crush. They're more content focused, but they're really, really good. So I learned a lot from Matt from just listening to podcasts and watching his YouTube channel. So if you're working with a coach or creator, or you're trying to go watch their stuff and just get a better idea of who they are. What was their upbringing? How do they view the world? And what was their journey like getting to the point of where they're at? Because if you can understand where they started and where they're at now, you're going to be more relatable to them. So when you're new, again, that's really important. As you get better at this, you don't necessarily have to go through this entire process, but just skim over. But when you're new, do a full dissection of, what it looks like for their current situation, where they came from, like I mentioned. It's also really helpful too to go dissect their current funnel. So if they have one and they have a sales process and they have an offer, I would just go look roughly at what they're doing. So when you get on the call, you're not blind. It's like, oh yeah, I can tell, or I noticed that you were doing XYZ thing, right? So very helpful to do that. And then the other thing I would do too is probably look at people in their niche. So like, let's say you're looking at a fitness creator and you're not sure exactly what their offer could be because you don't know what they're currently offering as we speak. Then I would go look at people in their niche and be like, oh, this is the funnel that these people use. You go to the landing page, then you go to a thank you page, then you go to a webinar. Like, right? Super simple example. And I'm oversimplifying that, but I would just go get an idea of what's going on in that space because it's going to allow you to also have more solutions on that call. Where once you find out their problems, you're going to be like, oh, well, have you thought of maybe introducing something like blank, right? So do a little bit of homework. Now that we understand that stuff, just the basics, right? This is all the pre-call stuff. Get you in the right headspace. Now you understand how to approach these calls. Now what we're going to do is go into the actual Sandler selling process. That is a tongue twister. I dare you to say that 5 times fast. But let's go into this, and I want to break it down in a way where I'm not giving you guys a script. I'm giving you a framework because, again, like I told you all the way from the beginning, the goal is to understand, not to memorize. And the big mistake that I made when I got into sales was I was just trying to memorize stuff. And so what happens is you get into a call and then someone says something and you don't know how to respond because the only thing you can think of is the next line that you have on your script. And that's not an effective way to sell. I tried it for years and it just didn't work. So just like throw that out the window. Just know that if you have the framework, your brain is going to piece together what you could say there because you understand the fundamentals of it. Same way with math, like understand the formula, you'll know how to solve the problems that come up. So understand this first, and then if you need to script something out, you can do that. And I'm going to give you some things that you can say, but please understand you don't have to go line by line. So this will be a lot more effective for you guys. You need to actually study it, but it will work. So what is Sandler selling process? I had to say that real slow. So like we saw, it's a submarine, right? Now, why is it a submarine? This is kind of important. The reason it's a submarine is because if you have any leaks in any of these areas, the submarine's going to sink, right? You're going to have a leak. It's going to sink. Everyone's dead. That's not good. So what you have to do is make sure that all of these things are covered, because if you don't, then what's going to happen is there's going to be holes, there's going to be gaps, and you're not going to close effectively because you didn't cover something, and there's a reason that each of these things are on here. It's very, very important to follow. So what are they? Let's go through this. So bonding and rapport. We already talked about this, but this is basically just an intro. So, be normal. Someone asks you, hey, how you doing today? Nothing crazy. I'm kind of the boring guy in our business, so I just kind of sit here and look at funnels all day. which, I know for most people, like, just be normal, say some normal shit. You don't have to be, oh, I'm doing phenomenal. I'm based in Kansas and here's my, like, it's just weird. So just be casual. If you know what that creator's been doing too, like, I hopped on a call yesterday and I asked the dude, I was like, happy Halloween, man. What are you guys up to? Like, you guys do anything fun? You got kids. I know you mentioned, are you guys doing stuff with the kids? Like, be a human being. Don't sound weird. So know the creator. Again, if you do that homework, maybe they were running a mastermind event last week. How'd the mastermind event go? I saw you were jumping around. It looked like you guys were in Miami. Yeah? Excuse me. Start the call off that way. Just make it normal. It's going to get them to drop their guard. They're going to relax a little bit and be like, oh my gosh, this isn't a typical sales call. This person's normal. Sweet. And then they get to open up. Like, they'll start to drop their guard, and that's your whole goal. After you do that, you're going to have your upfront contract. So this is where you make an agreement of how the call is going to go. Now, the reason this isn't scripted is because it's going to be different every time. But the framework is essentially the same. So if I was on a call with someone, we go through this process, and then we get to the upfront contract, it would sound something like this. I was like, let's say we're on a call with Ryan, and Ryan's a fitness coach. I'd say, awesome, Ryan. Well, hey, I appreciate you taking the time. And really my goal on this call, super simple. I just kind of want to dissect the back end of what you guys are currently doing. Because right now I can see a little bit of what the process might look like, but I don't feel that I can give you guys solutions and actually help if I don't understand the full picture. So if you're okay with it, I'd love to just kind of dissect what you guys are currently doing, where maybe you'd like to improve. And then if there's places I feel like we can improve and we can fill some of those gaps, I'd love to cover those. That's an upfront contract. And then you'd say, does that sound good to you? You have anything else you want to cover, right? Like, just be super basic with it, but set that up for a contract. And then after you do that and you guys agree to it, cool, you know exactly what you're going to cover and how you're going to cover it. And this could be different for each prospect, like I just said. So depending on their situation, set the upfront contract to match what you want the outcome to be. And then from there, you're going to go to your pain and why. The main things I would cover in this section are marketing, sales, current offer, and finances. Why? Because those are the main things that every single coach that we're talking to is going to be struggling with, or places where there's going to be gaps. And once we understand those gaps, again, we can fill it with a solution. So in this section, this is another misconception, in my opinion, in sales, is people say you have to talk 80-20, or you have to talk 90-10, or you have to talk 70-30 the entire call. It's like, no, you don't. That's so stupid. It's so stupid. When you're going through their why and their pain and you're dissecting everything that this person's currently going through, yes, they should be talking more than you. But they also have to get to know you, right? So you have to talk in these phases. Because if you don't say anything, you're like, oh, let's jump in. They're going to be like, wait, who the fuck are you, dude? Like, what's your name, right? So again, like, being human is important in this first part because it gets them to drop their guard. They know who you are a little bit. And then once you have that relationship, right, once you've set that foundation properly, now they're going to open up and they are going to talk 70%. But if you don't do this part properly, they're not just going to start opening up to you and spill the beans. They're going to be super closed off and you're going to have to dig and dig and dig and dig. So that's why, again, if you set this properly, it does the rest of the work for you. So let them talk 70, you talk 30, and then you can open it back up and talk a little bit more here. So the main thing we're trying to do in this section is just understand more. So some frameworks for this is catch me up to speed. Like, that's one of the best things that you can say. And I use that in real estate all the time. And it worked extremely well. And like, people that are new to sales don't understand the power of this, but literally just these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 words will do like the majority of the selling for you. Catch me up to speed on your guys' current marketing process. Like, what does that look like for you guys? Catch me up to speed on sales. What are you guys currently doing for sales? Like, just use that line and you don't have to overthink this. It's how you open up an entire can of worms. So that is how you uncover. So, and then I'm going to go into like the actual script portion. Here's another framework for you guys. As you're going through this step, something that's worked really well for me, as you can see again, sniper method, is validate, question, statement. And you could do as many validate questions as you need to and then get to a statement until you fully understand. So let's say they say something like, I've really been struggling with the marketing process because I don't know where we should be funneling people to. I'd say, yeah, isn't that like the most frustrating thing in the world? Right? It's like, you got all these leads coming in, but it's, where do I direct them? Like, what do I give them to make sure that I can actually convert them and nurture them properly? So what have you guys tried? Have you guys tried just doing it this one way, or have you guys opened up to do maybe doing something else? They say something, validate it, question, dig deeper, and then you make a statement. It's like, well, I think based on what you guys told me, it sounds like this could be effective. You guys thought about maybe trying that or implementing it? Simple as that. Like, don't overthink the process. So that's the process of digging deeper. And you'll see people say like 7 levels deep. That's an example. But that's really the process is validate, question, validate. So if you don't understand something, it's okay to ask that question. And when you're new to sales, it's going to be scary. Like, oh, what if that person hates me after I ask the question? Or it's scary to actually confront something. And it's like, dude, they're on a sales call for a reason. They're trying to solve a problem. So if you're on here afraid to ask questions, then you're wasting their time. So don't be afraid to dig deeper, ask questions, ask for clarification. Oh, tell me more about that. Like, what has that been like so far for you guys? Does that sound weird? No, you're just having a conversation. And then you want to summarize. So what that would look like is they tell you all these things, you validate, you go through their questions. Okay, cool. So I just want to make sure that I got this right and I'm not missing anything. And then you summarize everything that they told you and say, am I missing anything in that? Or is there anything that you would like to add to that? And then after that, you're going to go into your transition questions to budget. So you're going to go from here to here. So let's say you summarize everything and you get to the end of this, right? You say, no, I think you nailed it. I would say, awesome. So, assuming 3 months down the road, you've got this all solved, what does that look like? Is it like increased revenue for you guys? Is it more team members brought on board so you can remove yourself? I guess ultimately, what is the end goal for you guys? That is basically how you're going to transition to this, where you're going to ask questions like this. Another thing you could ask, which is more simple, is you summarize all this and then you go, so I get all that. It makes total sense, but what are you guys trying to accomplish? Like, what is the goal for you or your team or whoever, right? Here's another example right here. So what does it look like? Let's say, I don't know, 3 months down the line, you guys have solved all these issues. What does that look like for you? What does that look like for the founder? What does that look like for your sales team? What does that look like for XYZ? And just get them to open up on that. So here's some questions that you're going to ask. Like you're like, okay, well, what's the process for getting to this point where you summarize and go through the validation? Here's some questions that you can ask. I would start with marketing, then go to sales, then current offer, and then finances. So when you're in the marketing phase, I would say, so John, or did I say Ryan or John? Who are we working? We'll say Ryan. We're going to use Ryan. I would say, so Ryan, can you just kind of catch me up to speed on what kind of customers you guys currently serve? He'll tell me, we'll go through that. And then I would probably just go through after that point. Awesome. So this is who you serve. I guess, can you tell me a little bit more about the current marketing channels that you use to actually attract these people? Because from what I saw, it looked like it was maybe X and Instagram, but I wasn't sure if there was something else in the back end. And just validate that. And then sales, here's an example. So once you understand the marketing channels, how they're funneling people in, who their customers are, et cetera, then you go to sales. So I would say something like, so let's say, Ryan, someone does book a call with you guys, like a potential client. What does the process look like for like closing that person? Do you guys have setters? Do you guys have closers? Are you taking the calls? And the thing you're trying to do here is figure out if they're allocating time toward that, or maybe they don't have a process at all. So then you found a gap, like that's a leak in their bucket. And then after that, go to their current offer. And this is really where you're trying to dissect, like, do they just have one main offer that they have where they sell like a $3,000 thing? Do they have 3 offers? What is that? Do they run a mastermind? Are they doing webinars? Is it one-on-one coaching? Is it group coaching? So you just want to dissect this entire process. So a question would be like, so Ryan, what offers do you currently have for your audience? Like when people hop on a sales call and you're pitching them on your process, do you guys have a main offer that you're trying to sell and then you guys downsell after that? Or is it just one core offer at the moment of X price, whatever that might be? They're going to tell you, you'll go through that. And then I would ask them, especially if they've had the offer for a good amount of time, I would say something like, okay, that makes sense. So you got the $3,000 offer and that's the only thing you guys are currently giving out to the audience. It's the only option you have. Just out of curiosity, what has the feedback been from your audience so far on that offer? Like, do you feel like they've been satisfied or they may be missing out on some opportunity and asking for, I don't know, like a lower ticket option or maybe an in-person mastermind? What are your thoughts on that? Get the feedback and then you'll go into finances. This is the last one. So finances is really just you digging deeper on like what they're currently making and then what the gap is between where they want to be. Like we need to create some disconnect of like, here's where I'm at, here's the goal, and this is what I'm struggling with, right? Because all the way back here, this is the stuff they're struggling with. It's going to be in one of these 3 sections. And then finances is really where you tie these things together and say, okay, got it. So what would you say that you guys are currently bringing in on a monthly basis from your audience from that one core offer? Oh, we're making 20K per month. Okay, I got it. And then this is where you bridge. So remember, we go back up here, the transition. So the transition question is the budget. So once you get to the bottom of this, your finances, and you ask how much they're making, then you're going to transition over here to budget. So you'd ask a question like this. And then what you're going to do, actually, you can just ask this exact question. So what is the feedback, or sorry, as it stands, what would you say you guys currently bring on a monthly basis? They're going to say, oh, we bring in 25K per month. I would say, okay, so based on your guys' current process, it sounds like maybe there's a little bit of a lack of opportunity based on the sales process, because maybe you guys have another offer that you could incorporate, or excuse me, in the offer process. You have an offer that you could incorporate. So let's say you guys incorporate that offer. What do you feel like you guys are currently missing out on as far as opportunity? Do you think that you guys should be making more money than you're making right now? Yeah, I do. Tell me more about that. Like, what is your guys' goal? Let's say, 3 months down the line, right? This example right here. Let's say 3 months down the line, you guys have this solved. What does that look like for you on a monthly basis? What are you bringing home in profit? Like, just dig deeper on the budget. So then they're going to go into what they want to be making, and you're creating a disconnect from where they're at and where they want to be. This is a super important section. I know it looks simple, but when you ask that question, they're going to really go deep. You might spend 10, 15 minutes just right here, depending on how much they're going to open up. So now that you understand that, I want to go really quick. We're going to go through actually, I'll go through the rest of this and then we'll jump down here. But I want to illustrate a point when we get to here of the closing process. So let's jump over here first. So decision. So really what you're trying to do right here is you're trying to figure out how these people have made decisions in the past when they pay for a coaching program, or really when they buy anything. And when you can understand that decision-making process, it makes closing a lot easier, because maybe there's someone that says, oh, I'm someone that just like really has to think about it. I would say, I totally get it. It's tough to come on, tough to come onto a call with someone you've never met and just say, hey, I'm going to pull the trigger. So like when you're going through that, how do you determine if someone's a good fit, or they're someone that could be trusting for you to buy a product from? Like, further clarify that question, because if you can do that, then they're going to say, oh, well, I typically look for these things. And then you continue to do that throughout the call so that they trust you. Like, it's not a complicated process when you really break down the foundations of the call. It's super simple shit. Be a human, ask good questions, dig a little bit deeper, and ask things that are actually going to illustrate who they want to work with, and you just embody that. That's really it. So here's an example question. So let's say that you guys move forward with creating a new funnel or new offer, or fill in whatever that gap is, and putting new systems in place. How will you guys know if you've made the right decision? And they're going to tell you, oh, I know if you made the right decision because I feel like, the workload for me is going to be brought off my shoulders and I can go focus on making content. Or they're going to say, well, I guess we'll know because we'll be making more money and, we're not going to be working as much in the day to day. Whatever that might be, you're going to get consistent answers there, because most of these people have the same problems. Another question would be like, so tell me, what does that look like in real time for you guys? Like, if you guys make a decision, you move forward with this, what does that look like in real time? Or what would you guys hope to see if, let's say, you bring on someone and they're able to solve some of these solutions for you guys, these problems that you're currently facing? What does that look like in real time for you? And they're going to go a little bit deeper. Oh, it would look like this. Like, my day-to-day would change from this to this, right? So the last thing I would do in this section is I would basically just let them know, like, this is what we see often. Because if you're able to tell the prospect and give examples and stories, then it makes them feel like they're not alone. And by you saying like, oh, we see this all the time, like it's nothing new, then they can kind of calm down, because they feel like if you put yourself in the mind of your prospect, they feel like their problems are the only problems in the world, because they don't know what you know, right? Like, they're not talking to as many people as you're talking to. They don't sit here and study funnels like a fucking weirdo. They don't do all the stuff that we're doing. So when you're able to actually break it down for them and let them know like, hey, you're not alone in this race. There's a lot of people that are going through the same problems as you. It allows them to kind of continue to drop their guard and be like, oh, wow, okay, that's good. Because in their head, like, there's no solution to their problem. And I can tell you that just from having talked to enough creators and coaches, a lot of them don't believe in themselves. And that's a whole other conversation. But the other factor too is like, they just don't think that anyone goes through what they go through, which is kind of a victim mentality. And you can confront that, and that's a hard conversation to have, but we've had it. Like, I've straight up asked people on a call, once we got to the end, I could just tell that they didn't believe in themselves, and that was really the issue. They just weren't saying it. So I straight up asked them. I said, hey, I'm not going to say his name. There's actually two of them I've done this with. But I just straight up was like, hey, you know, I'm sensing as we're going through this, it's not that you don't think that you can sell the product. It just seems like maybe you don't believe in you. Is that true? Tell me more about that. Why wouldn't you believe in yourself? It seems like you've done a phenomenal job, building out your audience and you have an amazing reputation. Why do you feel like you can't sell a product? And then they're going to tell you. But if you don't confront that, it's just going to sit there and it's going to be looming. So you're going to be sitting there like trying to potentially close. And, it's not that you didn't do a good job. All this stuff is amazing. But you left a gap in the submarine because you didn't clarify one of the problems that they have, which was their decision-making process. They don't believe in themselves. Okay? Then you need to address that. So after you ask this, this question right here, here's the next question that I would ask. Sorry, I went a little bit of a tangent there. Yapper McGee. So say, awesome. Well, the current problems you guys are facing are super common. And it's something that we see every single week when we hop on calls and even with our current clients. Some of them do really well and they still have the same thought process. So I'd love to outline a solution for you guys. But before I do that, is there anyone else you think we should get on the call? Is there another primary decision maker? And I actually wouldn't say primary. I would say, is there another person that you'd like to make a decision with? Is there another person in your organization that typically makes these decisions with you? And they're going to say, no, it's just me. Cool. Now you got the answer. So at the end of the call, they can't go, oh, I need to check with this person. I'll say, oh, okay, that makes sense. But then you go back to this, be like, in the decision making process, and you wouldn't actually say that, but in this section is what you're thinking in your head. You'd mentioned that you were typically the decision maker. Do you feel like you have to bring this to someone else? Like, is there something that you're looking for in a response from them that, maybe their department, for example, is going to give you more validation that this would be a good thing to move forward with? Or is there something that you're looking from for feedback that maybe I can help you with? And just further clarify what that might be. And there's a lot of ways to handle that objection, but that shouldn't come up if they said it right here. No, I'm the primary decision maker. Cool. They can't bring that up later down the line. And if they do, you can confront it. But if they say, yeah, I do need to bring on someone else, I would say, awesome. Do you want to get them on the call right now? And if they can't do it, then I would set up another call, because you're just going to waste your time by going through the rest of this and then them not being able to make a decision, because I can promise you that's exactly what's going to happen. So I would confront that right then and there. If they're like, yeah, I think we should get someone else on the call, I'd say, awesome. Well, hey, I appreciate everything we've talked about up to this point. I do think there's absolutely a solution for, where you guys are at. And I think there's some problems that we can solve and plug in our systems to get you guys to your X goal. Why don't we set up a call for tomorrow or the day after, or whatever works best for you guys? We can get both you guys on the call, both Ryan and John. We'll cover that. And then if it's something that you guys feel like it might make sense to move forward with, we can cover what next steps might be. Like, just be super upfront about that. Like, no, I think we should take the call. I'd be like, I'd love to. But the unfortunate reality is that I'm going to have to go through you, and you're going to have to bug John constantly because you're going to have to fill him in. And I don't want to sit there having to call you and text you and email you all this information. I think it'd probably be easier to just get everyone on the call so we're all on the same page. Would you agree? Yeah, I'd agree. Okay, cool. Let's set that up. And then fulfillment and presentation. So at this point, we know everything. We know their pain. We know how they make decisions. We know basically, the budget section of what they want to make, what they're currently making, that gap, which is causing frustration and pain, obviously, ties into this. And now we get to the fulfillment process. So at this point, I don't say, and I'll give you guys an example on this call exactly what I did. I don't sit here and go, oh yeah, we can solve your problems. I say something like this, where I say, yeah, you guys, the current problems you guys are facing is something that we see quite a bit. I do think that, there's a way that we could help out, but I'm not sitting here saying our solution's the best, and I'm not machine gunning. So when we get here, I would say something like this. So I would bring up a problem, some of the problems they talked about, and I would just pinpoint it. I would say, do you feel like it would be beneficial for you guys to partner with someone that could relieve the entire sales process? Sounds like right now that's taking up a lot of time for you guys, and it's not allowing you to allocate enough attention towards your content, which is really what you guys do best in your coaching. Do you feel like it would be beneficial to bring someone on that could run that for you? You're not sitting here saying, hey, oh yeah, we can do that for you. Yeah, we can bring in our sales team. They're the best. It's like, that's weird. It's super detached. You're not telling them something, you're asking them something. And then they're going to say something like, yeah, I actually do think that would be super beneficial. What did you have in mind? Oh, this is what I was thinking. I also know that you mentioned the marketing department is blank, blank, blank. Do you feel like there would be any benefit to maybe having someone take that day-to-day over for the marketing process, that you guys can just continue to remove yourselves from the day-to-day? Yeah, I think that would be really beneficial. Okay, that's the sales process. That's fulfillment and presentation. So don't be like, I've watched some of the other people that are in the space and like the scripts that they use, and it's way too machine gunny. And so I'm going to give you guys an example of this exact thing. So I had this call yesterday. So this is like super fresh. I have these guys' names blurred out. So if you know them, don't contact them, please. But this was actually our second call. So our first call was just like info gathering. It was just me basically dissecting their current funnel, their high ticket offer, what they want to do moving forward. And then the next call was really me presenting a full solution after I told them a little bit on the first call. And I'll cover, doing a multiple call close because that's totally a fine thing to do. But what I did on this call is after we further solidified their issues, because this is a long call. Our first call was about an hour and a half. This call is about an hour and 20 minutes. And so on this call, my main goal was just to further pinpoint those issues, present a solution, and then get feedback. So after we went through everything, the main point of contention for them was like, well, we already built out essentially what we want to launch as a course, and it's taken us months, and we want to launch this at the end of the month. So their concern was, are we going to be able to transfer all the content over to a new platform, because we recommended that they don't use Kajabi. That's what they wanted to use because there's no community aspect, and they use school. And so rather than saying, oh, we can set up the solutions for you guys and we can translate everything, you don't have to worry about that, I just asked them, I said, do you guys feel like it would be beneficial to just have someone else completely transfer the info for you? And he sat there and was like, well, yeah, that would be amazing. And I was like, well, I think we might be able to help out with that. So I'm asking them, I'm not telling them that we can help, because I like those open-ended questions. It gets better feedback. And it also makes you look completely detached from an outcome. If you just throw it out there, it's super generic. Like, yeah, I think that'd be super helpful. Cool. Well, I think that's something that we could help you out with. We've done that a lot in the past with previous clients. And it's something that we could get done in 48 hours. And it's something that they were thinking was going to take 4 weeks. So that's just like a real-time example. So all I'm doing in this process is asking questions about everything that we've talked about in these sections. And I'm just further clarifying. And I'm asking them, do you feel like this would be beneficial? Do you feel like it would help if blank? Do you feel like this would do, right? And my camera is turned off. So let me see if I can get it to refocus on me. There we go. So that's really all I'm doing in that section. Like, I'm not sitting here going through an entire presentation and slides and all this other stuff. This first call, which I guess I'll jump down here at this point. Here we go. So the closing process. So this first call, all I'm trying to do is info gather. Truly, if I feel there's an opportunity to close and that person's like ready to go and I can just tell, I will close. But stop trying to just do it on every call. It's weird. It's going to come across as grimy in a lot of cases where the person's just not ready and you can tell that. Don't try and go for a close. They're going to reject you. They're never going to talk to you again. So it's okay to have a multiple call close. Like, we've hopped on 3 calls before. And it honestly is more effective. So like, if I'm on that first call and I'm really trying to dissect all their info, what I'll do after I get to this point is I'll ask them, once we like further clarify, do you think it'd be beneficial to this? And like, I kind of talk about where we could help. And they'll say, yeah, it sounds like you guys can help, or whatever, the end of that conversation looks like. And I'll say, awesome. Well, hey, I think what would be super helpful from here, what would be super beneficial for you guys, is if we hop on a meeting in the next couple of days, and what I'll do in that time period, those 2 days that we have apart, is I'll actually go out and I'll create an entire offer. Like, I'll craft what your offer could potentially look like. I'll show what the systems might be, and I'll show how we could actually, put this into effect tangibly and present it to you guys. Do you feel like that would be beneficial? Yeah, I feel like that'd be really beneficial. Sweet. Is there anything you guys want to see in that particularly? Like, what would be beneficial for you to take away from that and feel confident moving forward? Like, if you see that, you're ready to go. You feel like it's the thing that's going to get you to where you guys want to be. Oh, we want to see this, this, and this. Right? We want to make it more affordable for our audience, or whatever it is that they're trying to do. Figure out what that might be. And then when you go to the next call, you're going to have that exact presentation. So then at that point, they should close. I know it sounds really simple, because it is. It's crazy. So like I said, call 1, just get more info, build credibility with the prospect, and then at that point, you have a solution so you can set up another call to go into more details. It's exactly what I just talked about. So in this call, it's exactly what I was doing. So call one, these dudes have a lot of different directions that they can go. So we talked about that. We uncovered a lot of the pain, and then I created a solution for them, and I tied everything together. And for them, I'm just going to give you guys the example. They have a high ticket offer because, again, there's no rules to this. These guys have a high ticket offer. It's 1-to-1, and they've been doing that for 6 months. It's super draining. They don't have the time to bring in more people. Like they just truly, they're capped. And so they're limited in what they can offer, which means that their LTV for their customers is limited. The amount of new people they can bring in is limited. The amount of revenue they can generate is limited. So they need someone to come in and basically run things for them. So without spilling all their beans, they want to basically get rid of that, and they want to offer a lower ticket solution to more people because a lot of people are asking, and they know that from the market research, and we're going to do further market research. So our solution is a lower ticket community with a shit ton of value, and you offer that at an annual price point because they were going to do that anyway, but you tie a community to it to add more value on the front end. And then from there, we can figure out how we want to craft the offer moving forward. And then we're also going to upsell into a mastermind, which is going to be probably semi-annual. So they'll do 2 masterminds with limited spots, and that will be a higher ticket, so like 4K. And that's going to take them from where they're at now to like 4xing their revenue. So that's an example. Like there's not rules. So those guys, like I told you earlier, they already had an offer. But the reason they took a call with us is because they're not doing what they want to do. They don't want to do 1-to-1. They want to work with the masses. They want to buy their time back. They want to focus on just building out more shit, quite frankly. And they can't do that when they're having to post content and coach and and take calls and all this other stuff. So that was their pain. So this is a good example of like, all right, well, they already have one thing, so we don't need to create a high ticket offer. They already had that, but we can do all this other stuff. And so that's what we found out through the call. Super, super basic stuff. So now at this point, if you have to follow up, so let's say, and this won't happen if you conduct that first call well, but like I said, if you try to go for a close, like, oh, I need to think about it. All right, you're probably not closing that person. In most cases, you probably just didn't do your job right. But if like, oh, I need to think about it. Could we set up another call? Yeah, we can set up another call. And then they just aren't responding. I would say, hey, blank, I'm going on vacation for 1 week and I'll be out of pocket. Do you want to touch base when I get back? Question mark. No rush on my end. You should get a response to that. If you don't, though, you can send this if needed. I would say I'm only reaching back out because we had agreed that it would be a good idea to cover the new positioning of your offer. If you don't need our help, let me know. I want to make sure that we're touching base with whoever we've had an initial conversation with, and just leave it at that. It's not like, hey, I noticed you haven't responded and I want to hop on a call. And like, no, just put the ball in their court. Like if this is something you don't feel like you need help with, just let me know. Like there's no hard feelings, nothing, right? So that is essentially the entire sales framework. Don't overcomplicate it. Don't make it harder than it needs to be. And I just want to tell you guys, because I know some people are going to think about this. What is the post-sale process? I didn't add that on here. I didn't add that on here because I'm going to cover it later. Not super important to cover at the moment, but I will go through it. Last part for the sales section is the additional resources and the cheat sheet. So the additional resources is going to be just like sales stuff. So you've got a video from Jeremy Miner. This is really good for NEPQ stuff. And quite frankly, NEPQ, it's 46 years of sales experience. Holy crap. NEPQ is very similar to Sandler. Like it's basically a lot of, I'm trying to think of the best way to describe it. It's neurological emotional persuasion questioning is what NEPQ stands for. And like Sandler ties a lot of that in, but this is really what Jeremy is sold on, is he framed NEPQ. Like that's their 7-step sales framework, or 7th level, excuse me. So just know that this kind of ties into everything that I just talked about with you guys. It's just I wanted you to have a cheat sheet. So if you're like, oh, well, how do I ask these questions, or what are these questions? I just put them all here for you. So if you want to go study them, learn them, these are just going to start to come out as you talk. And so it's really good to understand what all these are. There's 11 sections. So you got a video from Jeremy. You got 2 videos from Alex. These are both very, very, very good. One specifically is for objections. And then when it comes to objections in general, I just linked Daniel G, because Daniel does a really good job in his content of just going over like common objections that you're going to get throughout multiple sales spaces, like not just fitness or not just one thing. It's kind of across the board. And he's really good. I like Daniel G. Is he better than Pace? No, but he's good. So use that for objection handling stuff. Any question or any objection you're going to get, if you scroll through his Instagram, it's going to be on one of those pages, I guarantee you. And then if you need to study these questions, go through them right here, look through them, understand them, You can even have them pulled up on your computer as you're going through a call. Like if you truly don't know what to say, that's okay. Just use the cheat sheet. Now, last section for sales, which is how to onboard your creator. So we go through the sales process, we get all that done. They say, yeah, I'm ready to go. Sweet. So after you close them, what you're gonna do is schedule a call, an onboarding call, and you just wanna get everyone that's involved in their organization, in their offer, in their coaching, whatever it is that they're doing. You just wanna make sure that they are on that call so everyone is on the same page and you guys are setting a launch date properly. So what you're gonna do is just intro the call, just shoot the shit, chop it up with them, have fun. They're now your client. Congratulations. And then what you're gonna do on the next step of this is you're basically just gonna cover like what the next X amount of time is gonna look like. So this is what I would cover: launch date, like when do you want to launch? Who's going to be paying for any of the resources, softwares, tools that you're going to be using? They should be paying for it. I'm just going to tell you that right now, especially with the offer that we have, and I'll tell you guys what that looks like. School and other login info. So you can just create like a Google Drive and do it that way, but really there's a more effective way to do it through Go High Level, which I'll cover. And then communicate about payouts from your portion of the monthly recurring revenue if you're doing it that way. If you end up doing a retainer, which is more rare, but let's say you do a retainer, figure out a date for that, and then you're gonna have to send them an invoice. So just make sure you get all that set up. And then set up your communication. We recommend Slack. Unless this is like your best friend or like your homie, you can text. But I would recommend setting up a Slack. I wouldn't use WhatsApp unless you're in Europe. That seems to be what you guys use. But I would try and use Slack for all your forms of communication. And then what you're going to do after you cover all this stuff is I would also just clarify, like make sure that they're good, they don't have any questions, they're comfortable, they're confident, all that fun stuff. And then I would send them a welcome message. So after you have that conversation, I would send a welcome message in Slack, whatever platform you're going to use. And I would just say, hey, client name, say Ryan, super excited to get the ball rolling. Just want to shoot over a welcome message on behalf of the entire team. Welcome to the personal Slack channel. We'll be using this to stay in touch and communicate. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. Cheers. And then if you need them to do anything, send that in a checklist format. So you put that right underneath this. And just say, hey, make sure to check this out when you have a chance. If you can get this done in the next few days, that would be awesome. Thank you so much. Simple. And then this is how you're going to manage your partnership. This is a question that I've seen a good amount across the space is like, well, if you're going to be doing sales funnels and all these different things, do you use ClickFunnels? Do you use Zapier? Do you use Go High Level? Do you use HubSpot? Like there's so many different things that you can use. And the most effective thing for this space is going to be Go High Level. And you can pair that with Zapier, excuse me. Because Zapier has more functionalities. So if you can't do something in Go High Level and you want to build out like a flow or a process or a system, you're going to do that in Zapier. I wouldn't recommend anything else, to be honest, because like you can't replace Go High Level with HubSpot, for example, because HubSpot doesn't have the same functionalities. Like there's two main things. I can't remember exactly what they are, but HubSpot can't do them, whereas Go High Level can. And I don't think there's like a huge price discrepancy. So as an example, here's some of the stuff you're going to be doing on Go High Level. You can do your onboarding process through there, which is really nice. Contract fulfillment you can have in there as well. Payment processing and invoices, email campaigns, SMS campaigns. You can build funnels in there. And then you can also have a shared workspace with the client so that they have some visibility and you can customize that. But I would still keep Slack as your form of communication so that you can actually chat. But if you don't want to like go create a Google Drive, for example, honestly, you can still do that. I would still probably create the Google Drive. But you can have a shared workspace in here so they can see like what's going on, what you're working on, what you guys are building out, etc. And then, like I said, Slack is what you're going to use for your form of communication. So that I know is a lot to digest, but that is sales and onboarding. One more thing I want to tell you guys. We already covered it over here when it comes to examples of like what you're going to charge the creator. But when you get to that section, when they ask like, so what do you charge? Or like, tell me more about like how you guys onboard a creator and like what's your process. The way that I pitch it, I already told you guys. So if you need to go back and watch this section right here where I tell you what you can do. You have an option close, and then you also have just retainer, and then you also have just monthly recurring revenue. But if you need to figure out what you're going to say, go back and watch that section because it's literally how I do it. and it's just super chill. So yeah, I think that's everything. So now we're going to move on to creating your offer. So now that we've got sales out of the way, we've closed the client, we know that they're a good fit for something, we know their pain points. What we need to do is build out their offer. Now, I'm going to go through how to do market research, but I want to be really clear on the front end. This is just a framework. So depending on how you're actually going to launch them, like if you're going to do high ticket first and do like a cohort method, for example, you don't necessarily have to do all this market research because you're going to get that research from just selling the 10 people you're going to work for during the cohort method or 15 people or whatever you're going to do. So I wouldn't stress this too much. You can still do it to get an initial idea, but really this is going to be more beneficial as you continue to scale. And then also if you're going to run a low ticket offer or mid ticket and you're not doing a high ticket offer, which is kind of foolish, then you definitely want to do this. So let's just run through that. I just want to preface this by letting you guys know I'm going to tie this back into the offer creation later down the road. So how to do market research. So we're building a community or program that you would want to be a customer of. That's really important because, when you're looking at things and you're building it out and you're communicating with your coach and the person you're working with, you want to make sure that it's something you'd like to be a part of, you see value in, because if you don't, then other people aren't either. I can just guarantee that right now. So if you've ever been a part of a coaching program or you've paid for high ticket masterminds, or you've been a part of anything like that, go and try and recite the stuff that you really liked, or go study people that have even free courses and figure out the stuff that's like, oh, that's really valuable. I'd love to have this as a part of ours, whatever it might be. Just a little saying for you guys, if you change the bait, you'll change your customer. Essentially all that means is the way that you market this is really important because it's going to attract, your ideal customer. And if you're getting the wrong people in, then it's just going to suck. It's going to be really shitty. So make sure you're attracting the right people, and you do that through your communication. So that's your emails, that's your ads, that's your organic content, etc. So what is market research? We're gathering and analyzing information about our target audience or market. We want to understand their needs, preferences, and pain points. The goal is to identify our ideal client, like I just talked about. So when you're selling something, you want to sell something the market is starving for. So what you'll see a lot of people do, which is a huge mistake, is they'll go out and they'll create a product and they go make a really nice logo. It's all fancy. They have a team behind it, like a sales team. They have their funnel structured. Everything looks good, but they're in the wrong market. So this is the wrong price point. This is the wrong solution to people's problems. They're sending it out to the wrong people for their ads. It won't work. So that's why market research is effective, because you want to know who you're selling to and who that avatar ultimately is. So having said that, what are the markets that people are most starving for? This is really simple. There's 3 main markets, and we already covered all these. So if you need to recite that, go back to section, I think that was in section 1, where I covered health, wealth, and relationships. But those are the 3 things that we're looking for, because those markets are starving for improvement, right? They want to get better in those areas. So after we understand this basic stuff, we need to build a customer avatar. Now, again, the goal here is just to pinpoint what this specific person looks like. This person right here, this avatar. So the first thing that we needed to address is, what is our client, or who does our client rather actually want to work with? What is their ideal or their dream customer? Because you have to keep in mind, they're the one that's coaching, especially if you're doing a cohort method where you're launching high ticket. We don't want to bring in people that they don't want to work with, right? So let's get clear from them and ask them, who is the person that you'd like to work with? Who's your ideal client? What is their pain points right now? Is it where you were at a year ago? Dig a little bit deeper on this with your prospect. Now your client. And here's some questions that you can ask. What are their goals, dreams, and desires from your perspective? What are they passionate about? What are my dream clients? What do they look like? This is a question you're going to ask your creator, your coach. So I'd run through that first. And then as you're going through your analysis, you're going to be oh, this is the person that Ryan was talking about. This is who we'd like to work with. These people meet that demographic. Cool. So the student analysis portion of this is basically you just getting feedback from the coach's audience. So again, if you're launching the high ticket cohort method, you're not necessarily going to use this. You already know that person can sell something because the people that follow them for TikTok shop or e-commerce or paid ads, whatever it is that they're doing. So it's not going to be hard to sell 10 spots, but this, as you scale, is really effective to know. Or if you're going to launch a lower ticket offer first, it's really important to do this because you don't want to like do all this work, build everything out, launch low ticket, and then nobody buys. That's really dumb. So you need to figure out who exactly your avatar is. So you're going to have your creator make a post or your coach make a post on their main platform. So this is almost always going to be on Instagram. And you're going to say, hey guys, I'm releasing something very soon that is going to be a game changer for all of you. I'm not going to speak about it until it's 100% ready to go. It's going to be valuable. It's going to change lives. I'm looking to get some initial feedback from a handful of people. Shoot me a DM and let's chat. Super, super simple. And you can do a million different posts. There's other options right here. I would also space this out just so you guys know I just put it like this, but I'd probably space this out so that it's not all one thing. It's easier to digest for people as they're reading it. So other options you can use, and then what you're going to do is you're going to reply to those DMs and book calls with people. So you can use your Calendly again and send out a link where people can click and book a call, and you're going to conduct a call with them. So your goal on that call is to learn as much as you possibly can about the person you're speaking with. So leave that call knowing their pain, motivation, desires, and ultimately how they make their buying decisions. And I'll show you what we're going to be looking for. I thought it was right here. Must be further down. I'll show you ultimately what we're looking to take away on that call. And then, creator audience breakdown. So you want to run a pre-call analysis of the creator's audience. Oh, I already covered this. Oh, no, I didn't. I'm all over the place. Geez. Creator audience breakdown. So you want to run the pre-call analysis of the creator's audience and content. This is kind of what I already talked about. You should have done this before speaking with the creator so you have an idea of like the content they're posting, who's engaging with it, rough idea of what the audience looks like, age demographic, etc. So that's what I meant by this right here. But the way that you're going to do that to go even more in depth is you're going to have a specific review. So I have some notes here on how to do that. So what I would do is review the creator's top performing platforms. So in most cases, again, that's probably going to be IG and like X, IG YouTube, IG TikTok, whatever that might be. IG is probably going to be the most, IG and YouTube specifically are going to be the most accurate for this, especially YouTube because it's long form content. So the people that are giving feedback on there are going to be a little bit different than the people on like X, for example, because those people don't, they're not as nurtured. They don't truly know who you are in most cases. So if they have YouTube, amazing. If they don't, IG is still really good. And here's what you're looking for. You're reviewing content. And you're kind of doing this pre-call analysis. So, or pre-audience analysis rather, excuse me. So what I would look for, number one, is themes and topics. So what specific topics or themes are consistently present in the top performing videos? Titles and thumbnails, what are they putting in them? What's standing out? What's consistent? Colors, images, etc. Hooks, I would look for what are the patterns in the videos that do really well and what are the hooks in those videos, and just take note of them. Like I would take the top 10, 15, 20 performing videos, figure out what those hooks were and why, because that's going to tell you what people are looking for. Content structure, not as important, but I would still look at this. So like, is it long form, short form, tutorials, Q&As, vlogs, how-tos, etc. Next is audience engagement. So I would look through commonly asked questions. So I would go through the comments and just figure out, like, is there a trending theme of what people are asking for? Or are they confused about something in specific? Because those are basically what you're trying to gather here is like, what does the course content look like? So if people are constantly saying, if, for example, you're in the TikTok shop space, they're like, hey, how do I connect with brands? Or, well, this is cool, but what's the prospect for connecting with brands? It's like, all right, we should probably have a section on how to actually connect with brands. Cool, we know that right out of the gate. Likes, replies, and comments. Which comments are receiving the most? Same thing with this. Some of the commonly asked questions. You want to look for people that are replying to questions, people that are liking questions. It's another really good way to get feedback on this. And then feedback on specific content. Are there recurring themes from the comments regarding what viewers like or disliked? So you might see the same thing popping up amongst the 10 top videos that you saw. That's even more proof that that's what people need help with. Engagement metrics, watch time, retention. You can get access from the creator coach on this because obviously you're not going to be able to see it. Same thing with likes, shares, and saves on Instagram. You should have visibility to all of that, actually. With the way that Instagram's set up now, I think you can see everyone that saves. And the reason that you want to do that, same thing with TikTok, is you can see essentially how many people are like liking a video, watching a video. But if you have a video that's, let's say it has like 10,000 views, but there's 400 saves, that means that people want to learn more about that topic, or you said something in there that was super valuable. That's something we want to take note of. So I can guarantee If you're taking the top 10 videos with the hooks and all the other content, it's going to be stuff that's getting likes and whatnot on Instagram and TikTok as well. So this should all correlate, but just so you guys understand the difference. Next is type of value provided. So again, this kind of ties back to the earlier one: entertainment, education, inspiration. What are they posting about? Problem solving content's another example. Identify whether the content is solving a problem for the audience, like how-to videos, advice, and again, tie that back to the section we talked about up here. So yeah, content structure, kind of the same thing. And then last couple is visual and aesthetic appeal. So style and presentation, like what really does the content look like, and how are they speaking? Are they energetic? Are they chill, nice and calm? What's the lighting like? The mood, is it clean, minimal? All these different things. And then storytelling. Successful creators often tell stories, even in educational content. Note where storytelling or personal anecdotes are common features in high-performing content. Usually, especially the more niche your thing is, the more people that are watching that content, when you tell stories and you give feedback and you give anecdotal evidence of what's working and what isn't, people are usually going to resonate with that, especially in the longer form stuff, because it gives them proof that what you're doing is real, right? Like me showing you guys that I was on a sales call yesterday and walking you through the steps of that and why I took a two call framework approach. It shows that the process actually works, it's real, and I'm actually having these conversations. So when someone else does that with like a how-to video, or they're coaching on something, it gives you validity. So important thing to look out for. Last one is engagement outside of content. If creator already has CTAs, so look for the CTAs that they have currently, and I would just get feedback from the creator more specifically, because they're going to know best. Like, hey, are these CTAs working? Have they been effective? On like my camera, see if I can get it to. Nah. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, so with the CTAs, just get feedback from them on like what's worked. So maybe they've been using a specific CTA on their Instagram videos, their YouTube videos, or TikTok, and some stuff's working super well. And I would, more often than not, imagine that whatever the top performing content is that has CTAs is doing the best. So just figure out what those are and take note of those. Next is going to be your market research call. So you set up the call, right? Let's jump back. You set up the call with these people. Now that you're hopping on that call, here is basically just like a framework for you guys to follow. So first thing I'd recommend, again, this is for like low ticket stuff or mid ticket, and you're not doing high ticket. You want to take like 10 calls or so. And if that's not compelling evidence of what people are looking for, and there's not consistency with what you're seeing within the demographic of their audience amongst this stuff right here, then I would take as many as you need to get consistent feedback. And the more niche your thing is, the less calls it's going to take, because people are going to be saying the same stuff, and I can just guarantee that based on having these calls done. So, all right, so first step to this is on the intro, just build some rapport with the person, let them know who you are, and you work on blank person's team. So again, upfront contract, right? Reoccurring theme here. So, hey blank, appreciate you jumping on the call. My name is blank, and I'm a part of blank's team. Just let them know who you are, who you work for. Makes it a little less weird. They're not sure who they're talking to, right? So make it clear. And then this is basically the framework for the call, or the upfront contract. So we're working on something really exciting for creators' name and their audience. And as a part of that, we want to make sure that the product we're putting together speaks directly to the people who matter most, like you. Your feedback will be incredibly helpful in shaping what we're working on. So we want to make sure to ask you a few questions about your interests, potential challenges you're facing in your journey, and what kind of content or products would make a massive shift for you. The goal is to understand who we're speaking with. Geez, I can't see, sorry. The goal is to understand who we're speaking to, so we can ensure the upcoming product really resonates with the creator's name and their audience. By the end of the call, I hope to have a clear picture about the idea of what you're looking for. And in return, I'll make sure to keep you updated about what we're launching, and I'll get you early access to the list. This call will be super quick. I would just tell them it would be about 10, 15 minutes. Does that sound good to you? And honestly, the reason I fucked that up is because I don't use this, but I just put this together for you guys. I just wing it. But I've had a lot of these, so I don't really need to follow a script. But again, if you need it, just follow something along these lines. The purpose of this, set the upfront contract, let them know who you are, let them know what you're trying to conduct and why, and ultimately how that's going to be beneficial to the person that they follow, that they're trying to get closer to, which is the creator or the coach that you're talking about. and then let them know that they're going to get a benefit from it. That's basically the synopsis. So feel free to use this if you want, because it is good. I typed it out and wrote it, but once you practice a few times, you won't need it. Now, what are you trying to get on this call? You're trying to get the audience demographic, and these are some of the main things I would look for. Where are they currently located? Age, gender, are they married, children, level of education, occupation, job title at that occupation, are they entry, are they high level, finances, annual income, and do they have any current experience with that niche that you're in? So this is a really important one. I would ask, something to the extent of like, have you tried coaching in the past for this industry? Have you tried any coaching with X person? What was that like? Tell me more about it. What was your feedback from that? Did you see results? Did you not see results? Just really gauge that, because that tells you that that person is actively trying. That's a very hot prospect. Like, they're more than likely going to be the first people to buy. And you want to keep note of that. So here's some more questions to ask that are very specific. So the first one I would ask is, do you remember just by chance when you first started following blank, whatever that creator's name is or coach, was there anything in particular that stood out to you? Like, just out of curiosity, what made you want to follow him? What are a few things you think blank can help you with? That's also really important, because again, we're getting feedback on what course content could be and what people are going to want to see in the community. And then here's some product questions. And then here's a section for notes for you guys, because you'll actually be able to copy this, and you'll have a section for notes while you're on the call. And this is an example. So let's say you're on a call with Jason and you're taking notes throughout the whole thing based on this stuff right here, and you come out of the call with this. So I'm taking notes as we're going through the call. I get to the end, maybe add some more. This is what I got. So let's say that we're in the, we're working with a TikTok shop creator, I think is what I wrote this on. Or not TikTok shop creator, but people teaching people how to become UGC creators for TikTok shop, and pairing them with like distributors and brands so that they can actually get brand deals and product so that they can make the UGC videos. So Jason is a 24-year-old aspiring e-commerce entrepreneur, is eager to transition from freelancing into running a successful TikTok shop, but feels overwhelmed by his sheer amount of information available. He has a strong interest in starting an e-commerce store, but his primary concerns include lack of direction, having limited startup funds, and being unsure how to effectively market effectively on TikTok. Jason prefers step-by-step guidance, real-world examples, and community support to help him feel confident in taking action. He's motivated by the potential to scale a side hustle into a full-time income, but wants to minimize risk. His main buying triggers include proven case studies, actionable strategies, and low-cost startup options. To craft a compelling offer for Jason, focus on clear step-by-step instructions, real-world success stories, and a supportive community. Highlight how the course can help him start with minimal investment while offering a scalability to transition into a full-time business over time. So you can see that this portion right here just took the information that he gave us and summarized it. So now we know exactly what he's looking for. And this, like stuff like this, he's looking for a compelling course. He wants step-by-step instructions, and he wants a community. That's really important information. You're going to get a lot of that as you continue to have these conversations. All right, so now that we've done the market research, we're going to take everything, actually, not just the market research, everything that we've done up to this point, all the stuff that you guys have learned, right? All this information. And what we're going to do is package this so that we have a killer offer. Now, I'm going to break down for you guys so you have a good foundation. Remember, that's the important piece to this. You want to understand, not memorize. What is an offer and why is it important? An offer is essentially the lifeblood of your business. So people come to you, or to anybody, right, to give you money in exchange for a result. And essentially the way that I look at this is the way that Alex Hormozi looked at writing this book right here. And this is a totally separate thing, but this just came to mind. And I have it pulled up, so I want to show you guys. So Alex has this belief system that if you launch something, you want it to be as good as possible. Because if you do that, that means that it's going to sell itself. And then you don't have to put a ton of money into marketing and waste money, get a terrible ROI. Versus if you build something that's phenomenal, you're going to get referrals, you're going to get more testimonials, more reviews, more word of mouth growth, etc., by just having a good product. So if you go look at this book on Amazon, for example, Alex made it so good that people just started sharing it like wildfire. So it's got 24,000 reviews, and look at what, this is crazy. Look at how many 5 stars there are. And the reason that worked is because there was so much value for free. This is $0 or $20 if you want to buy a paperback, or $10 on Kindle. The amount of value in this book, obviously I've read the book, I'm telling you guys, hundreds of thousands of dollars of value in this right here. And it's worked for people super effectively. You should see the amount of people, if you go to Alex and you go to his tagged section, the amount of people that have posted about $100 million offers, or that Alex reposts because they talk about it constantly, is nuts. So I say that to say it's more important to build a very good offer, or have at least a very good foundation, rather than putting out something that's a shit offer and having to constantly recreate it. It wastes your time, it wastes your creator's time, it wastes the audience time because they're not getting a result. It's not effective. So look at your offer as people give you money in exchange for a result. And in terms of that result, the more value that you add for the price that they pay, that's the discrepancy that you're looking for. Because if they pay a certain price and your value's down here and it sucks, ultimately they feel like they're being gypped, right? And that's when people are pissed. That's when they write bad reviews. That's when people say, hey, this product doesn't get any results. It was terrible. I had a terrible experience. This coaching program sucks, right? And you can avoid that by just having a good offer. And understanding that it's the front-facing piece to your business. Like, it is the lifeblood. If the offer is not good, you're not going to scale. You're not going to get sales. It's going to be very ineffective of your time, and that will ultimately crumble. There's no good foundation. So understand the value discrepancy portion of this. So whatever people are paying you, people believe that whatever they're getting in value is worth more than what they're giving to you in exchange, which is price, right? Whatever they're paying. And also the time that they're committing to you. Illustration here, you guys have seen this a million times. I also linked here, if you guys haven't read the book, you guys can watch the course that Alex put out, which is right here. This is kind of tricky to find, so just use the link. It's going to be easier to get directly to this. But this is the course that Alex put out with the book. So this is essentially, look at it as like an audiobook almost, but he actually shows you visuals as well. These are short videos. They're very in-depth. So if you feel like you need to watch these, please do so. If you feel like, oh, I'm still a little fuzzy on this thing, go watch that. It's going to break down everything I'm about to tell you. Now, it's important to understand fundamentally that a business is not about products or services. A business is about the results that you can get for your clients. We talked about this, right? When we look at an info agency is not us building education companies. Fundamentally, that's what we do, but there's a lot of things that go into that on the back end. And that's not really what we care about in terms of talking to our client and giving them an ideal offer, right? The offer for them is we do 95% of the work and you get majority of the profit. That's a good offer, right? And on top of that, you pay us nothing on the front end and we don't make money until you do, because we're both incentivized. We're incentivized on your growth and your success. We don't make money until you make money. That's a good offer. So just understand, we're not building education companies. We're buying their time back. Right? We're allowing them to go focus on being the creative that they are and building their audience while we do everything else. Anyway, you guys have already heard me talk about that, but I just wanted to reiterate this point. Now that we understand this, let's get into offer creation. So you have a couple different options when we look at launching a client, and there's more than this, but these are the main two that we're going to look at. So you have one-to-many, which essentially just means that it's going to be a lower ticket offer that you're selling to the majority of the audience, right? So this would be more of a generic offer. Like, let's say you're working with a client that's just fitness based. So their offer is not niche. It's just, we help women, we help men, we help triathletes, like anyone in the fitness space. It's a generic offer. So if this person has a large audience, they could do something like a low ticket between 1 and 100 and try and funnel as many people in as they can. And this could serve a purpose of being more like lead nurturing. So people pay $29.99 a month. You nurture them within this, they get a lot of value, and then you upsell them into your $1,500 thing or your $3,000 thing, right? Depending on what offers you have. So this could serve as that purpose. This could be a core offer for people that don't want to have something else. But ultimately, this doesn't work very effectively. And, well, depending on who you're working with, let me back up on that. This typically works better with people that have a large audience, and we'll dive more into that. But it can also work good as a downsell in some situations where people just can't afford a higher ticket thing and the creator still has a decent sized audience and you know there's a market for whatever this product is. You could use this as an option to at least get something out of those people and get them a result, right? You want to serve your audience based on what they're looking for. So if this makes sense, it's something that you can use. Now, the characteristics of a buyer that's going to fit that mold of one-to-many is going to be easy purchasing decisions with minimal risk. Right, so typically those people are like, oh, there's no risk to me. It's $29.99, and I got nothing to lose. Makes sense. Usually impulse buys or small scale products, like I mentioned. An example of this would be like a basic subscription or just an entry level course for people to kind of get their feet wet. So when I worked with Manny, for example, one of our clients, or one of the people that I worked with, excuse me, one of our offers front facing was $9.99. It was just a starter program. And then we had our higher ticket stuff. So people could buy the starter program at $9.99. And then we had an offer at 10K, 15K, 50K, and then like 150K, depending on the time of season. So that's an example of the lower ticket thing, or just kind of a front facing stuff. Now, 99, to be clear, would be more of like a mid ticket. Anything after 99, in most cases, is going to be considered high ticket. Some people would say above 2,000 would be high ticket, but I don't want to confuse you guys with any of that. It doesn't really matter. We'll just say 1,000 plus is high ticket. Now, if we're going to go one to few, essentially what this is going to look like is more of a niche offer, right? So there's more of a specific problem that we're solving with this offer. So let's say rather than having just like a generic fitness community, this community that's one to few would be something like, let's use people training for a marathon, for example. Those people are looking to get marathon prep, marathon training for 4 months, and they're willing to pay a higher ticket because it means they're going to have more hands-on coaching. That's more of a niche solution, right? It's not generic fitness. It's very specific on what the goal is. It's to get you prepped for a marathon within 4 months for what you're paying. Let's say it's $2,000. Here's what you get. You get one-on-one coaching, you get nutrition plans, you get a running guide, et cetera, right? Now, characteristics of this buyer is that it requires a significant financial commitment and usually a little bit longer decision-making process. Makes sense. They're paying more money. Typically, you're going to offer more personalized services, higher-end experiences, and a more premium product. I just covered that. And an example would be one-on-one coaching, mastermind programs, exclusive membership communities, or consulting services even. And I would also lump in like a 1 to 10 type of coaching. So you take on, 10 people at a time, and it might not be one-to-one, but, it's more of a tight-knit group that's going to be all working together. That's another example. So what is our recommendation? Our recommendation is that you start high ticket, and then once you gather data and info from the first cohort of people that you work with, then you know what those people are looking for, right? And you know the information that they need to get results. So rather than building all this stuff out on the front end, which I'll cover, you can launch this way that's high ticket, gather the feedback from those 10 people that you're going to work with or 15 people, and then you've done your market research in the most effective way possible, which is getting people to give you feedback that gave you a large financial commitment, right? And these are the people that are going to tell you the most information. They're going to give you good feedback because they paid money and they want a result. It's going to be much more effective. Then from there, we can actually build out and scale that coaching program, and then maybe offer, if it makes sense, something that's lower ticket as well, and scale the higher ticket, depending on who you're working with. However, I've talked about this as well. If you land a creator that has just, let's say they have a huge audience, right? And they're very established in the thing that they teach, there are times when it can make sense to launch lower ticket. And even in that case, we'd recommend that you maybe don't just open it up to the masses, but you take on, like, let's say that you have a creator that has 5 million followers, and not a creator, an educational based creator, which would be huge. I mean, that would be massive. Lower ticket would probably make sense for them at some point. So let's say that you want to start by launching lower ticket, which could make sense in that situation depending on what they teach and what their audience looks like. We'd still recommend, like I just said, that you start smaller. So let's say that you could sell like 15, 20,000 people as your guess. Maybe start out with like 2,000, get the feedback from those 2,000, and then after that month that you work with those people, or 2 weeks, whatever you need, then you open it up to the masses, and you could even do that at a higher price point. So just an example, you want to make sure that whatever that offer is, it's effective. Even if it's low ticket, you want people getting results, you want people sharing, people getting testimonials, or giving testimonials, reviews, all that stuff, right? Because it's how you grow. That's how you're going to have sustainability with any product, but specifically a coaching program. So very, very important stuff. Now, additional notes. High ticket coaching is much easier to sell, right? If you just kind of compare these two, and let's say you have a $3,000 product, is it easier to sell that to 10 people, or is it easier to sell a $10 product to 3,000 people? Assuming you have the same size audience, which is, let's say the client that we're working with has, 80,000 followers. Do you think it's easier to sell $3,000 product to 10 people, or $10 product to 3,000 people. I'm going to tell you it's most efficient to sell the higher ticket product to 10 people, especially the more niche the client is on what they teach, the more effective and the easier it's going to be to do this. I guarantee you. And if you want to test this on that, feel free to try. If you want to sell the $10 thing to an 80,000 person audience, see how it works, and then you're going to go, oh shit, you're right. It makes more sense. So the other really pivotal piece to this, and I told you guys this previously, but we want to get results really quick for our client because it shows that A, we know what the hell we're doing, and B, it's going to give them more trust long term to want to work with you. Because let's say your goal when you launch with them and you have your sales call and you figure out, hey, I want to go from 25K to 100K in the next 6 months. Okay, then the goal is 100K. But if you can get them some proof of concept by launching with the cohort method and you get them launched in 10 days, and let's say you have a $3,000 product, you just made them 30K, right? Right at launch. So you get proof of concept right here. Then they go, okay, this person knows what they're doing. They just made 30,000 in 7 days. Now I'm okay, like being a little bit more patient on building things out, making sure the process is in place so that it's sustainable and we're actually getting results, et cetera, right? So this is really pivotal. I mean, this is why a lot of people now are moving towards launching higher ticket first, because it gives you credibility and it makes your job easier as well, which we're going to break down right here. So step 2 is course content and then selling the vacation to your ideal client. So now that we've determined who we're selling to, the next step is to create your course content and deliver a clear promise for your coaching. So like I just talked about, if we're working with an established creator or coach that already has a program, they more than likely have already done this. And this actually wasn't what I was talking about. I just got sidetracked. But this is still holds true. So if we're working with an established creator, they already have an offer in place. We want to make sure that we're revising that offer and making tweaks where necessary. And it might be a terrible offer. You might have to scrap it and completely do it from scratch, right? But maybe it's good, but it has some gaps in it and you can scale it, which is primarily like who you're going to be looking at this point. Because there aren't many people, like when you're looking for people to reach out to, there's still going to be people that are brand new to this space that have never had an offer before. But most people that you're looking to work with in the educational space, they're probably going to have offered something at some point. Whether it was like, I don't know, they were helping people on how to grow like their Twitter or it's something super random, right? It doesn't have to be like a really core offer, but they've probably offered something at some point. And because they've done that, they probably have some emails that they've collected. So they have an email newsletter, or maybe they have some SMS campaigns that they've run, or they have all these different lead magnets now that you can use, right? So you want to figure out what these things are, and that's kind of the front facing thing to do first. And then you can kind of come up with these next steps. But going back to the high ticket versus low ticket. So when we're starting high ticket, the course content is not all that important for a couple reasons I just shared. Because we are basically just going to take those people and the cohort method, so the 10 people that are going to pay you thousands of dollars, and what we're going to do is just get that feedback and then create everything that I just talked about, right? So the modules, course content, customer support, any templates that they need, contracts, tools, resources, all that stuff, that's going to come from you launching high ticket. And so when you do it this way, you don't really have to do this portion that we just went over as in depth, because you're going to do this portion when you launch high ticket, right? Versus if you do all of this, this is something you would do if you're doing more low ticket. Because if you don't do this, you're going to be screwed. Like you're just not going to know who you're selling to. And it's very important if you're going to launch a lower ticket product and make sure that it will actually sell. Because if it doesn't, you're screwed, right? I'll give you guys an example. So if we go to Jason Derulo, he's got 35.5 million followers. So you guys probably look at this, those of you who are newer to this space, and you go, okay, 35 million followers, he could probably sell anything to anyone. He could sell shit and it would make money, right? Well, that's not really true for a couple reasons. Number one, he's not an education-based creator. He's an entertainer, right? People don't look at him as education. And then the other thing too is that his offer wasn't clear. So if we go to his school, first of all, I want you guys to guess before I show you. He's got 35.5 million followers, and he launched a $9 ticket product, or $9 ticket community rather. How many people do you think he has in there? You're probably like, oh, it's probably 100,000. No. There are 236 people. Why? because this offer sucks. And whoever built this, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to attack you, but they would have been much better off. Like, people don't care about this shit. People don't care about fitness and nutrition. People don't care about raffles. People don't care about any of this shit. Whereas if he would have come in here, because people know him as an artist, an entertainer, if he would have said, hey, I'm going to take on 50 people at a high ticket price point, and I'm going to teach them how to get connected with record labels. I'm going to show them how to get into certain studios. I'm going to show them how to get their first gigs. I'm going to show them all the equipment to use. That's an offer that would make sense for someone like Jason Derulo. And even that probably wouldn't perform super well, but it would be way better and a much better use of time than this. And I think he had good intentions with this, but it was marketed really poorly. The offer is not clear, and people just don't know why they're joining. People don't want to come in here. There's no community aspect to it. So this is an example of like why launching low ticket, because whoever launched this probably did a lot of market research, right? They went through all this work, all this effort, but there wasn't a clear alignment with the audience. So a low ticket offer is not going to be effective. And that's the risk that you run into when you just, hey, let's launch to the masses. You don't know the results that people are looking for. You didn't get any feedback in the beginning, right? So higher ticket, in my opinion, would have been more effective there if it's something that Jason was willing to do, which he probably wasn't, because he's like, dude, I make millions per year. Why would I do this? But if you truly want to have impact, it might be something that he would have been willing to do. Now, having said that, someone like that, even though he's a terrible example because he did awful with his launch, but if you're working with an education-based creator, let's say they have a large audience, then you would want to make sure that you're still going through this audience analysis before you launch it. Whereas at the high ticket, use the cohort method, get the feedback from those 10 people. If you need to do a second launch, that's totally okay, right? I literally talk about that right here. If you need to do, or somewhere I put it, if you need to do 2 launches, that's okay. Whatever you need to get that feedback and make the course content as effective as possible, do that. And this is a list of things that people are looking for if you're going to launch with high ticket. It's going to be direct message access, so Zoom, phone, emails, voice notes of somehow, or like voice memos, exclusivity, behind the scenes, contracts, paperwork, depending on what niche you're working in, right? If people need that. And then when you're starting low ticket, you're going to take, like I just said, all the audience analysis information, all this stuff that was right here, and you're basically going to use that to craft whatever the offer is for the low ticket. Now that we understand all of that, I know it's a lot of information to dissect. Let's go into some sauce. Now, this is how you're going to come up, essentially, if you're like, well, I went through this portion, right? So I did my audience analysis. I went through all this stuff, and people gave me all the problems that they might be facing. Same thing with high ticket, by the way. So let's say we go through the cohort method, and we're hopping on calls with these people. We're engaging with our creator that we're working with, right? And we're giving them proof of concept, all that stuff. And we get feedback from the 10 people of the first cohort method that say, hey, these are all the problems that I'm facing. The way that you come up with course content is you make a problems list, and then you come up with solutions to those problems, and that's how you create the course content. Super simple stuff. So let's use, here's an example. Let's say that we are selling a fitness program that will help people lose weight. So what are all the problems that could come up if someone was trying to sell something like that? This is what you're going to hear from people, right? I'm not smart enough to count my macros. I don't know what foods to eat to lose weight. There's not enough time in the day for me to work out. I don't know how to structure workouts. I've tried to lose weight in the past and didn't work. And there's probably 40 more, right? You want to come up with as many as you possibly can. Now here's the solutions. So this is what we'll use, again, to create our offer or our course content that we're going to have for modules or whatever it might be. So here's the example. I'm not smart enough to count my macros. Here's the solution. How to make macro counting easy and enjoyable. So all these are just basically the adverse to this. I don't know what foods to eat to lose weight. How anyone can structure their food for the week in 10 minutes, right? So you can see the example here is all the problems that come up, that's typically going to be course content. And you'll figure that out by basically doing all this, the market research, coming up with the problems list, and you're going to go, okay, there's a lot of alignment with all these things that people are saying. We should have a module on that. Make sense? So here's our modules as an example. We know that a lot of the problems that people face, because we've talked to you guys, is that they don't understand the sales process, right? How do I actually close a client? How do I onboard a client? What does that look like? What are the softwares, etc.? That's why we have it in here. Client acquisitions, same thing. How do I go find people? How do I do outreach? What are the messages that I send? These are all commonalities between people that are new and they don't know where to start. So that's why we put it in here. Last piece to this is that when you are launching anything or you have an offer, especially on school, and I will show you guys an example of this, you want to make sure that you have three things. You want to make sure that you have promise, proof, and plan. You'll hear some people say path too. That works as well. But essentially what those three things mean is, let's say your promise is that the community will get you your first 5K in the next 45 days. That's your promise to anyone that's going to buy your product, right? Now, the proof of that is you could show case studies, testimonials, whatever proof you have of someone getting a result. It could even be you. You could show the proof of what you did, right? That's giving people proof of concept that if you apply the action, you get the result. And then plan or path would be something like, if this is your promise, this community will get you to your first 5K in the next 45 days. Here's the plan. We'll be teaching you our 5-step framework that has resulted in 500 clients getting into their first 5K. And this specifically, this plan also kind of ties into the proof. So it's twofold. So here's an example of what you would have in your about page in school. That's kind of, that's the picture I'm trying to paint for you guys. So let's go to Adonis Gang. Let's see if he has this laid out well. I don't know why it's not pulling up his setting or his page. There we go. Hamza, let's go to his paid one. His is not good. Let's go to a better example. Let's just go to the discovery page, actually. Should be able to find a good one in there. Holy moly, I'm going to pause this. All right, sorry, that took forever. So here's a really good example that Max uses. Max is an absolute beast on school. If you guys haven't seen his stuff, great person to learn from. But he actually, literally within this one sentence right here, he pretty much does all three, right? Join and learn how to make money online with school. That's the promise. Get Max's framework that won the Hormozy school games 4 times and generated 300,000 plus per month. That would be the proof. And then here's the plan, is you get to watch all this content, and here is the total value for that, and you get it risk-free for 14 days, and then it's $150 a month. So he knocks out 2 birds with one stone right here, and then basically shows you the plan is for you to watch all this content, and you're going to learn how to do this thing right here. So that is what you want to have in your offer for it to be effective. Because if you don't have this, then it's just unclear. People are like, well, why am I joining and what am I getting and what's the point? This is going to do a lot of the selling for you. Now, this could also be something like, if we go back to Max's, where it doesn't necessarily have to be in the text. You could have a VSL right here, which is why school is so effective. You could have all 3 things that I just mentioned in a video right here, and you could have it in text, right? You just want to make sure that you have it somewhere front facing, especially if you're launching something with a school where you have an about page, because it just serves as more proof for you, for people to know that what they're joining actually makes sense. So, like I said, if you guys need more of an understanding of everything we just covered, make sure you watch this. But otherwise, let's jump into the next section. All right, so now that we understand how to actually create an offer, now what we need to do is talk about launching and managing that offer. So the first step to doing that is going to be understanding how you drive traffic. And this is kind of a dense topic, so I want to break this down step by step for you guys. So first thing is, what does it mean to drive traffic, right? And that's kind of what I just covered. So after you craft your offer, we now know what we're selling and who we're selling to. We need to properly drive traffic to get sales for our coaching or our community. So we'll be breaking that down, like I said, in this section. So first thing, or first part to this, is optimizing your socials for your client. Now, I want to be really clear. A lot of people that you're going to work with have already done this. It doesn't mean it's 100% effective. So you might need to make some small tweaks, but there's also going to be clients you work with that already have it nailed down. They just don't know how to properly drive traffic from their socials, but maybe their social layout is actually pretty good. So here's some examples of people that do this very, very well, and we'll break down why. And again, to be clear, people have X, people have LinkedIn, people have TikTok. There's all these different platforms, but 95% of the time, the main platform is going to be Instagram, for the clients that we're working with, right? And our ideal client is going to drive traffic through their Instagram. So let's take a look at some examples of people that do this really well. First one is Jeremy. Now, the first thing you probably notice is Jeremy says exactly what he does, right? I help coaches scale with ads and setters. So right off rip, we know exactly what he does and who he helps. Then he's got some social proof. 2 million plus in sales and 450 plus coaches served. DM me scale to get started. This is a really good funnel because if you DM him scale, what's going to happen is there's going to be a mini chat bot, and that mini chat bot is going to respond to you, start a conversation, and get you into the funnel. Super, super smart on his end. Then he's got free training. This would be like a value, something of value for you guys. If you don't know who he is, this is going to nurture you guys. So his YouTube is essentially his free community, if you will. And maybe he has a separate free community. I'm not 100% sure what Jeremy currently offers. I know he has high ticket coaching and probably a downsell from that, but this is a very effective way of doing this to get people to know who you are, add value on the front end, give a free basically VSL, because that's what a YouTube video of a how-to is, and go from there. So the other things that he does really well is he's got client results for days, right? He's got 1, 2, 3, 4. It just keeps going, right? It just doesn't stop. So he's got more than enough to show people, hey, I am not only a real human, but I'm also someone that, because right, he's got photos, he's got videos, we can see he's a real dude, but he also gets results, and we can see that forever. Like I just said, he's got 6 or 7 total pages of just client results alone. This is awesome. And this right here does a lot of the selling for you. So if you're working with a client that has case studies already or testimonials, leverage this, because if people can come on their story and they can see this stuff, the selling process is so much easier. They know you have a solution to their problem. It's just a matter of actually getting that close. So this will help you a lot. Now, something else he does really well is he has a story laid out here. So this literally shows you from like beginning of his journey till now what he's done. So he's trustworthy, right? He's building that relationship and nurturing you by you watching this. This is really, really smart. So Jeremy, phenomenal job. Now, something else that he's done really well is, like I said, he's got posts, right? So he posts about his content. It doesn't get crazy engagement, but it doesn't matter. He's got the followers. He still gets comments on this. I can guarantee this probably gets shares, which I don't think we can see on my Mac. No, we can't. But I know Jeremy does well. I know people that know Jeremy. I know I think he's in Dan Martell's inner circle at this point. Not 100% sure. But nonetheless, I know they spent a day together because he either paid for it or he got invited out, one of the two. But this is great too. Like you can see he's with, some high achievers. Like Dan Martell is a monster and an absolute beast in the space. So this is really cool. He's got a dope Lambo. Super cool stuff, right? So shout out to Jeremy. He does a very good job of this and has a very good layout. So the few things that he does well, again, he's got a very clear description of what he does and who he helps. He's got client results and how-tos forever. And then he's got content to show he's a real person. So super, super cool stuff. Other thing he does phenomenally well is he has something linked that's free value. This is a lead magnet. So let's go back and look at who's next. We got Sam Millsap next. Now, Sam is someone that gets a lot of flack. I don't know a ton about him, but I do know that he does a couple things really well. So love him or hate him, let's just dissect the value that he can offer and take the good and leave whatever bad there might be. I don't really know. So I think this is actually new. This changed, but it says, I just looked at this like literally yesterday. It says, I am second. Okay. Now, additionally, it says online social media / business coach / consultant. This isn't super clear. I would probably get more clear on this. It's not bad, but let's see what else he's got. I help online coaches start / grow their business. Again, it's very vague. I would probably say I help online coaches scale to 50K per month or 50K plus per month or whatever his goal is. I don't know, but this is going to save you a lot of the wrong people submitting a form or reaching out or DMing you. So this is going to be kind of painstaking, to be honest. I bet he has to deal with a lot of people that aren't qualified, and maybe he downsells them into something, which I think he does. So we'll dissect that. But next part is DM me coach to get started. So same thing is going to happen here. If you DM Sam coach, it's going to be a mini chat bot. And if you guys don't know what that is, we'll cover that later down the line. But that mini chat bot is going to respond to the DM, and it's going to start a conversation. It's going to qualify you, and then it will send you into the funnel, whatever that might be for them. And if you click here, okay, so he's got free community. And then I'm assuming this is probably a type form. Oh, okay, this takes you to a landing page, VSL, and then if you click here, this is probably a type form. Yep. So this will take you through a couple good things here. Is they're going to collect your information, so they get your phone number, so now they can send you SMS campaigns, and they're going to get your email so they can add you to their newsletter. This is really smart. And then when you fill this out, it's going to be a questionnaire, and it's going to qualify you for whether you're a fit for Sam's high ticket stuff or his low ticket stuff. So they know if they can keep you where you're at. For the high ticket is probably their first goal, and then downsell you if you're not a fit for that, right? Super, super smart. This is a good funnel. So let's go back to Sam. Now, Sam does this really well too. He's got client wins for, I don't know, you could say it for a year and probably click on this thing if it loads. Yeah, look at how many he's got up here. And then he's got Q&A. So similar thing to what Jeremy had. This is kind of his story. So people get to know who he is. And I'm sure the questions he put up here, he did it for a good reason. It's probably a lot of common questions that people get. So again, this is basically acting as a front end to their sales process, because if people watch this stuff and you have the ability to nurture leads that were maybe like warm leads or cold leads, now they actually know who you are, so they know that you can solve their problem. So good job by Sam. This is really smart. And then he's got more Q&As right here. So super good layout. And then same thing, Sam's got a ton of content. Obviously people know who he is, they know what he does, and you can come in here and watch all of his stuff. So well done, Sam. Again, don't really know a ton about Sam, but I've heard people's gripes of like he's a sleazy guru or whatever. I mean, I don't know. It seems like he's doing good stuff from what I can tell, so I don't really care. But hopefully he doesn't get too much hate, because it seems like what he's doing isn't really all that bad. Next, Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise is in the real estate space, so he sells Section 8 coaching. I actually have his coaching program. It's that's neither here nor there. But nonetheless, he does a really good job of being a little bit more brash, and that really fits, like his avatar and who he is. It's just his personality. And it gets a lot of views, it gets a lot of attention, and he's live all the time. So he does some stuff very well. We're not going to dissect all of it right now. But again, same stuff here. He's very clear on who he is and who he's trying to serve. And then additionally, he's got his event for his webinar. So you can come in here and you can click on this and you can sign up for the webinar. Again, when you do that, they're going to get your email, they're going to get your phone number, and then if you attend that webinar, they're going to sell you on the webinar. So they're going to have limited spots, and they're going to sell on that webinar probably 20 spots, and they're going to reduce the price. So it would be like their normal ticket price is $5,000, but if you buy on the webinar, they're limited to 20 spots. Those 20 people are going to get it for $2,500. And I'm pretty sure that's the exact model he uses still. I'm not 100% sure, but that's what he used to use. And they probably do, I would guess, just from webinars per month, I think they do one a week. They probably do between $150,000 and $300,000 just with webinars. And that doesn't include like his sales team and all the other stuff. So they probably clear mid six figures. And then on really good months, they probably do 7 figures plus just from the coaching program. So you can see why this is effective and why these social funnels work, right? Especially for something like this where you're selling a higher ticket coaching program. So he does this really well, right? He's got this layout, and then he's got something for you to click on, which takes you to the webinar, which is where you're going to get more of a background on what he does, who he is, their coaching program, and then you're going to buy on the webinar. If you don't buy on the webinar, then you're going to be nurtured through the emails, through the SMS, and then you're going to eventually buy. Really good funnel. Testimonials, so same thing. He's got a bunch of social proof here that this actually works. People are getting results, they're buying houses, etc. His story, so same thing that Jeremy had. Tom's a little bit shorter, but still good nonetheless. And then this is kind of a lead magnet. So he's got a retirement calculator right there. And then he's got a ton of content. He's live all the time. He posts every single day on multiple platforms. So Tom is very good at garnering the attention and building his audience. So use this if you're looking at a creator and you're like, I don't know if what they're doing is super effective. Everything I just laid out for you is what you're looking for. So come back, watch this, take what these people do really well, and then put that into effect for your creator, because all that stuff, there's a reason everyone does it. It's been taught in years past and it works really well. So now we're going to get into marketing. So now that we have optimized socials for our client, let's get into the marketing piece of this. Now, again, this is a little bit dense. So I want to break this down to make it really simplistic for you guys and make it easy to comprehend, because this can get kind of overwhelming. I remember when I started studying marketing, when I worked in high ticket sales and I was understanding the back end of our process and how leads came to us, it was super overwhelming. And I think the reason it was overwhelming for me is because there wasn't like a picture. And that's why I built this for you guys. That's why we've designed this entire thing, is because it's a lot easier when you have visuals, at least for me. And I know that, anyone that's new to something, it's going to help to be able to see this in action. So I want to break it down so that it's not overwhelming, because I know what that feels like, and just give you guys a step-by-step process that you can go back to and study. So when it comes to marketing, this is how we're going to launch our first offer. So if you go back and you recall the previous section, we covered doing something called the cohort method. Now you're going to hear people in this space say, oh, I coined the cohort method, or I created it, or people are copying me because I've been doing the cohort method. No one is creating this. It's not new. Like, nobody that's saying they created this created it. People have been doing the cohort method for 10, 15 years. I can give you an example right now. Cole Gordon, who's in the sales space, has been doing a cohort method since like 2015 or 2014. So anyone that's trying to tell you they're coming up with shit, nobody is. They're just taking what's worked in the past and they're replicating it, which you should. Like, if it's not broken, don't fix it. There's a reason this stuff works. But just be really cautious that people are saying, oh, we created this. No, you didn't. But having said that, let's go into what the cohort method launch looks like and why it's effective. So what is the goal with the cohort method? The goal is we're trying to get additional market research done. So if we're trying to sell a high ticket thing and we're working with 10 people, it's going to allow us to figure out what our course material needs to look like, right? So let's just go by these one by one so I don't jump ahead of myself. So first thing is build out effective systems for coaching programs so that you can promote it at scale. So when we do the cohort method, we're going to work with 10 people. And when you do that, you're going to get feedback from those 10 people individually. You're going to have, constant interaction with them while they're getting their coaching. You're going to get direct feedback. You're going to figure out what's working, what's not working. So you're going to use that to build out the systems for your coaching program, because you're going to know what's effective and what actually drives results. Super pivotal. Next, conduct in-depth market research from committed students. So if someone is paying between 2 and 5K plus to join a one-on-one mentorship, you can pretty much guarantee those people are going to be committed, unless they're just loaded. Like, I'll give you an example. When I worked for Manny, there was a young kid who, if I said his name, a lot of you would probably know. And I took a call with him, and he ended up closing for 40 grand. He never showed up to a single call, an event. He didn't do anything. He spent the 40K and just never showed up. That's probably not where you're going to be at with people spending 2 to 5K. But as you continue to scale, the point in me saying that is that the more money someone has, they might pay for a course and then just not show up to things. But if you're in that 2 to 5K range, these are people that are very serious and they're active right now, and they're going to want to get results from whatever it is they're paying for, right? Especially when you're working with a younger demographic of an audience. Most people don't just have, 2 to 5K to blow. They're going to take it very serious and be committed to it. So you want to get the feedback from them because they know, what's helping and what isn't helping. And whatever they're struggling with is more than likely what people in the future are going to struggle with. So you're going to use that to conduct the in-depth market research. Because if you guys remember, if we go back here, we're building our ideal avatar, and we're doing that by getting the market research the way I showed you guys in this entire module. However, this is going to be a more effective way of doing it. I recommend you still do that front-end market research because you want to know, for you, really who your creator's audience is. But I will say it's not absolutely necessary if you're going to launch with the cohort method, because truly this is going to be the most effective way to get it done. So just a disclaimer, it's up to you. If you're going to do a lower ticket thing, which again, 99% of people aren't going to be launching with low ticket, and we'll explain why, then you definitely want to do in-depth market research. But there's a lot of reasons why you don't want to go that way, like I explained to you already. However, if you are, make sure you do that in-depth market research on the front end. And the people that you're going to use that with are going to be people, again, that have a massive audience, but two, they have like years of a track record. So you're not guessing what people want. You know, because that person has a ton of exposure and they've gotten feedback for years and years and years and years, whether that's through YouTube, through Instagram, through previous communities they've run, whatever it is that they've done. You're going to take that information, because here's the problem is if you launch low ticket, it's a lot more work and you're kind of just hoping that it works. Like, once you launch, you're just hoping that you get sales. Like, let's say, on the contrary to doing this, let's say you work with a creator, because I'm going to tell you right now, if a creator can't sell this, they're not going to be able to effectively sell something that's $57 or $97 very well. Like you'll know immediately, which is another reason this is a good thing to test because you're going to get results immediately if they're a good fit. And if they're not, and they're not getting 10 people to sign up for a high ticket, like lower high ticket, but high ticket nonetheless, then that person is not going to be able to scale. So let's go back and let's say that they wanted to launch a low ticket thing, okay? And you're going to launch it for 57 bucks. You're going to do all this work, all the market research. You're going to build out course content and materials, not knowing what people need necessarily. And you're going to launch it. And what if it doesn't work? You just wasted a month, 2 months of your life, sometimes even more than that. And you're done. Like you can't do anything at that point. So it's more effective to start small, get results really quick for the creator and the coach that you're working with. And then from there, you do all these things that I just covered right here. So just kind of reverse engineer the process. We keep talking about this, but it's because it's really important. So how do you launch this offer? Now, I want to say really quick, you're starting with 10 people. And if you go through those 10 and you feel like it makes sense to do another 10 and either get more market research done because you didn't get enough from the first 10, you can do that. And the other thing too is you need to gauge where your client's at. If the client's like, hey, I think we should do another 10 because I don't want to just start scaling this immediately if we don't have enough systems in place, or whatever your situation is, get that feedback and then move from there. I will say most of the time, this first group of 10 people is going to be more than enough for you guys to build something out that's going to be really effective for the rest of their audience and probably create another offer as well. So just a disclaimer though, if you need to, that's totally fine. So this is how the launch is going to work. You're going to take 7 to 10 days to launch. So you're going to build up some hype, and I'll tell you how to do that down here. You're going to go one to few, right? So like we talked about earlier, you've got one to few and you've got one to many. This is one to few. And if we go back, I just want you guys to tie all this together. If we go back to here, where did I put that? Oh, right here. If we go back to here, and I showed you guys some of the examples of what people are looking for when you go one to one or one to few, right here. There's the characteristics of those people. And like I said, it's high ticket, so it's 1,000 plus. And what those people are looking for typically is, where did I put that section? Anyway, I'll just tell it to you. What people are looking for, there we go, is they're looking for direct access, behind the scenes, contracts, paperwork, etc., right? So they're looking for more one-on-one access because they want to get results quick and they're willing to pay for that. And they know that your coach or your client, the creator that you're working with, can get those results if they have access to them. So that's why they're willing to pay for the high ticket. So we're going one to few. This is one-on-one coaching. Now you're going to go high ticket. So I would recommend you don't go anything less than 2K and 2 to 5K plus. Usually I would say this is going to be around the $3,000 mark, depending on who your client is and what their testimonials have been in the past and how much results they've actually driven. And if they've had an offer in the past, like all these things you have to take into account, I would probably keep it around that 3K range, but some people could do a little bit more. You do not need course content pre-launch. We talked about this already. The point of this is not to build out a bunch of content and then launch and hope it works. The point of it is to get your front-end market research, take that, launch in the cohort method, and then you're going to get, again, as much information as you can from the people that are in the cohort method, and you're going to build out an extremely effective course because you know exactly what people want. You can have an idea before you launch it. That's totally fine. We want to have that because it's going to allow us to move a little bit quicker and actually effectively communicate with these people. But you're going to get the most effective research from this. So just keep that in mind. Next is sell to the client's audience. So the way that you're going to do this, so you're probably thinking like, all right, well, how am I going to find these people in 7 to 10 days? The way you're going to do it is through usually Instagram stories is the way you'll do it. If they have an email list, you can do it that way too. If they have an SMS list, they could do that. If they have a current community, so maybe they have a free community they've been running, it's very effective, and people are saying, hey, we want more, you could pull from those people. So you just have to look at the creator's audience and see what makes the most sense to pull from. And in most cases, like I said, it's going to be Instagram stories, but it really just depends on your creator. So keep that in mind. Limited spots, like I said, we recommend 10 to start with. And then if you need to do another group of 10, you can do that as well. So really important note here. I added this in because I want you guys to understand this. This method allows you to intimately get to know your creator better and their audience. So like you're going to be hopping on calls and you're going to meet these people. And I would recommend that you take the time to dive deeper with them. Give them a call. Like you're going to be the customer support at this point, right? So give them a call and say, hey, I just want to see how you thought the call went. Is there anything else you feel like you need for support? What would be most effective for you? What do you feel like we're missing, etc. And that's how you do your market research. Now, additionally, you're also going to be talking to your client more. You're going to be working very closely with them because they have to run these sales calls, right? Or not sales calls necessarily, but the mentorship calls. So if they're not good, you need to give them feedback, right? And you're going to grow with one another. It shows that you're committed to them getting results, because if they get results, you get results, right? It's this harmonious system, and it works really well. Now, I also want you to keep in mind that you're making money. Like, if you launch 10 people at 5K, that's 50K, and you're going to do that literally in 24 hours. In most cases, maybe 48 hours, 72, depending on the client, right? But typically that's going to happen very fast, because people want the access, they want to pay for it. You just have to figure out how you can actually create a system to do that, which is stories, email list, whatever it might be. So you're making a good chunk of money in a very short amount of time. So I don't want you to think like, oh, well, we can't scale it yet. It's like, that's coming, don't worry. But again, the goal, I'm not going to jump back because I don't want to lose the spot, but if we jump back, the goal is to get results as fast as we can, because it gives you validity. It shows the person that you're working with, holy shit, this person knows what they're doing, right? So even if you made 10K in a day, they're like, damn, I didn't have to wait at all, and I'm already profitable. That's really cool. So you just want to prove that you have that vested interest in them and this doing well. Like, you care about the audience, like we talked about, you care about the creator, and you also are effective at driving traffic and getting people into this. And I can promise you, if you're able to do this and you also get testimonials from these 10 people, by the way, then you can market it. You can start running ads. You can send the testimonials out in email campaigns and SMS campaigns and all these different things. And you can put it on their socials, and you can see, again, how you start to scale this. But this doesn't work if you don't do this step. So keep in mind, this is super, super pivotal. Now, the other thing I want to tell you guys is you have to kind of future pace with this. So your goal when you're looking at this is like, oh, well, if we do 50K in 72 hours, then what? Like I told you, you're taking the course content, you're going to build it out. That's how you scale. But this is like very nearsighted. You have to zoom out and go, all right, well, if we can do 50K in 24, 48, 72 hours, clearly there's a need for this product and people want it. When we start scaling it and we run paid ads and we have a very concrete funnel that works really effectively, you're not looking at 50K in 72 hours. You're looking at millions per year. Like, especially if you're working with the right creator in the right industry, they could make $5, $10, $15 million per year through a coaching program. And there's people that do that. There's people that do it right now. You've probably paid for their coaches or their courses before. So you have to view the bigger picture of this. It's not like, oh, let's go make a little bit of money. It's like, no, you're running an actual business. And your goal is to make it as easy as you can for the person that you're working with and help people. Like, you shouldn't get into this if you're just trying to make money and then dip. You're working with their audience. Like, you want to actually help these people, because the goal of a coaching program is to give people results. It's to take them from where they're at now to where they want to go, like we talked about, right? Their desired situation. So really ingrain that. Like, if you don't go into this with the right intentions, which was like the first module we talked about, you're already cooked. Like, you're going to put yourself in really bad situations. You're not going to do what it takes to get results, and you're going to quit. So start with the right intentions. Like, get this mindset instilled right now, because you don't want to change it down the line. Now that we understand that portion, the cohort method, now we need to go into really just like building out funnels. So understanding marketing is the first piece of this, organic marketing specifically. The way that I recommend you look at this, and I've learned this from some mentors that I've had in the past, because it was easy, again, for me to visualize this, is you have basically all these different tools that you can utilize, right? So all you're doing is pulling from your tool belt. And view Instagram as a screwdriver, right? TikTok is a wrench. Whatever you need, that's what you're pulling from. So some organic marketing examples would be Instagram. You've got reels, stories, posts, lives, highlights. TikTok, you could do a VSL, video with the CTA in it, live, stories, right? You've got all these different examples. Over here, you got emails, newsletters, you've got drip campaigns, podcasts, share insights, interview other people, have a CTA to your coaching program or free community or some form of a lead magnet, guest appearances on podcasts. You can do that as well, so that you're growing into a new audience, but someone that's probably linear with what you teach or your niche. So these are all examples of organic marketing, right? These are all tools that we can use. And then we go to paid. Again, these are just examples. There's more than what I'm telling you right now, but I don't want to overwhelm you guys. So these are the main examples. I'm pulling from the most important stuff. So paid ads, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, which is really just meta for these two, and TikTok. This is what most people are going to utilize, right? We're not going through newspapers anymore. And then after you understand that stuff, so you got your organic, you got your paid, how do we actually sell, excuse me. So you take the organic and the paid, and then you have to figure out where you're going to drive your traffic to. Once you do that, you're going to nurture your leads. That's something you do through like the email campaigns, like I mentioned, or like free stuff that you're going to give out so people get to know who you are better and they can learn more about your process, you as an individual, and how you actually get results. So everything we covered with the Instagram stuff of like how to lead nurture, same thing. And then once you do this, how do you sell? You sell through, again, examples, landing pages, webinars, sales calls, DMs for low ticket stuff. These are examples of the ways that you can sell. So now that we understand that, let's jump up to how to actually structure your funnel. So I want to say this on the front end and kind of preface this. This is actually from this book right here. And I did that for a reason, because this is just like a super basic funnel. And this is what Russell actually teaches amongst many other funnels that he has, but this is the basics of it. So I'm going to lay this out for you guys so you understand the basics. And then I'm going to show you an example of a social funnel, which is something that's really effective for coaches and creators. So let's start with this, and then I'll explain the differences. So what is a sales funnel? Let's understand that first. A sales funnel is the process that guides potential customers through a series of steps, or funnels, right, for lack of a better word, to convert them from a lead to an actual customer. So let's break down the basics of that funnel. So this is going to be in alignment with this, right? So we got traffic here, traffic. Traffic is just eyeballs. It's people that are seeing your content. So what you're going to do is take those eyeballs from the organic and the paid, which we just covered, and you're going to direct them, right? You got to tell them where to go. So this will come from your client's main social platforms typically, right? Like we talked about, Instagram, TikTok, X, YouTube, and then the paid ads, which we covered as well. And then you got bait, which is right here. So this is where the funnel is going to be a little bit different when I show you an example, but just understand the basics. So bait, also called a lead magnet, which we covered. You want to take the eyeballs that you have and start building a relationship with those eyeballs. So a free or low cost offer designed to capture attention and obtain contact information, usually an email address or SMS like we talked about. That would be an example of a lead magnet, something that's free or low cost. So an ebook, a PDF, or some form of a guide, whether that's like a food guide, a grocery shopping guide, whatever it is that you're doing. Free webinar, like usually pre-recorded in this case, or a workshop. So an example would be 5 secrets to doubling your sales with funnels, right? That would be something you give out for free. People would watch that and be like, all right, you know what you're talking about. And then you got front end right here. Front end is your initial offer. So this is where this differs, right? So in this example that Russell's using, he's got 3 different offers. So he's got a low ticket, a mid ticket, and then his high ticket. So this is where the social funnel is going to be different, and I'll explain that. So front end, in this case, is going to be to convert leads into paying customers with low cost and low risk offers. So an affordable entry level product that provides value for people. And you're really just doing this again to kind of nurture them, but you're also getting a commitment from them paying some form of money. So an example would be a low ticket community, like a $37 school community. That's your example. And then from there, we go to the middle of the funnel. So again, right here. And that is your core offer. So you're going to sell the main product that you have, typically at a higher price point, and generate more significant revenue than this right here. So a product or service that addresses the customer's biggest problems or goals. So you're doing more, you're adding more value, you're giving more attention than you are here, the lower ticket stuff. This offer provides more in-depth value and usually priced higher than the front end offer, often in the range of $97 to $997, right? We talked about the mid-ticket stuff earlier. So example would be a full-fledged course or coaching program, $497. A membership program where people pay monthly for access to advanced content or coaching, $497 comprehensive online course on blank, whatever it is that you're teaching, right? And then you got the back end. So this is the bottom of the funnel right here. So back end in this case would be you want to maximize customer lifetime value with premium offers. A high ticket offer for your most engaged customers or clients that you're looking for. So often in the form of like an exclusive program like we talked about, right? One to few. So you got one-on-one coaching. You've got access to you, Zoom calls, all these different things, consulting service done for you. And those offers are going to range from 1,000, some people would say 2,000 like we talked about, to 50,000 plus, right? Which is really the background that I come from. Our courses that we sold when I worked for Manny were expensive. Like I told you guys, they were between 10 and upwards of 150 grand, which is more of like a done for you kind of service. But anyways, neither here nor there. So an example, high ticket coaching program, mastermind groups, done for you service, which would be like a really high price point. So all those are really good examples of that back end of that funnel. Now that you understand the basics of that, how do we create our own funnel? So the first part to this that I want you to understand is you have different types of traffic. This is something, again, that Russell goes over a lot in his books, and other people do too. Like Alex talks about it, Dan Kennedy, all these different marketers. So the first piece to this is hot traffic. This is going to be made up of people that know who you are, so they've followed you for a while, they know the products that you sell, and they know that whatever their problem is, you have the solution for it, right? So they're a very easy sell. Those are the people that like they really just need to hop on a call, or you just have to give them some form of direction to go purchase a product, whether it's a landing page, closing through the DMs, sales call, webinar, whatever. Those are going to be the first people to buy. Very easy. They're ready, right? Super, super easy sells. Then you got warm traffic. This is going to be made up of people that know who you are, but have not yet identified that you have the solution to their problem. So they know they have a problem. They follow you. They just haven't pieced the two things together, right? That you can actually solve it. So we have to nurture those people a little bit more so that they can identify, that you can solve that issue. And that's not a complicated thing to do. So these people are close to buying, just not 100%. And again, if we go back to, let's use Jeremy, for example, and let's say someone's a warm lead, right? They're like, all right, I followed Jeremy for a couple weeks. He's got the Lambo, cool, seems like a good dude. And then they start to watch this stuff and they see the client results. They're like, oh, this is the problem, the exact problem that I have. And here's a story. It's like, oh, well, this is what I'm trying to do, and this is where I'm at right now, right? That's the point of having this stuff. So you guys are probably starting to piece all these things together. So that would take a warm lead to a hot lead. And then they're going to know that you have the solution to their problem, and then they're going to buy. And then you got cold traffic, right? These are the people that, unfortunately, most times don't know that they have a problem, but they follow you. And you're going to figure out that, or they're going to figure out rather, that they do have a problem, and they're going to figure that out from watching your content and learning from you. And then by doing that, they're going to figure out you have the solution. These people need more nurturing. So this is going to happen through emails, your long form content on YouTube or podcasts, but these people eventually will convert. So these are your different traffic types. So now that you understand that and you're doing your creator analysis, that's what this step is all about. In these steps, we're going to be analyzing our creator/coaches platform. Our goal is to figure out where our traffic is going to come from. How hot are the leads? Has the creator had a previous offer, which we talked about a little bit before this? If so, what was the price point and feedback from their audience? So were people, were they happy with the offer? Did they hate the offer? Was it too expensive? Was it too cheap? Did they not get XYZ thing? We want to know what those things are, right? So why does that matter? This matters for a couple of reasons. If the creator or coach has never had an offer before, they're going to have very hot traffic, right? So if they've never sold something before and they have a good size audience and they have a really, really killer thing that they teach, they're going to have a lot of people lined up and ready to purchase. So it's going to be very easy for you. And that's where that cohort method comes into play, and it's very effective. It's going to be super easy to sell those 10 people that you're going to work with. If the creator has already had a high ticket offer and their audience is more warm/cold, we need to nurture those leads a little bit more and take them from whatever their journey has been in the past with that creator on a little bit different journey to make sure they're hot leads and we can convert them. Still easy to do if that person had a not so great offer before, but just keep in mind it might be a little bit more of a nurturing process than this person right here. Reminder, cohort method, like we talked about, high ticket with limited spots available. The cohort model is particularly effective in creating an exclusive, highly engaged learning environment. You guys already know that though, because we already took note of that. So now that we understand those pieces, you have to study your market. So let's go into funnel hacking 101. So this is the main thing that I didn't understand when we first started in this space. My question was like, how do you come up with an effective funnel? Because there's a million different funnels you can use, but it's a matter of what's going to be the best journey for our customer and what's going to convert at the highest rate. So the most effective thing to do is to just look at what people in your space are doing. And people really overcomplicate this and they don't teach this and they hide it. I don't know why, because anyone that's effective at marketing is going to tell you this. Just go look at what works and then don't copy it, but you want to replicate it, right? If someone's in your niche for fitness, for example, and you can go find 10 examples of a really, really, really good funnel, it works, right? There's a reason that the person's using it. So you don't have to go reinvent the wheel and try some new funnel and just get all crazy with it. Start with what works. So rather than sitting there trying to conjure up all these ideas, You don't have to. So my whole point in this is like, if you're overwhelmed of what does a funnel look like and what are the processes, you don't have to be, because there's a million people before you that have already done this. Shout out to Russell, right? He created all these things. So funnel hacking 101, best way for you to know what is working in your client's market is to funnel hack other successful coaches, which is what I just covered. So funnel hacking, what does that mean? Analyzing and ethically modeling the sales and marketing strategies of successful people in your niche. So again, you're not ripping them off, which I talk about right here. So you want to study their sales funnels, understand how they structure their offers, what is their messaging and what is their process. So what's like the journey they take you on, which you'll figure out. So like I recommend if you guys find someone, for example, like Cardinal Mason, who we talked about earlier as an example, like if they have a webinar that you can sign up for, Tom Cruise is another example you could use, put your information in, just use like a burner email, and use your actual phone number so you can see what they're messaging you. And you can see their funnel. Like it's going to take you through the entire process, and then you're going to start to get emails, and you can see what their emails look like, right? So this isn't a complicated process, but I have linked some resources for you guys so you can understand how to do this better. But this is the main stuff we're looking for: landing pages, email sequences, upsells, downsells, etc. Just the entire journey that you get taken on. So again, I want to be very clear. I'm going to say this again. I know it's annoying, but we're not ripping off other coaches. The intention here is to get inspiration and utilize the tools that work, not copy exactly what they're doing. So you still want to have, your creator, your coach is your client. You want to have kind of a unique flavor that they have. You want that to translate somewhat through the funnel, because if it doesn't, then it's not going to be authentic to their audience, which followed that person for their authenticity or, whatever it is they're looking to do. Something related to that coach they liked. So you don't want to lose that through the funnel. Now, resources, because if I sat here and I showed you guys how to funnel hack, we're at 38 minutes right now. It would probably take me another hour and a half if we were going to fully dissect everything. So rather than do that, I just sent you to the best people on the planet to teach you this, which is people on YouTube. So I've linked 4 really good videos right here. Definitely go watch these, especially if you have questions about this. If you're like, all right, it makes sense, but like, what does this tangibly look like, and what am I looking to take notes on? These videos are going to help you guys out a lot. It's also going to show you how to structure funnels, and just give you a full training on funnels as well. So you got funnel hacking and then really how-to videos added to that. So now that we understand that process, how do we actually structure a funnel? So let's say we do our market research. We take 10 examples of funnels in our niche. We know what we're trying to do. Here's an example of how to structure it. So there are many funnels. I talked about this earlier. There's follow-up funnels. There's book funnels. There's all these different funnels you can use. And they're all effective in their own way. Like different things work for different people, and also different funnels work for different sales, depending on what you're trying to do. But there is one funnel, in my opinion, which is very effective for coaches, and it's called a social funnel. Now, again, you can structure this different ways, but there's kind of some core concepts. So here's an example of one of the ways that you could structure this for your client or for your coach. And we're going to tie all this together now. So top of the funnel, right? Before top of the funnel, you have your traffic. So traffic for your creator, let's just say as an example, is going to be X, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, and then you'll add in paid ads at some point, or maybe you're already running paid ads. I don't know. In most cases, you're going to funnel these people either through Instagram, or you'll have a very specific direction from these sources of traffic. So like you could have a webinar linked in your TikTok and a webinar linked in your Instagram if that's where you want to send people. It really depends. So that's why you do that reverse engineering, and you understand what other people are doing so that we know where to send this traffic. So goal here is to attract as many relevant people / create awareness around your product or service. So this is this right here, right? The organic and paid marketing. Then you got top of funnel. So examples of this would be like templates, how-tos, a free ebook, free webinar that's pre-recorded. So you're not necessarily using that to get sales. It's more so just to nurture. Then you got a free mini course is another example of that. You could also I have free community down here in this example, but this is also something that you could have. But I feel like this is more middle of the funnel. But goal with this is just to give away free value in exchange for contact information. So we're just trying to pull those emails and phone numbers, as many as we can get. So taking that traffic, right? We talked about this earlier. Middle of the funnel, and this is really the goal here, is to nurture, lead, and build trust with the audience. It's going to be like email nurture sequence, free community, which could also be in the form of not just like a school or a Discord or whatever it is that you're using. That could also be YouTube, because YouTube truly is serving the same purpose where you're nurturing those leads in long form content and you're giving out how-tos. Like that's essentially a free community. It's not as structured, but it's a decent amount of work to run a free community. I can say that because we do it. So you don't have to do that, but that's just an example. And then middle of the funnel, another thing would be like retargeting ads. So whoever you're sending out ads to, they're going to get retargeted if they're engaging with it. So again, just that's nurturing the leads that you have. You want to water those people, let it sprout, let it grow. They build trust with you. That's the goal. And then bottom of funnel is going to be sales, whatever form of sales you're doing. So it could be a sales call, a webinar where you're doing sales on the webinar. So you have like limited spots people can pick. It could be DMs like I talked about. It could be a landing page, whatever you're using. That's going to be the bottom of your funnel where people actually purchase. Now, again, like we talked about, if we scroll back up here, this funnel looks a little bit different than something like this, because in this example, Russell has 3 different offers. He has a front-end offer, a mid-ticket offer, and then a higher ticket offer. So I should say low ticket, mid-ticket, high ticket. That's not what we're doing here, right? I mean, you can, right? If your creator does have multiple offers, then this would be a little bit different. So like the bottom of the funnel will be their high ticket thing. So let's say it's a $4,000 course, that's here. And then middle of the funnel would be like a mid-ticket thing. So the free community would actually go up here. That would be more top of funnel. And then this would be the mid-ticket. So let's say this is like $199 a month or $97 a month. That would be middle of funnel. So same thing, goal is to nurture that lead. And then if our ultimate goal is to have a value ladder or an ascension ladder with our offers, then in the mid-ticket, that's more of a nurture, right? They're paying, there's a commitment. And then we want to get them into the high ticket. We want to sell them into the high ticket. So you can see that funnels work a million different ways. It's just depending on what your creator wants to do and what you feel is going to be the most effective way to get them to your end goal. So if the end goal is high ticket, this is a way to do it. You're just setting traffic all the way down to here. So I hope that makes sense for you guys. It's not supposed to be overwhelming. I've been very overwhelmed with this, like I told you guys, because I didn't understand it. It was like, okay, you've got all these different things you can use in these tools, and it's just confusing. Again, use the visuals, understand that this is really just a tool belt that you're pulling from, right? So different things work for different people, but the benefit that you have is that you're just reverse engineering what's already worked. So you don't have to get overwhelmed. Just look at what the market is doing and you're going to replicate it. Super simple. So now that we understand how to actually build out a funnel, let's go into this last section, which is how to set up the community. So which community builder / site should I use to host my coaching program? When we're launching with the cohort method, again, I'm going to continue to reiterate this. We're not launching a course. That's not the goal. We're just launching the access. And then we're going to build out the resources and tools and modules as we get through that cohort. So don't worry about that necessarily. I mean, if you want to host those people in school, you can absolutely do that, or Discord or whatever's easiest, but that's not something that you necessarily have to do when you're doing the cohort, but it's something you're going to build out as you scale the systems and as you scale the coaching. Now, once you have established what your clients, students need as far as the modules and the content and the tools, everything I just covered, then we'll need to determine what platform we're going to use. Again, if you want to start with this, feel free. These are the main things that we recommend for a coaching program or community. It's going to be School and Discord as the top 2. And then you also have things like Kajabi, Slack is what people have used, which is pretty crazy to me. Patreon, Circle, and there's some other ones like Thinkify, I think is another one. You've got Udemy, I believe they can host. So you've got a million different options, but the main 2 that most people use is going to be School and Discord for a lot of different reasons. So what we've done is we actually broke down an entire list because those are the 2 that you should focus on. Very, very rarely are you going to use any of these other ones. I don't recommend it ever, but the only time I would say maybe it's a go is if your coach is already on one of those platforms and they're like gung-ho about staying on it because they've got really good feedback from it. That may be a time, but you're probably never going to run into that, so I wouldn't even stress it. But main 2 you're going to use is School and Discord. So what we did is we broke down for you guys, because this is something we really struggled with, was like in the beginning of launching new clients, it was like, what platform do we go to and why? And we would just sit there and like throw ideas back and forth, and we didn't have a structure for it or like an SOP. So we actually went through and created this for you guys. So based on these main things, so like community engagement style, content delivery needs, onboarding and accessibility, pricing and monetization, audience demographic and preferences, learning environment, customization and flexibility, event hosting and live interaction. Based on these main things, there's a comparison here from Discord to School. And then I also gave you guys a final conclusion here in our recommendation, which pretty much sums all this up, but I'd recommend you go through this if you don't know. is going to be choose Discord if you want a high energy, casual and interactive environment that feels more like a community hangout. And you can still have content in there, but really the point of that is more communal based. Whereas school is a little bit more professional, and the primary goal of that is to have like a structured coaching program with content on top of that and still having like the communal aspect as well. School is going to be better. School is also really nice for really the gamification aspects of it, where you have like a leaderboard. There's a lot of things you can do in there specifically for coaching programs, which is why if the main goal is the coaching program, I'm going to recommend school every single time. But there are cases where like, let's give you actually a good example just so that you guys know, because I don't just like to throw stuff out. I want to give you guys tangible evidence as to why certain things work. So let's go to Alex Sedlak really quick. So Alex runs his communities and really his coaching program on Discord. So they got their free community, they've got their campus, which is kind of like an intro. So again, this is their funnel. Then they got Creator, which is $500 a month, and then I think they have another one on top of that. So this works really well because of his audience, in my opinion. It's younger people that are buying this, and there's a lot of stuff that goes into their program, which is just easier to lay out in Discord. And there's also a lot of chats, to my knowledge. I'm not in this, but from what I've heard. So it's possible, but if his audience demographic was older, I probably wouldn't recommend doing it in Discord just because they get really confused with it. But this is an example of something you could do. So like he sells basically guidance on like UGC content and TikTok Shop. So what they do is they teach people how to become UGC creators. They get a training, and then they connect them with brands. And those brands work with Alex and his team. And then they pair the two people together, and then they get paid from the brand. And then obviously they get paid from the people that are paying for their coaching too. So that's just one example. But I would say a good majority of people that now run coaching programs, especially higher ticket stuff, are not going to be on Discord. They do exist, but the majority of people are going to be on school. So just keep that in mind. But if you need to run a comparison, obviously you can ask us. We're happy to answer it. And we'll actually run an analysis for you. But this is a good way to break it down and just kind of go through an SOP. And then if you guys need to know how to actually build out a school or a Discord, Discord's a little bit more complex. And Alec, my business partner, broke this down for you guys because he's actually the one that builds these, and he does a very, very good job of it. So there's a video in here for you guys to go and build out a school. This is kind of just like a basic template. And then you can obviously get a lot more in depth with these things. And you can do even like, really you can have funnels within school itself, from a free community to paid community. And like, depending on your goal, there's a lot of different things you can utilize in school, which is really cool. And then Discord, he's going to show you out how to build out a little bit more in depth for whatever your creator is or who they are. So these are very, very helpful. Definitely watch those if you guys need some help with that. And that, I believe, wraps it up. So up to this point, we've gone through a lot of stuff. So we've gone through the evolution of growth operating. So now you guys understand where this business started, where it's at now, the opportunity that it has. We've gone through your mindset, so how you guys need to start, or where you need to be at before you start. Like, the goal is to build you, because no one can take that away. We've gone through client acquisitions. We've gone through sales and onboarding, so now you have an entire sales process and how to actually onboard your clients. We've gone through market research and how to create your offer, very in-depth with that. And now we just went through the entire process of launching and managing a coaching offer. So you guys now know more than, I told you right back here, right? You guys know more than 99% of people, just with like the super basics. Now you guys really know more than 99% of people, right? If you took a marketing major and you asked them to go launch a coaching program, they're not going to know what to do. Which is why we went back to like the e-learning space is so pivotal, because it's giving you an opportunity for you, right, to build an agency. But two, it's what people are looking for. Like, there's so many people that would benefit more from learning something, paying 10 grand for it, than going and getting a $50,000, $100,000, $150,000 education and still not knowing how to do something like this, which is super pivotal. Like, if you would get a marketing degree right now and you try and get a job, good luck, because you're competing with people that have 10, 15 years of experience and a master's, and they're trying to find a new position. They're going to pick those people before they pick you as someone that maybe has your degree, but you don't have any experience, good luck. And I'm telling you that because I know a lot of people that have marketing degrees right now that don't have a job. And they're far underpaid because they're working at like an internship or something super entry level. So my point in saying all that is you guys just got a very high level overview of what a lot of people pay, 40, 50 grand for a degree, some people more than that. So take advantage of this, use it. Before we jump any further, I actually want to show you guys some additional resources that we built out for you, some tools, and some things that are going to be really effective for you guys. So I'm going to scroll over and we'll look at that. All right, guys, so last and final section, and this actually isn't in the Miro. I am just going to go ahead and walk you guys through how to navigate the tools that I talked about in the beginning of this video. As a bonus, we wanted to make sure you guys have access to an entire Notion template and all the information that we covered in this video and in this Miro. Everything is in a place just for you guys so that you have the notes for this and the graphics to go along with it. So if we navigate over to school, and this is how you guys are going to access this. So when you join the community, what you're going to get is this full Notion template. This is the first thing you're going to click on. So when you click on this and you click this link, this is now your entire Notion template. So everything that's in here is in that Notion. So if you guys want to come over here and navigate to, let's say how to book a sales call, right? All the links are in here, all the notes. You also have the graphics to follow along exactly with what we're talking about in the Miro. As you can see here, this will match exactly what's going on right here. So everything is laid out for you guys. It's very simplistic. Now, in addition to the Notion, which I would recommend that you probably just bookmark this up at the top of your screen if you're on Chrome or Safari, whatever you're on, just bookmark it so you have access to it. And this is something you can access from your phone as well, which is really easy and nice to have that handy. In addition to having this in the school, you're also going to have this available, in the Notion, you're also going to have this available in the school as you follow along. So let's go to like client acquisitions, for example. If you go to how to do outreach, all the notes are going to be in here. So feel free to use this or the Notion. It's nice to have both because, like I said, you can access the Notion on your phone. You can access school on your phone too. I just find it's a little bit easier to navigate on Notion. But you guys can come in here. You can copy and paste this stuff. So everything is easily accessible. One more thing, in addition to the Notion, which is going to be the navigation tool for all the stuff that I just covered in the Miro, you guys are also going to have the ability, I'm going to reopen this. You guys also have the tools that we talked about. So the full book list, all that's going to be right here. All the videos or YouTube channels rather to follow are going to be right here. And these are laid out for separate things. So building a sales team, funnel hacking, etc. All that's organized for you guys. And then the client tracking sheet. And there's going to be more of this stuff that we add on to this as you guys say, hey, it would be really nice to have XYZ thing. We're going to continually add to this week in and week out. But this is the first thing for you guys, which is your client tracking sheet. So when you're reaching out to somebody, all this is built out like we covered in the Miro, in the YouTube video. So you guys don't even have to think about this. You don't have to build it. You can just come in here and you can track every single person that you want to track. So should be streamlined, should be very easy. And this should all be a very step-by-step process for you guys at this point because you have everything that you need to start your outreach process. You know who you're looking for. You know the copy that you need to be sending. You know how to launch and manage. You know the price point that these people should be at. You know how to conduct a sales call. You have everything that you need to go get your first client. There is nothing more. So if someone's trying to sell you on the fact that you need more coaching to get your first client, you most certainly don't. You've got everything that it takes. Now, as you scale, as you grow, as you want to, grow bigger with a client and you want to add on webinars and a sales team, maybe you'll have more questions. That's totally normal. But in order to go get your first client and close, you have absolutely everything and more than what you need, to be honest. So feel free to come back to this YouTube video, save it, watch it as many times as you need, go into the school, ask questions. And just to cover that really quick, when you guys come in here, you guys will intro yourself, which you'll see right here. And this has not been open necessarily to the public. This has been open to an early access wait list. So that's why you see there are a minimal amount of people in here. We wanted to test this and make sure that everything that's in here is good, right? It's something where you guys come in here and you feel like you have a place where you can ask questions, you can get feedback, you have all the tools that you need, et cetera, and you have accessibility to us and our team because they're going to be answering questions for you. So as you can see right here, when you guys come in, you're going to introduce yourself. You'll see all the people that are currently in here, and then we will respond to your message. Once you guys are in here, you'll be able to actually see how to navigate everything in the community, as well as the classroom section. We will be hosting calls, coming up pretty soon here. so you guys can hop on the live calls. We'll be answering live Q&A. And then in addition to that, we also have a leaderboard section. So once this officially launches to the public, what we're going to be doing is a monthly giveaway. And what we'll do in that monthly giveaway is going to vary. There will be different things, but one of those things is going to be a free one-on-one call, as an example. So make sure you guys click that link, join this, get access to all the tools that you need, the Notion template, everything else. And then if you guys want to access any of the video content, that is all in here as it follows along with the YouTube video, like I mentioned. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you for tuning in and watching this. I know it was a long video, but hopefully this is everything you guys were looking for, and this was helpful. You know, if you had questions about whatever it might be that we talked about, hopefully you got the clarification you needed and you guys are ready to go, you know, take those next steps to get your first client. So your goal now is build a client list, right? So make a list of 100 people you want to reach out to and hit that list hard. Hit them through email, hit them through DM, and you're going to get responses. Once you get those responses, if you have a question, come over here into the community and type your question right here and say, hey, have a question, put a title, client, whatever it might be, right? Client reached back out, or received a response. What do I do now? I need some support, right? That's what this is for. So go get after it. Rooting for you guys. We're very excited to meet you guys, and we will see you in here. Go kill it.